The Book of Melchizedek Introduction. The Book of Melchizedek is an English translation of one of the Dead Sea Scrolls found in Cave number 11, in the Qumran Desert, north of the Dead Sea. Some call it the Great Melchizedek Roll, since in its original state, it consists of a set of 7 rolls sewn together. According to sources related to this great roll and what is read in the manuscript, the first scroll that appears in the compendium was written by Abraham, the same character we found in the book of Genesis in the Bible. This scroll was recorded by Abraham's hand in obedience to Yahweh's divine mandate, and recounts the events that occurred long before and long after the great liberation that Yahweh made through Abraham and his shepherds, on that occasion when he was released Lot and the other captives who had been taken prisoner as a result of the battle recorded in Genesis chapter 14. This first story recorded by Abraham is known as the story of a vase. Abraham was also commanded to record the Salem story, which he would listen to and receive, from the lips of Melchizedek telling the most relevant events of that beloved city. Chapter 13 of Salem's story is a direct connection to the following story called the History of the Universe, since in that chapter the context in which the revelation was received through the Angel of Light was explained. This history, we understand from the source, and as recorded in these rolls, was written by Melchizedek and recorded in 6 rolls that were sewn one by one along with the first scroll written by Abraham. The history of the universe is a revelation that Melchizedek received through a luminous angel, or angel of light, and which he was recording in those 6 scrolls for 6 years. The path that leads to the Book of Melchizedek. Our history. We are researchers of the sacred writings for more than 2 decades, a work that we have done voluntarily and selflessly, because the main reason for getting involved in this mission lies in the genuine and unique value that the knowledge contained in these treasures of Scripture represents for us. As we became familiar with this type of bibliography, we gradually learned some of the characteristics of these ancient writings. We began to unite parts of the human history of the earth, as these holy books reveal, and we realized that each of them provided us with a unique piece of valuable information that was helping us to assemble the puzzle of a more complete history of everything related to the human being, who he is, where he comes from and where he is going. By following in the footsteps of some important characters and events narrated in these writings, we recognize that these books have a limit of information about the story of certain characters and events. By having more scriptures, we were able to delve deeper into those same events and get to know those characters better, so that we have learned to recognize this fundamental principle, relate various sacred books in order to have a greater source of information to help us to reach a broader view on the topics contained in these writings. One of the important characters in sacred literature is Melchizedek, king of Salem. Because of the information we had about him, there was a strong desire in us to learn more about how he established peace in Salem. Also, another mystery that we had been looking for was related to music, because even at that time, before discovering the Melchizedek Great Roll, our experience in music as a fundamental part to favor harmony between people, we understood that there was a mysterious past concerning the divine origins of music. One of the first words in the Book of Melchizedek which touched our musical heart were: the subjects of Salem would not wield bows and arrows, but they would be trained in musical art. Each inhabitant of Salem would always have at his fingertips a musical instrument, to express through him the peace and joy of that new kingdom. Together, they would form a powerful orchestra in the fight against disharmony born of pride and selfishness. Salem 1-4. We were amazed that what we had experienced and loved in our musical life, now the Eternal revealed us about a beautiful city and a unique town, where music was considered with such importance, and fundamental in the preservation of the peace of that kingdom. Then we would find out in the history of the universe, about an even more ancient past, when the Creator idealized his creation so that he could vibrate harmonious chords of justice and peace. Univ. 1-2. One of the most important issues in our search for sacred knowledge were the descendant of life or state, before the foundation of this world, as well as the descendant during the fall of Adam and Eve, both related subjects, knowing that the broader knowledge of both issues could help us to understand more clearly our present and what will be in the future. Revelations, mysteries and prophecies in the Book of Melchizedek. Before and after the Book of Melchizedek. After receiving and scrutinizing the contents of the Great Melchizedek Roll, and after a process of conversion to the new revelations that were being unveiled before our understanding, we experienced the reality that when this wonderful manuscript came to light, it was marking a point in the time, a before and after in human history. It will be possible to say, what was known before the Book of Melchizedek came to light. And this we can testify because of the portion of knowledge that the Eternal had granted us to reach before finding the Book of Melchizedek. Even today, all those who sincerely wish so, can verify this fact, by carefully observing what was known in the world regarding God's plan for his children, and making a simple comparison of what we can now know thanks to the appearance of the Book of Melchizedek, thanks to the blessings that the Eternal grants us in this our generation by revealing more of his word. We understand from personal experience that the people who finally receive in their lives the Book of Melchizedek as sacred scripture, will have reached it until after traveling a path of conversion to the additional light that the Creator reveals in this manuscript, since it will expand knowledge true previously received in his other scriptures. By becoming familiar with the character of the sacred scriptures, we have learned that these holy books defend themselves, and challenge the world with their revelations, mysteries and prophecies. The men of this world, throughout history, have fought against the authenticity and truthfulness of the Holy Scriptures, and have devised so many ways to discredit each knowledge, each revelation, each prophecy, each mystery, each miracle contained in them, thus disparaging the author of these truths, the source of light. It is also known by many about all those misinterpretations of Scripture that some in the world have scattered, and it is natural that when the light of the sun rises, the darkness of the night contrasts with it. So, it will be natural that when the light contained in the Book of Melchizedek is revealed, many who had been in some degree of darkness, whether due to ignorance or to errors of scriptural interpretation, have two paths to decide to follow. One would recognize with humility his ignorance or his error and with all wisdom receive the light of the book, and the other way would be that of rejection, and as with the darkness, having to be on the opposite side fighting against the light and fade or flee when it manifests clearly. All those who love the truth will find in the Book of Melchizedek much of the truths they had been searching for a long time. Who has not longed to know his personal origin? Who has not longed to meet the one who gave us life, the one who formed the universe? Why are we in a fallen world if in the beginning it was not so? What was the descendant before the foundation of this world? What will be the end of all this universal drama in the future? They are just some of the truths revealed by this sacred record. Our sincere prayer is that the truth is close to the truth. We know that those who strive to live in the truth will receive these truths contained in the Book of Melchizedek, for they will be sweetly savored by them, since they are of their own nature. Those who have loved the truth and sought it during their lives will have great reasons to rejoice over the good news of great joy they will receive from this precious book. When the veil is discarded before them, and the Father and the Son manifest the revelations of his love, their hearts will cry, for they will know that they remain the same, and will know the true nature and character that they have maintained from the beginning, will prove to a large extent the love with which they have loved them from the beginning. Oh, how to hold back my tears before the gifts of his love! My heart overflows by recognizing and considering me to be the weak of the world, and in this humble condition the Eternal still works through our conduit. My brother and I do not imagine, much less plan all this that the Lord has granted us concerning the mysteries and revelations of the Book of Melchizedek. It is his work that is done, not ours. We bless the path that will begin all those who receive these things with sincerity of heart, humility and faith. The Messiah, he who loved us from the beginning, he whom we loved from the beginning, will manifest the eternity of his love through his words recorded in the Book of Melchizedek, our beloved book. Preliminary explanation. The order in which these stories are presented here follows the sequence according to the divine model that was followed in the original scroll, thus fulfilling the command that Yahweh gave to Melchizedek and Abraham in this regard. The sensitive reader will be able to perceive the wise purpose of said commandment by following the reading in that same order. This sacred record has a precise and defined structure, and in its analysis it shows multiple features of its originality, not only in its style, but also in the archaic symbology it uses, where it would appear to be describing hieroglyphic images rather than words, as well as in the use of pleonasms and analogies, as was the common use in the oldest languages, and whose Semitic features are compared to those found in the Bible and in other books of equal origin. On the other hand, some verses cite quantities which are written in the form of numbers, 40, 260, 144 etc. Also some words begin with an uppercase letter even when they do not appear after a period or the word does not merit as a rule start with a capital letter. In addition, quotes, double or triple exclamation points are used, as well as how to combine an interrogation with an exclamation at the same time. In such cases, whether they are numbers, capital letters or expression signs, we have decided to leave them in the original form in which we find this work written. The reader can find important meanings in the emphasis made on certain expressions, words or phrases. The abbreviations we use in this work to refer to a biblical quotation, we use the commonly known ones, and to refer to the stories and chronologies contained in this book, we identify them as follows. H. Vase, the history of a vase. H. Salem story. H. Univ. The history of the universe. Chrono 1 chronology 1. Chrono 2 chronology 2. Chrono 3 chronology 3. As we delve into the content of these stories, we understand the relevance of analogies as a guide map that the universe offers us, revealing through similarities the location we have in time within the story to be fulfilled. That is, the events and characters of the past are an analogy, or likeness, that correspond to the events and characters of the present and the future. The particular mention that the roll makes about certain numbers, measurements, and significant festivities motivated us to the need to graph in a simple way the chronological order in which events came to be consummated in the past, repeating its corresponding analogy in the present and in the future. See chronology 1, 2 and 3. We should not confuse what we call analogy with predestination or preordination. The graphic chronologies were not part of the original scroll or the Portuguese version on which this translation was made, but were designed and added to facilitate a better understanding of it, and were placed at the end of the Abraham scroll because they were taken from his writings. The heading of each story, the synopsis of each chapter, the numerical assignment of each paragraph or verse, and the biblical references and other sacred books, all these were added to present more clearly the writings of the scroll. Acknowledgements. We thank Enoch Mucheroni for allowing us to carry out this translation and for the valuable help that through his website provided us with free access to his extensive information, as well as the Huntington Library of Los Angeles, California. To Pedro Gringore for his valuable research and clear information that have helped many scholarly researchers to value the scrolls and the finding itself. And for greater intellectual enrichment, we recommend to the reader extensively the informative articles, books and internet content from these sources related to these topics. We also thank all those who have somehow contributed to the realization of this work. Our true intention is to publish with honor the word of the Lord as far as he has revealed, and we are aware that he will still reveal more of his word, and we remain open to the knowledge that comes to our hands either by archaeological discoveries or the way in which please the Lord to reveal his words. We will greatly appreciate the comments and suggestions that the reader may have to express to us about this work, in order to correct any human error committed in the translation and preparation of this book for future editions. Thank you. Isaac Ramirez Vargas. Ezekiel Ramirez Vargas. Story title: The History of a Vase. A story written by Abraham. Abraham, having received the commandment of Yahweh, writes in a scroll the events that gave rise to the history known as the history of a vase, which tells the facts that framed the great liberation that the Lord made through Abraham, his pastors and allies. See Chrono 1, 2 and 3. The History of a Vase Chapter 1. Abraham is informed of the battle in which Lot and many are taken captive. Abraham receives commandments from the Eternal in order to effect the great liberation, that is, to summon and prepare his shepherds, and prepare a vase with special characteristics. Closing parenthesis. I was resting under the shadow of the Mambre oak next to my tent, when I saw one of the servants of my nephew Lot arrive hurriedly. Almost out of breath, he began to tell me about the tragedy. There was a battle between the cities of the plains the day before, involving 4 kings against 5. As a result, Sodom was defeated and many of its inhabitants taken captive, including my nephew Lot. The news left me very distressed, because at the same time that I felt it was necessary to come out to his aid, I was fragile, without any conditions. I was always a peaceful man and I hate those who shed blood. I have many servants, but few know how to handle swords and spears, since childhood they have been trained as shepherds. Instead of swords and spears, they handle curbs with which they lead the flocks. Instead of shields, they carry glasses on their waists, always full of fresh water, to kill their thirst and refresh the afflicted sheep. Instead of wine to get drunk, they load subject to their belts small pots with olive oil, with which they anoint the wounds of the flock. Instead of resonating trumpets, they blow in small horns, with which they summon the flock to the corral. Imagining what a battle would be like between my servants and the armies of those 5 victorious kings, I began to laugh. While I was reflecting, the voice of the one who always guides me echoed in my ears, saying, Abram, Abram, do not disparage the instruments of the shepherds, for they are sanctified by the fire of sacrifice, they will conquer the great liberation. The Eternal began to give me orders, making me advance by faith, without knowing how such liberation was to be realized. The first step was the convocation of all the shepherds who, leaving their flocks, went to the Mamre Oak, bringing their pastoral instruments. There were a total of 600 pastors. I ordered the jugs to be emptied, placing the oil in the jar. After fulfilling this order, I asked that each one take the wool of a sheep, mixing it with the oil from the jugs. After these things, Yahweh commanded me to take a large vase of clay, filling it halfway with olive oil. At the end of this task, the Lord commanded me to make a long wick of wool, curling half in the oil and leaving the other part held on top of the vase. After these things, Yahweh ordered me to light the fuse with the fire of the altar. As I approached the sacred fire that still burned on the morning sacrifice, a small flame jumped towards the fuse, and little by little it was feeding on the oil, until it became a flare that could be seen from afar. Chapter 2. Abraham carries the vase on his shoulders. Sufferings and trials in his journey. Many do not bear shame and abandon Abraham. Unbelief of Sarah. With the vase in my shoulders, I started a walk towards the cities of the plain, being accompanied by the shepherds. Then mockers began to emerge that, seeing me with that incandescent vase in broad daylight, began to say that I was crazy. As this news spread, many came to meet me, bringing advice for me to abandon that vase that would be able to destroy all my reputation and dignity in front of them all. When I told them about the armies and about my joint mission with the shepherds, they concluded that in fact I was crazy. They tried to throw me the vase by force, but holding on to it, I prevented them from throwing it at me. Embarrassed by all this, many pastors began to separate. Some returned to their tents while others joined those who laughed at my strange behavior. Feeling alone with that heavy vase in my shoulders, I began to anguish myself. I longed to find someone with whom I could share my experience, but everyone gave me disapproving looks. I remembered Sarah, my beloved wife. In obedience to the voice of Yahweh we had traveled many ways, being Sarah always by my side, encouraging me to continue precisely in the most difficult moments. Certainly Sarah would bring me comfort and strength to continue firm, leading the vase of salvation. While I was walking along the road thinking about Sarah, I saw her in the middle of the crowd. When I addressed her, I was surprised and discouraged to see in her eyes the same contempt of those who called me crazy for driving in the middle of the day the flame that had come off the altar. Remembering Yahweh's order that I would have to free my nephew Lot, I walked alone along the road. When I put myself in the place of those who called me crazy, I gave them the reason, because under normal conditions, no coherent person would leave the house, without a definite course, carrying a vase with a flare on the back, claiming to be marching against the armies of 5 kings, to free a relative. It really implies that it is the manifestation of great madness. Precisely so, under the grudge of all the humiliations and words that spoke against me, I was moving towards the unknown valley. All that mockery was finally diminishing, as I distanced myself from the Mamre Oak. Many doubts about my future began to come to my heart. He was sometimes afflicted with the thought of everything he had experienced, from the convocation of the shepherds until that moment. It could be, in fact, demonstrations of madness. Full of doubts, I began to think about the possibility of leaving the vase next to the road, returning to the altar. Those were the advice of some pastors and friends who, still in solitude, still came to meet me, advising me to return. They said, that I could again conquer the trust of the shepherds, returning to be, perhaps, even the same honorable priest as before. On the altar, they said, there was a fire much greater than the one I carried on my shoulders. I was about to return, when Sarah came to meet me, telling me about the contempt that many pastors threw at me. She was dismayed, because all that dishonor also fell on her, to the point of not feeling more desires to remain next to that altar. After alerting me, Sarah began telling me about a plan. We could, perhaps, move to a distant city, where we would forget all those vexations. Forgetting the voice that had sent me on my way to the plain, I replied to my wife that I would be willing to accompany her anywhere, if she allowed me to take the vase. He would be our altar, heating and lighting our nights with his flame. Upon hearing about the vase, Sarah became angry again, claiming not to understand my stubbornness by continuing to carry on her shoulders that symbol of shame and contempt. After telling me such words, he turned his back on me back to the store. Chapter 3. Abraham understands the meaning of the vase. Abraham protects the little flame from the cold winds. Many sheep follow Abraham. Abraham, walking alone, follows the trail. The armies mock Abraham and threaten the extermination of the captives. Distressed at not being able to realize Sarah's dream, I continued towards the uncertain future, being oriented only by the flame, whose brightness increased as the darkness grew denser. Then I began to meditate on that flame that accompanied me with its brightness and heat. I was used to seeing the sacred fire enthroned on a great altar of stones, in the midst of the praises of many pastors, among whom I stood out as a teacher and priest. In those moments of adoration, I dressed in the best mantles, and asked the question of making the sacrifice, only when all my servants were gathered around me, to listen to my advice and warnings. At the time of the sacrifice, I lifted my drawn sword to the sky, and, with frightening words, proclaimed the greatness of the Lord of armies, the Almighty God who rules over heaven and earth. Vibrating the sword in the air in a menacing movement, I represented in front of my shepherds, the image of a severe God, who is always ready to repel any confrontation. After that demonstration of sovereignty and power, I took a sheep from the hands of a shepherd, and tied it on the altar. So that the divine wrath was very clear, I punctured on her neck, hitting her severely, until I saw her perish. At that moment I descended from the altar, and remained waiting for the sacred fire that never stopped manifesting itself on the sacrifice. I had learned since childhood to revere the sacred fire, believing that it was a visible revelation of Yahweh, the great invisible God. Until then, I saw it as a unique and indivisible fire. Now, by transporting in a humble jar the flame that had come off the altar, my thoughts stirred with the emergence of a new concept about the Creator. The concept of a suffering God who is able to part with the great Yahweh, represented by the sacred fire, to accompany the sinner in his journey. Repentant, I fell down in front of the vase and cried bitterly. I was now aware that all the zeal shown by the altar was aimed at the exaltation of my pride, and not the love of the one who accompanied me along the way. Suddenly, I was reminded in my mind that the little flame that had come off the sacred fire was a representation of the Messiah, who would part with the great Yahweh, to be the God with us, companion in all our journeys. Upon this conviction, the flame rejoiced, becoming brighter and hotter. With my heart transformed, I continued along the path to the valley, carrying on my shoulders the jug that had brought me after so much contempt, the joy of a new revelation about the character of the Creator. Difficult moments began to emerge in my path, when cold winds from the salty sea began to lash out at the little flame, in an effort to extinguish it. I protected it with my body, walking many times on my side and also on my back, but always moving towards the valley. When the daylight broke, I found myself one step away from the plain. I began to find many flocks along the way that were led by rude shepherds. As I moved between them, tumults and confusion arose, as many sheep and goats were scared with my burning vase, scattering everywhere. This made most of the pastors irritated against my presence in their midst. Knowing that I could not remain held in that valley, I went straight on toward Sodom. As I progressed, something interesting began to happen. Many sheep, tender and submissive, began to accompany me. They were few at first, but little by little their number was increasing, until I began to walk with difficulty, due to the large number of sheep that followed me. In the distance I could see the shepherds, enraged, for the loss of their prettiest sheep. When I arrived at the city of Sodom, I found it empty and devastated. Following the trails left by the armies and the multitude of captives, I was getting closer and closer to the target of my mission. When I reached Dan's countryside, I could see the great soldiers' camp in the distance, at the foot of a hill. Without hurry, I headed there, leading to my new flock. From the top of the mountain, I could observe the camp in its entirety. There were thousands of soldiers commemorating their victory. Meanwhile, hundreds of captives lay in the middle of the camp, humiliated and hopeless. Before that scene, I was imagining how the liberation could be realized. My presence aroused the curiosity of some soldiers who, when they saw me with the fumigant vase, approached and began to mock. When they asked me the reason for my presence in that place, I told them that I was coming to free my nephew Lot. My words became the reason for many jokes throughout the camp. After this, they began to mock Lot. In a short time, all that mockery was transformed into cries of revenge, and they proclaimed that, the next morning, all the captives would be exterminated, starting with my nephew. Chapter 4. Abraham is comforted by the arrival of his shepherds and allies. The shepherds learn to love the light of the vase. Loyalty of Abraham's allies. Guided by the divine voice, Abraham gives strategic instructions. Lot's lamp. Confusion and killing between the enemy armies. While trying to imagine what Yahweh could do to achieve such a miraculous liberation, I saw a group of shepherds coming in my direction, coming from Sodom. I thought at the beginning that they were the enemy shepherds who came to pluck the flock conquered with love. Such distrust soon disappeared, giving rise to a feeling of great joy, when I discovered that they were my faithful pastors. They approached in small groups of 12, reaching a total of 300 pastors. Looking at them, I could see in their countenance the signs of a great spiritual struggle that they had to face, to be on my side. They told me about the experience of many colleagues who, discouraged, had thrown the oil and wool out of their glasses, returning to their tents. They told me about how, on that previous night, they had learned to love the light of my vase, which for them became like a guiding star. I was glad with the presence of my humble shepherds, when our Aner, Eskel and Manray arrived in the direction, accompanied by 15 armed men. They were faithful friends who, knowing the dangers we would face in that valley, came to our aid. So that we would not postpone the divine plan, I asked them to remain hidden until dawn, when they would receive guidance on how to participate in the mission. I began to orient the shepherds, following the instructions of the divine voice that sounded to me from within the flame. The first task of the shepherds would be to take care of the flock until nightfall. When I returned, I ordered that they tie the skeins of wool soaked in oil, on the tip of their curbs, placing them inside the glasses that should be kept suspended, face down. I began to light them with the fire of my flare, until the 300 torches were burning, though hidden, inside those vases. I ordered 40 of my courageous shepherds who, at the time indicated by a sign that would be given, should advance silently towards the center of the camp, circling all the captives that lay in the middle of the troops' camp. At the same time, the remaining 260 shepherds should surround the entire camp, waiting for the signal to break the glasses with the horns. Oriented by the voice of the flame, I indicated the signs. When the last torch went out in the camp, they should be attentive, since a small lamp would be lit by one of the captives. As soon as the lamp began to burn, everyone should run to their position, avoiding any noise, so as not to be discovered. The signal for them to break the glasses with the horns, raising the torch very high, would be to extinguish the lamp. After those orientations, the 260 shepherds, hidden by the shadows of the night, scattered throughout the valley, and were waiting for the moment to place themselves around the camp. Meanwhile, the 40 were placed next to a more vulnerable passage, through which they would reach the captives. It was already late at night when the torch of the last soldier was extinguished, a complete darkness and silence over the troops' camp. Among the captives, there was a man on that night, who lived the greatest anguish of his life. It was my nephew who, after becoming the target of so many abuses and humiliations, had learned of the punishment that awaited them at dawn. On that night, Lot had his thoughts turned to his uncle. He remembered with regret the moment he had left me next to the Mamre oak, moving to the Sodom countryside. In desperation, he felt the desire to see my face again and to apologize for having turned away from me. Just then, Lot was attracted by the glow of a torch burning on the hill. When he looked at the glow, he imagined he was having a vision, for it revealed the face of his dear uncle. Wanting to show me his face, Lot felt in the midst of darkness until he found a small lamp he had brought in his saddlebag. Frustrated, he sensed that there was no oil in it. He concluded that the dry and dull lamp was a symbol of his empty and faithless life. Without diverting his eyes from my face lit by the flame of the vase, in a desperate gesture of faith, Lot felt the wick of his lamp, discovering that there was an oil residue in it. Curving, he began to hurt the stones of the fire, until a spark jumped towards the fuse. Without knowing it, Lot was commanding with his gestures, the steps to a great liberation. When the 300 shepherds saw the dim glow of the lamp, they quickly headed towards their posts, and remained waiting to extinguish the small flame. From the moment Lot got up with his tiny flame, I was looking into his eyes that looked at mine. I saw that his face brought signs of unspeakable anguish and ill treatment. Likewise, I could read in his blue eyes that hope and faith had not yet left him. The little fire in Lot's lamp, however, would not resist for long. It was necessary to turn it off, to signal the great victory. When darkness covered Lot's face again, my 300 shepherds lashed their horns against the vases that kept burning torches hidden. A great noise, like cavalry in combat, echoed everywhere, while the torches were suspended. The 300 horns used until then to lead the flock, now sounded like trumpets of conquerors. The whole camp woke up in one jump, and, not knowing how to escape from such a terrible investing that it started from the outside and inside, the soldiers began to fight among themselves, while my shepherds remained in their posts, sounding the horns. The captives were very frightened at first, but little by little they became aware of the great liberation that was operating in their favor. When it dawned, a scene of complete destruction was revealed before our eyes. The whole town was covered by thousands of bodies torn by their own swords and spears. Only a few managed to flee that death camp, but they were persecuted by my 18 allies who were armed, being reached in Hoba, which is to the left of Damascus. Meanwhile, the captives, now released, recovered all the riches from which they had been looted by enemies. Chapter 5. The Great Liberation represents the liberation of Israel in the last days. Abraham discovers that the Great Liberation was concretized in Rosh Hashanah. Abraham preaches the faith in the Messiah to the liberated captives, inviting them to purify themselves in water. Only 3 accept him. Abraham rejects the offer of the king of Sodom. Abraham and the faithful decide to commemorate the festival of Sukkot in Salem. The pearls of the vase. Festive welcome in Salem. The meeting of Abraham and Melchizedek. See Chrono 1, 2 and 3. From the top of the hill, while I vibrated with the joy of the captives on that morning of liberation, I heard the voice of Yahweh speaking to me in the middle of the flame. This liberation that is concretized today represents the liberation that I have to operate in the last days, saving the remnants of your children from the siege of numerous nations that will ally themselves with Gog in order to destroy them. On that day when they triumph over my people, my indignation will be very great, and I will contend against it through the plague and the blood, flooding rain, great rocks of hail, fire and brimstone I will make fall on him, on his troops and on his many towns that were with him. Thus, I will magnify myself, justify my holiness and make myself known in the eyes of many nations, and they will know that I am the Lord. And on the house of David and on the inhabitants of Jerusalem I will pour out the spirit of thanks and supplications. They will look at me whom they pierced, and will lament as one who laments for an only begotten son, and will cry for him as one who cries bitterly for the firstborn. On that day, there will be an open source for David's house and for the inhabitants of Jerusalem, to remove sin and impurity. Aware of the historical importance of that day of liberation, I took a calendar and looked with surprise, for it was Rosh Hashanah, our trumpet day. That was the first day of a new year. 10 days later the Yom Kippur would come, the day of the purification of sins. On the 15th, the Sukkot party, the joyous autumn harvest party, would take place. The flame that for me had become a representation of the promised Messiah, went out the moment I descended to meet the shepherds and the many captives now released. Full of joy and admiration, everyone wanted to know how such a great liberation had become possible, only with the use of those torches and horns. I told them then about the importance of that fire that had been released from the altar, to free them in that valley, identifying it as the Savior Messiah. Seeing that everyone carried the dirt of slavery in their bodies and mantles, I invited them to follow me to the Jordan River, where everyone could bathe, for the purification of their sins. Only 3 people attended the invitation: Lot and his 2 most recent daughters. The others returned contaminated to their homes. Before leaving, the king of Sodom came to meet me, promising to give me all the wealth recovered that morning. I rejected his offer, so that someone could never say that I enriched myself with that plunder. We stayed camped on the banks of the Jordan River, near Jericho, for 12 days. In those days of refreshment, everyone was free of impurities, leaving them in the waters of the Jordan. This was a special preparation for the Sukkot party that we decided to commemorate in Salem. Full of joy, we started an upward march towards the city of Salem, unaware of the happy surprise that awaited us. I was still at the front with Lot and his 2 daughters by my side, and behind the 300 shepherds came, leading the great flock. As we moved forward, I began to notice that my vase that had become empty at dawn became very heavy. As I lowered it, I looked surprised to discover within it many pearls of various sizes and glitters that mysteriously formed. When we see the white city in the distance, we begin to hear sounds of a great party. Harmonious chords reverberated through the mountains, as we advanced along the road. My curiosity in knowing that city and its young king was immense, because from the mouth of many I had already heard about its greatness and fame. It was a kingdom different from all the others, where subjects were trained not in the handling of bows and arrows, but in the domain of musical instruments. Melchizedek, his young king, ruled everyone with a very special scepter, a lute, for which he had paid a high price. As the joy grew in me as we approached the city of the great king, we saw a crowd dressed in fine linen, pure and shining, coming out to meet us. They all brought musical instruments, while singing a victory hymn. In front of the crowd came a young man playing a lute, bringing a crown full of precious stones on his forehead, which shone under the clarity of the setting sun. I was certain that this was the acclaimed King of Salem. At the time of our meeting, we were admired with the salutation they gave us. Leaning in front of me, Melchizedek said, "Blessed are you, Abraham, servant of the Most High God, who possesses the heavens and the earth, and blessed be the Most High God, who delivered your adversaries into your hands." Quote. Chapter 6. Great Revelations of Melchizedek and his people. The victors are crowned. Upon being crowned, Abraham is moved to observe deep wounds in the hands of Melchizedek. Melchizedek promises to tell his story. Melchizedek, by breaking bread and wine, is honored. The 144 pearls as tithe. The instructions and prophecies of Melchizedek. Surprised by the festive reception, we were introduced to the city, where the beauty of the mansions and gardens caused us much admiration. Everything there was pure and full of peace. We were received in the royal palace, built on Mount Zion. There, a new surprise awaited us. The great throne room was all adorned with representations of our victory over enemies. There was a very long table in the middle of the room, covered by fine linen towels adorned with gold threads and precious stones. There were 304 crowns on the table, each bringing the inscription of a winner's name. In a gesture that surprised us again, Melchizedek, taking the crowns, began placing them on the head of each of us, starting with Lot and his daughters. We were all admired by the fact that the King of Salem knew us individually, and by having those crowns ready long before we were victors. I watched the joy of my crowned companions, when, taking a crown similar to his, the King of Salem addressed me with a smile. As I lifted it over my head, I noticed something that I had not perceived until then. His hands brought deep wound scars. Overcome by a feeling of gratitude, I fell at his feet and, moved, kissed his kind hands, bathing them with my tears. When I got up, I asked him the meaning of those scars. With a tender smile, he promised that he would tell me the whole story of that prosperous kingdom, and how much it cost him to obtain his peace. After being crowned, Melchizedek made us sit around the great table, and began to serve us bread and wine. From that moment, we began to honor him as priest of the Most High God. In a gesture of gratitude, I took the vase full of pearls, and placed it at the king's feet. Taking him in his arms, he began to caress him, without attempting to shine the pearls. Expressing gratitude for that offering, he told me that he would accept the vase and, that of the pearls, he would only accept tithing. Immediately I began to count the jewels, separating the most beautiful for the king. There were a total of 1,440 pearls, of which I handed him 144. He carefully put them away in a little box made of pure gold, on whose lid were beautiful ornaments inlaid with small precious stones. After receiving the tithe that symbolized the great liberation operated by Yahweh in the plain, Melchizedek called to come to him one of his subjects who was a master in ornaments and paintings, ordering him to honor the vase with a beautiful engraving that portrayed the moment in which I offered it. While the jug was painted, Melchizedek began telling me the story of his kingdom, from its foundation until that moment when we were commemorating the great victory over the enemies. When I returned the vase, now honored with the most beautiful engraving and inscriptions that exalted justice, humility and love, the King of Salem ordered me to take the vase with those pearls with me. For 6 years I and my pastors should tell everyone the story of that vase that was victorious because of the flame of the altar. To all those who, with repentance, accept the salvation represented by their history, we should offer a pearl. At the end of the 6 years, the pearls would be over. There would be no chance of salvation. Then the 7th year would come, in which there would be a time of great anguish and destruction, when there would only be protection for those who possessed the pearls. By that occasion, the cities of the plain would be totally destroyed by the fire of the judgment, and the other towns that did not regret, would be decimated by great plagues. Chapter 7. The Revelations of Melchizedek continue. Events to be verified in Rosh Hashanah, in Yom Kippur and in the Feast of Sukkot. 6 years of opportunity. The sanctification of the Sabbath, a sign of covenant with Yahweh. The New Jerusalem revealed at the end of 7th year, the coming of the Messiah, the resurrection of the deceased faithful and transformation of the victorious living coronation of the righteous in the holy city. See Chrono. 3. On the triumph we had just obtained over numerous armies, Melchizedek, after repeating to me the words spoken by the Messiah, said a sign that would be important for those who lived for the occasion of the great liberation of Israel. He affirmed that, multiplying the 144 pearls of tithing by the number of columns in his palace, he would find the year that would bring to his consummation the great liberation of Israel. Moved by curiosity, I immediately began to count the columns. They were 40 marble columns, adorned with precious stones. Upon returning to the king with the result of the calculations, he began making predictions about the great events that would take place at the end of that year. When the fullness of time arrives, all human efforts in search of peace will be frustrated. At that time, numerous nations will ally themselves against the kingdom of Salem. There will be a battle like never before, and the whole earth will be punished by fire. After exhausting them all the resources in their defense, Israel will see, with despair, countless enemies marching against them, with the purpose of eliminating them. Like Lot on their night of anguish, they will see their hope die, when, in Rosh Hashanah, the harmonious chords of a lute, played by a Bedouin from the tribe of Ta'amira, must be heard in the middle of the ruins of Salem. His music will revive faith and hope in a better world, where nation will not rise against nation, where tears, pain and death will no longer exist. After comforting the afflicted with the chords of his lute, the Bedouin will take the vase with the scrolls of David's grave, and carry it on his shoulders. On that day, his feet will be on the Mount of Olives, and, crying out for the liberation of Israel, there will be a strong earthquake that will crack the mount in half, emerging from the east to the west a huge valley. On that day, all the land of Israel will be heavily shaken, ensuing a total destruction for all enemy armies. There will, however, be salvation for all those who, with repentance, took refuge under the Eternal's wings, throwing away the instruments of violence. All mankind will witness with horror the scenes of the liberation of the children of Israel. On that day, many peoples and powerful nations will be established next to Yahweh of armies. Crowds of the diaspora Jews will approach, saying, "We will go with you, because we know that the Eternal is on your side." The Yom Kippur that will follow liberation will be a day of purification of the impurities of all those who accepted salvation. On that day the blindness of the sons of Jacob will end, and they will look toward him whom they pierced, and they will cry bitterly for him as he cries for an only begotten son. At the feast of Sukkot, crops, the Spirit of God will be poured out on all flesh, and it will happen that everyone who invokes the name of Yahweh will be saved, receiving a pearl from the vase. In the Dakar of the days of Sukkot, rains of blessings will fall on the immense valley, causing a paradise full of joy and peace to appear in the sight of all the peoples, throughout the Holy Land. On that day the elect of God will understand the words of the book. Hear me, you, who seek justice, you who seek Yahweh. Look to the rock from which you were dug, to the cave from which you were taken. Look to Abraham, your father, and to Sarah, the one that he gave birth. He was alone when I called him, but I blessed him and multiplied him. Yahweh comforted Zion, comforted all his ruins. He will transform his desert into an Eden and his solitude into a garden, where he will find joy and joy, thanksgiving chants and music sounds. Quote, on that day the redeemed will look toward the humble Bedouin who freed Abraham's vase from the cave, and will sing with joy. How beautiful they are, on the mountains, the feet of the messenger who announces peace, of the one who proclaims good news and announces salvation, of the one who says to Zion, "O your God reigns." Because Yahweh comforted his people, he redeemed Jerusalem. Yahweh discovered his holy arm in the eyes of all nations, and all the ends of the earth will see the salvation of our God. For 6 years, all mankind, illuminated by the greater revelation of Yahweh's love and justice, will have the opportunity to break with the empire of sin, joining the children of Israel in their march of purification and restoration of the kingdom of light. Then it will happen that all the survivors of the nations that marched against Jerusalem will rise, year after year, to prostrate themselves before King Yahweh of armies, and to celebrate the feast of Sukkot. And it will happen that the one among the families of the earth who does not come up and does not come, will attract against herself the plague with which Yahweh will hurt the nations that do not come up to celebrate the feast of Sukkot. In those years of opportunity, the last treat of mercy will sound throughout the world, in an attempt for all sinners to repent and unite in an eternal alliance with Yahweh, saying, "Thus says Yahweh, observe the right and practice justice, because my salvation is ready to come and my justice to manifest. Blessed is the man who proceeds in this way, and the son of the man who affirms this, who keeps the Sabbath and do not desecrate him, and he keeps his hand from practicing evil. Don't tell the foreigner that he gave himself to Yahweh. Naturally Yahweh is going to exclude me from his people, or say the eunuch. There is no doubt, I do not pass a dry tree. Thus says Yahweh to the eunuchs who keep my Saturdays and opt for what is my will, remaining faithful to my covenant. I must give them, in my house and within my walls, a monument and a name more precious than they would have as sons and daughters. I have to give them an eternal name, which will not be removed. And, as for foreigners who surrender to Yahweh to serve him, yes, to love the name of Yahweh and become his servants, namely, all who refrain from desecrating the Sabbath and who remain faithful to my covenant, I will bring you to my holy mountain and cover you with joy in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be well accepted on my altar. In effect, my house will be called a house of prayer for all peoples. Quote, in the 6 years of opportunity, Samael, the great deceiver, in a gesture of despair, will use all possible resources to prevent the realization of Yahweh through his people. In opposition to the sanctification of the Sabbath, which is the sign of the covenant between Yahweh and his chosen ones, numerous religions, allied to impious rulers, will impose another day for worship, not being able to buy or sell all those who remain faithful to the covenant of Yahweh in those years of trials. The elect of God will survive by caring for the angels, who will lead them away from the populous cities that will be punished for the last 7 plagues that will fall on the unrepentant at the end of the 6 years. During the 6 years of the final harvest, the Messiah will build a new and eternal Jerusalem, adorning it with the acts of justice of his elect. That new Jerusalem will only be revealed when all divine justice is completed, at the end of the 7th year, a period in which the elect of God will have as a challenge to live a life without guilt, since any act of rebellion at that time would be without atonement, meaning an eternal shame for the Creator. At the end of the 7 years, the Messiah will appear in the clouds of heaven, accompanied by all the heavenly hosts. By playing his trumpet on that great Rosh Hashanah, the deceased faithful will rise in glory. The victorious living will be transformed in the blink of an eye, receiving perfect bodies. Together, all the redeemed will be raptured into the New Jerusalem, on an unforgettable journey that will begin on the first day of the Sukkot festival. After 7 days of happy ascension, they will arrive in the holy city to commemorate, before the throne, the 8th day of the party. As if it were a dream, the rescued of the Lord will enter the holy city, finding on their north side, the Garden of Eden, in the middle of which Mount Zion rises, the place of Yahweh's throne. Crowned by the Messiah, the redeemed will sing the song of victory, making the chords of their harps, lutes and flutes vibrate throughout the space. Chapter 8. Melchizedek's predictions continue. Abraham and his shepherds proclaim the salvation represented by the history of the vase and its redemptive flame. They grant pearls to believers. A time of opportunity before the calamity. The pearls of the vase did not have meaning to Sarah. After uttering all these predictions, Melchizedek told me that all the experience we were living was prefigurative. For the whole drama to be consummated, we still had important events ahead of us. First, I should return to the Mamre Oak together with my shepherds, to proclaim to all the salvation represented by the history of that vase. Anyone who, with repentance, accepted the revealed Messiah, would obtain forgiveness of their sins, receiving a pearl. At the end of 6 years, on the eve of Rosh Hashanah, the pearls would be finished, there being no more chance of salvation. At that time, the fire of judgment would fall on the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, with terrible plagues upon all the infidels. When I heard such words from the king of Salem, great anguish came upon me. When I remembered Sarah's last steps, I feared that she, in her disbelief, would not accept a pearl. If this happened, my beautiful dreams would fall to the ground, because I would not be happy in his absence. Reading in my eyes the anguish, Melchizedek comforted me with a promise. Abram, 6 years from now Yahweh will visit you in your store, and your wife will be cured of her sterility. She will convert and give you a son named Isaac. At the end of the Sukkot party, we returned to our stores next to the Mamre Oak. As we went along the road, many people surrounded us, admired by the beauty of the vase full of pearls. We all told the story of his redemptive flame, and offered the pearls to all who, believing, accepted salvation. When we arrived at the Mamre Oak, a crowd of people waited for him. Many had heard of the miraculous liberation operated through that vase that had been the target of so much contempt. Now, everyone was muted to see him glorified. Together with my pastors, we continue to proclaim the infinite love of Yahweh revealed by the flame. The number of those who sought pearls was increasing, day after day, and we were all happy. The days, months and years went by, and the amount of pearls was decreasing inside the vase. We were living now the last months of the 6th year, which was the last chance. As the days went by, a worry and anguish increased in my heart, for Sarah had not taken interest in seizing her pearl in spite of my constant pleas. In those moments of affliction in which I cried out to God for the salvation of Sarah, my only consolation was the last words of the King of Salem, that at the end of the 6 years she would be transformed. We lived now the last days of the 6th year. The awareness that time was running out made many people procure me from morning to night to seize the pearls of salvation. With my heart wounded by inexpressible affliction, I insisted with Sarah, trying to convince her of her need to take, as soon as possible, a pearl, because they were becoming scarcer every day. Regardless of my anguish, Sarah disdained my requests, affirming that those pearls had no meaning for her. Chapter 9. Abraham tries to convince Sarah without success. Abraham receives 3 pilgrims with hospitality. The Lord converts Sarah and blesses him, gives him 2 pearls, one for her and one for his son. Abraham falls at the feet of his Redeemer and receives the last pearl. After a sleepless night in which, desperately, I tried to convince my beloved to take possession of her pearl, accepting the salvation represented by that vase, I saw the sun rise bringing the light of the last day, the eve of Rosh Hashanah. Looking into the vase that morning, I saw that there were barely 3 pearls left. When I admired the brightness, I began to imagine that the brightest would be for my promised son, that of intermediate brightness would be Sarah's, and the last one would be mine. That thought brought me relief and hope. But, at the same time, I began to worry about the possibility of people arriving trying to get them. If they came, I could not deny them the right to them. Taken by that concern, I sat under the Mamre oak. During the day, a great shudder came upon me when I saw in the distance 3 pilgrims walking towards our shop. I began to cry out to God that they change course, but my cries were not answered. Dominated by great bitterness, I ran to them, and, after prostrating myself, invited them into the shadow. Taking a vase with water, I began to wash their feet, cleaning them from the dust of the road. Seeing the wounded and blistered feet of those men, I felt compassion for them. I understood that they had come from far away, facing dangers and challenges, in order to get the pearls on time. I saw that they were much more deserving than me, Sarah and our promised son. By washing the feet of the third, my heart that until then was afflicted, was filled with peace and joy. I imagined at that time, how terrible it would be if that third pilgrim had not joined the first 2 on that journey. In that case I would be obliged to take the last pearl, climbing without my beloved Salem. If I had to go through that experience, the pearl that symbolized the joy of salvation, would become for me a symbol of loneliness and sadness, because the long life of Sarah's affection would be for me the greatest punishment, like my own death. After washing their feet, I began serving them the food that was specially prepared for them. While serving them in silence, I was waiting for the moment when they would ask me about the pearls. But without revealing any hurry, they talked about the long walk they made, about the cities they had passed through. I asked them if they knew Salem. They answered me affirmatively, adding that in those 6 years, many works had been carried out in that city, in preparation for a great party that was about to take place in another year, for the occasion of Sukkot. The words of that third pilgrim, the most talkative of the 3, began to bring me, mysteriously, a feeling of hope. Looking into his blue eyes, I saw that he looked like Melchizedek. I remembered the last promise made by the King of Salem, when the third pilgrim asked me with a smile, "Abram, where is Sarah your wife?" Stunned, I asked him, "How do you know my name and my wife's name?" The pilgrim replied, "Not only do I know your names, but I also know that, within a year, you will have a son who will be called Isaac." When I heard the words of the visitor, I ran into the store to call my wife, to hear the words of the pilgrim. When he saw her, the pilgrim asked him, "Sarah, why are you laughing at my words?" Scared, Sarah replied, "I did not laugh, my lord." "Don't say you didn't laugh, because I saw you laughing inside the store." The pilgrim affirmed. Conscious of being in front of someone who knew his interior, Sarah asked him, "Who are you, Lord?" "I am the flame that broke away from the fire of the altar to be in your husband's vase. I am the Messiah, the Yahweh who suffers humiliation and contempt for love of his people." Having made this revelation, the pilgrim extended his hands over Sarah's head to bless her. Only until then I saw that they were marked by scars similar to those of the King of Salem. The pilgrim, with much tenderness, began to speak to the heart of my beloved, rescuing her from her cave of disbelief. "Sarah, you are valuable in my eyes. All your past of disbelief and infertility is forgiven. I have a glorious future for you will become the mother of many peoples and nations." After saying these words, the noble visitor went to the vase and, bowing, took from him the 3 remaining pearls. Addressing Sarah, He handed her 2 pearls, and said, "One is for you and the other is for your son Isaac." With life transformed by Yahweh's love, Sarah prostrated herself at the feet of the pilgrim who had saved her at the last moment of opportunity. When I saw her prostrate submissive, my heart for so many years afflicted, it broke into tears of joy and gratitude, and I fell at the feet of my Redeemer and King. After comforting us with the certainty of our eternal salvation, the pilgrim handed me the last pearl. When I squeezed it in my hands, I felt a great light of joy and peace penetrate my whole being, and I began to praise the Eternal for the certainty that I would forever have my dear Sarah and the son of the promise that, within 1 year, would be born. Chapter 10. Abraham accompanies the Lord to the hill from where the Lord sends his 2 companions on a mission. Yahweh laments the destruction that will come to the inhabitants of the cities of that beautiful valley. Abraham intercedes for that people. There were not 10 righteous in Sodom and Gomorrah. Yahweh's lamentation. The 2 companions are sent to rescue Lot and his daughters. Abraham prostrates himself thankful to Yahweh for the intervention in the rescue of his relatives. After these things, Yahweh said goodbye to Sarah and the shepherds who were there, and invited me to accompany them to the hill facing the valley. When we arrived at that place, the Eternal said goodbye to his 2 companions, sending them on a special mission in Sodom. From the top of the mountain we contemplated the fertile valleys and forests that, like a paradise, stretched on both banks of the Jordan River, surrounding the thriving cities, within which Sodom and Gomorrah stood out. It was on that hill that, after the fight between my shepherds and the shepherds of Lot, I gave him the opportunity to choose the course to follow, because we could not stay together. Attracted by the riches of the countryside, he decided to move there. Looking at my companion who remained silent from the moment we saw the countryside, I was surprised to see him crying. I asked him the reason for his sadness, and he, sobbing, replied, "This is for me a very sad day, for the last time my eyes can rest on this fertile valley. I cry for the inhabitants of those cities who don't know their days will end." Yahweh's statement brought back the memory of all those captives who had been released 6 years before. Unfortunately, almost everyone rejected the purification bath, returning filthy to their homes. Only Lot and his daughters accepted salvation, taking possession of their pearls. Thinking about some possibility of liberation for that people, I asked the Lord, "And if there are in those cities 50 just people, would they still be destroyed?" Yahweh told me that if there were 50 righteous, the entire plain would be forgiven. What if there are 45 fair? If there were 45 righteous, all those cities would be forgiven. I continued with my inquiries until I reached number 10. Yahweh told me that if there were 10 righteous in those cities, the entire plain would be forgiven. Tortured by an inexpressible agony of spirit, Yahweh again wept bitterly, while in a seized voice he uttered a sad regret. "Sodoma and Gomorrah, how many times I wanted to gather your children, like the chicken that gathers its chicks under its wings, but you did not accept my protection. Why is it that you changed the light of my salvation for the darkness of this kingdom of death? My ears are attentive in search of at least one prayer, but everything is silence. My hands are extended, ready to prevent the fire of judgment, but you reject my help." Leaning next to my suffering companion, I joined him in lamentation. In that moment of pain, I was certain that Melchizedek also suffered for all those who had changed the love and peace of Salem, for the illusions of that valley of destruction. After a long cry, Yahweh comforted me, with the revelation of his 2 companions. They were at that time in Sodom, with the mission of saving Lot and his daughters, freeing them from death. His words brought me great relief, and I fell grateful to his feet. Chapter 11. Yahweh commissioned Abraham to record in a scroll the history of the vase, as well as the history of Salem, to later deliver it inside the vase to Melchizedek. Destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Abraham laments in extreme. Before leaving, Yahweh commissioned me with a mission, saying, "Take an empty scroll and record in it the history of the vase and the history of Salem, as you heard from Melchizedek's lips. Within a year, you and all those who will accept salvation must go up to Salem for Sukkot's feast. On that day, they will return the vase to the king of Salem, offering the scroll inside him as a present." That same afternoon, in obedience to Yahweh's orders, I began to record the story lived by me and my shepherds, from the moment I left for the valley, carrying the vase with its flare on its back. The next day, the sun was already high, when, mentioning the city of Sodom in the manuscript, I remembered that this was the day of its destruction. With my heart racing, I ran over there and was frightened by the scenario that stretched before my eyes. Instead of that fertile valley, similar to a paradise, there was a smoking desert, lifeless. Instead of the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, there was a deep crater, where the salty seawaters dripped. Broken at that vision of destruction, I returned to the store with a sad heart. The memory of so many people who, by rejecting divine forgiveness, had been consumed by fire, left me deeply weakened. In the following days, I found no strength to write. I returned to the hill other times, hoping that all this was a nightmare, but instead of the fertile valley I could only perceive that chaos. It took several days for me to return to the spirit of continuing with the writings of the scroll. Story title: Salem's Story. A story written by Abraham. Abraham tells Salem's story as he heard it from the lips of Melchizedek on the occasion when they went up to Salem to celebrate Sukkot's party after the Great Liberation. Adonias, tired of the iniquities of the people and inspired by the virtues of his beloved son, builds a city, a kingdom different from all others. After experiencing the joy of victory and the lamentation of perdition, Melchizedek receives a revelation from an angel, in which he declares that all that drama he was living had a prefigurative sense, portraying past and future events, which involved the whole vast universe. See Chrono 1 and 2. Chapter 1. Adonijah, a righteous man, seeks to achieve his dream of justice and peace. He writes on a scroll the laws that would govern the new kingdom of peace. The building of Salem begins, which is destined only for the clean of heart. This is the story of Salem as I heard it from Melchizedek's lips on the occasion of Sukkot's party, 15 days after the release of Lot and his daughters. It all started with a dream in the heart of a man named Adonijah. He possessed many riches, but he appreciated nothing more than the justice and peace that were born of wisdom and love. Tired of the injustices that prevailed throughout the land of Canaan, Adonijah decided to build a kingdom that was governed by laws of love and justice. The name of the capital of that kingdom would be Salem, the city of peace. Salem's subjects would not wield bows and arrows, but would be trained in musical art. Each inhabitant of Salem would always have at his fingertips a musical instrument, to express through him the peace and joy of that new kingdom. Together, they would form a powerful orchestra in the fight against disharmony born of pride and selfishness. The first step of Adonias for the concretization of his plan was to elaborate the laws of the new kingdom, which he wrote them in a parchment. Salem's subjects could not lie, steal, hate, or kill their fellowmen. Pride and selfishness were indicated as the cause of all evil, therefore, they could not exist in that place of peace. The laws of parchment required the practice of humility, sincerity, friendship, and, above all, the love that is the greatest of all virtues. After registering on the parchment the laws that would govern that kingdom, Adonias began to plan the architecture of Salem. It would be a city at first small, with rooms for 1,200 people. As the place of its construction, a high region of Canaan, west of the Mount of Olives, was chosen. In a short time, the realization of Adonias began to attract people from all over the world who, from near and far, came to know the palaces and mansions that were being built. Admired by the beauty of that white city, visitors asked about who their inhabitants would be. Adonijah showed them the scroll, saying that Salem was destined for the clean of heart, those who were willing to obey his laws. Chapter 2. Conclusion of the Salem building. Melchizedek, his father's inspiration. Adonijah, seeking to honor a special subject, sees in Samael a reflection of the prince's own virtues. Samael is honored. The building of the city was finally completed and Salem proved beautiful as an ornate bride, waiting for her husband. Seated on his throne, Adonijah now examined the numerous candidates for subjects who came from everywhere. Those who, promising fidelity to the laws, were approved, received 3 gifts from the king: the right to a mansion, fine linen garments and a musical instrument in which they should practice. The city was finally full of inhabitants. Full of joy, Adonijah summoned everyone to Salem's inauguration party, during which he proclaimed a decree that would determine the future of that kingdom, saying, "From this day, which is the 10th of the 7th month, 6 years will be counted, in which all the inhabitants will be tested. Only those who remain loyal, progressing in the practice of the laws of parchment, will be confirmed as heirs of this kingdom of peace. Those who are bound by guilt and transgression will be banished by trial." The king's words led everyone to a thorough examination of the heart, and they rejoiced with the certainty that they would achieve victory over all pride and selfishness, which are the roots of all evil. Adonijah had an only child whom he had given the name of Melchizedek. The beauty, tenderness and wisdom of that beloved son had been his inspiration for the edification and foundation of his kingdom. Melchizedek was 12 years old when Salem was inaugurated. It was the plan of Adonias to crown him king over the approved subjects at the end of the 6 years. This plan would keep it a secret until the right time. The prince, with his virtues and sympathy, soon became very dear to everyone in Salem. He always had a smile and a word of affection on his lips. He appreciated being with the subjects in their homes, reciting the laws of the parchment in the form of beautiful songs that he lived composing. Its presence brought to the environment an atmosphere of happiness and peace. That beloved prince possessed, in fact, all the virtues necessary to be king of a victorious Salem. Adonijah had built a special mansion next to the palace, with the purpose of offering it to the subject whose life most perfectly expressed the laws of the parchment. Daily he watched the inhabitants, searching among them for that person whom he wished to honor. He was walking through Salem's malls, when, through the chirping of birds, Adonijah heard a voice similar to that of his son. Turning to see who he was, he found a beautiful young man singing a song. When he contemplated on his face the brightness of wisdom and purity, Adonijah was glad to have found him whom he could honor. That young man, who was a faithful copy of the prince, was called Samael. Placing a ring on his finger, the king led him to the palace, where he was received by Melchizedek, who offered many presents, including the right to always be by his side. Adonijah prepared a great banquet in honor of Samael, for which all were invited. When he looked at him next to the king, the subjects cheered him with joy, crediting him as being the prince himself. They exalted with joy the virtues of that beautiful young man, when Melchizedek manifested himself, placing himself with a smile to the right of his father. At the banquet, Samael was honored by all. He was really worthy of residing in the mansion of the mountain, for there was in him a perfect reflection of the virtues that crowned the beloved prince. Chapter 3. The sublime compositions of Melchizedek inspired the people to acts of kindness and peace. Music preserving harmony and peace. Samael, Melchizedek's inseparable companion. Important revelations of Adonijah to his people about the future government of a victorious Salem. Samael, guardian of the laws. Salem grew in happiness and peace. With joy, the subjects gathered every day at dawn to hear, sing and play the sublime compositions of Melchizedek, which inspired acts of kindness and peace. Among friendships born and strengthened by virtue of harmonious music, the one that united the prince and Samael stood out. Since he had begun to reside in the mountain mansion, Samael had become his constant companion. Together they spent long hours, meditating on the laws of parchment. With admiration, the honest subjects saw Adonijah's son transform those laws into beautiful songs. The sweet melodies were born from his lips like the perfume of a flower. Aware of the importance of music in the preservation of harmony and peace in Salem, the prince, in addition to singing, began to devote himself to instrumental music, the lute being his favorite instrument. It was through that instrument that he was able to express with greater perfection the richness of his soul. Of the 6 years of testing, 5 finally passed. Adonias, happy to see that until then all the inhabitants of Salem had remained loyal to the principles contained in the parchment, summoned them to a banquet, in which he would make important revelations. Having taken their places before the throne, the subjects joyfully joined the voices singing the songs of peace, being ruled by Samael. After hearing them, the king, excited, addressed his son, hugging him in the midst of applause from the grateful crowd. Everyone recognized that peace and joy in Salem were largely due to the love and dedication of the beloved prince, who was the author of those sweet songs. At that moment of recognition and gratitude, Adonijah revealed his plans kept until then secret. In a leisurely voice, he told them, "Subjects of this kingdom of peace, my soul is full of joy to contemplate on your day your faces more radiant than in times past. Your clothes remain white and pure, as when you received them from my hands. The harmony of your voices and instruments are better today." Having said these words, the king added solemnly, "A year of trial still remains, at the end of which you will be examined. Remaining faithful as here, you will be honored by being confirmed as subjects of this kingdom of peace. However, if someone were found at fault, they will be banished, even if this trial brings us much sadness and suffering." The king's words led the subjects to deep reflection. Everyone, examining himself, inquired reverently, "Will we be approved?" Surely they would be victorious, because they loved Salem and his laws, joined the voices in an expressive song of faithfulness. At the end of the song, Adonias revealed his great secret. Those who are approved, inheriting this kingdom of peace, will receive my son as king, to whom I will give the glorified throne of this Salem Victorio Sa. The revelation of the king was acclaimed by all with much joy. Adonijah, however, had not yet revealed all his plan, so asking for silence, he continued. My son will hold a special scepter, in which I will seal all the right of dominion. His scepter, symbolizing all harmony, will be a lute. Before this revelation that sensitized everyone, the prince prostrating himself at the feet of his father cried, motivated by much joy. Meanwhile, everyone applauded him with euphoria, yearning to see the dawn of that day when peace would be victorious. Adonijah, calling Samael to be with his son, concluded by saying, in the government of this victorious Salem, I have the purpose of making Samael the first after Melchizedek. The parchment of the laws will be entrusted to him, and he must be the guardian of the honor of this triumphant kingdom. Chapter 4. Samael lets himself be dominated by feelings of greatness and pride. He keeps his plans secret and tries to impose his concepts contrary to the law of parchment. Melchizedek manages to restore him to the path of humility and righteousness, but again falls to being dominated by pride and greed. Samael, knowing Adonijah's plans for Salem's future, was filled with euphoria. He was now gazing at that city like no other, imagining his future of glory. Considering the king's words, that he would be the second in the kingdom, he let himself be dominated by a feeling of exaltation. He, who until then, in obedience to the laws of parchment, had lived a life of humility, began to take pride in his position. In his winding he felt by the throne, having Salem's subjects at his feet, praising his greatness with praise. Samael, totally dominated by that feeling, did not realize that he was being driven along a dangerous road. The pride that seduced him was generating the selfishness that would later manifest in greed. A week after the revelation of Adonijah, the subjects promoted a party in homage to Melchizedek, the future king of Salem. Seeing him acclaimed for so many praises, Samael had his heart snatched away by a strange feeling of envy, the result of pride and selfishness. He could not bear the thought of being left in the background. Wasn't he as beautiful and wise as the prince? It was almost impossible to disguise such a feeling of unhappiness. In times past, Samael found indescribable pleasure in the moments when, beside the prince, he recited the laws contained in the parchment, which were transformed into beautiful songs. Now, such moments became unpleasant, for those principles contradicted their ideals. He decided, however, not to reveal his feelings of rebellion. He would support the old-fashioned parchment until, with his authority, he could exclude it from the new kingdom that would be established. Wouldn't he be the guardian of those laws? That, victory, would seek to achieve through its influence and wisdom. Judging to be able to influence the son of Adonias with his dreams of greatness, Samael approached him with euphoria, and began to speak to him of the glories of the coming kingdom, where the two, covered with honors, would enjoy the praises of a victorious Salem. They would be the heroes of the most perfect kingdom established among men. The delirious words of the honest subject brought concern and sadness to the young prince's heart, for they did not reflect the teachings of love and humility of the parchment. Seeing his intimate friend in danger, Melchizedek, with a tenderness never revealed, led him to the side of the throne, where, taking the scroll, he began to read compassionately the following paragraphs. Salem's kingdom will be affirmed on humility, for this virtue is the basis of all true greatness. Humility is the fruit of love, being contrary to pride, which can keep a creature caught in dust, making it content with its limitations, deceiving it as if they were of infinite value. Humility consists in forgetting oneself, and this, in a life of selfless service for others. Samael, struggling to cover up his indignation at the reading of the scroll that was outdated for him, said to the prince, in a friend's advice. My good friend, we will reign in a victorious Salem, which will shine well above this scroll, whose principles were faithfully fulfilled in these years of trial. Is not full freedom not the glory of Salem? Well, know that complete freedom will not coexist with these laws, whose objective is locked at the end of the 5 years. It is up to us to crown Salem with the honor of total freedom, which will generate endless happiness. Such freedom is impossible to exist under the limitations of the scroll. The king's son shuddered a lot at his friend's words, which showed insanity. How to free him from that path of death? No one in Salem, besides Melchizedek, knew Samael's sad condition. With patience, the prince tried to make him aware of the real value of the parchment, whose laws could never be altered, as this would bring about the end of all peace. The prince's advice finally awakened his heart. Meditating on his words, he became aware of being following a deceptive path. Seeing in the eyes of the one who loved the tears of repentance so much, the son of Adonijah rejoiced in his victory over pride and selfishness. The days that followed the liberation were full of accomplishments. The prince was even more friendly, willing to give all of himself so that his companion could continue triumphantly on the path of humility. In those days of jubilation, he was given the honor of knowing the scepter that was being molded. In a moment of carelessness, Samael, who had once again enjoyed peace in the spirit, allowed his heart to be possessed again by a feeling of greatness, which triggered a new storm in his soul. That feeling mixed with pride and greed came upon him when the prince showed him the golden lute, on which the seal of the entire domain was being printed. Chapter 5. Samael formulates plans of conquest. He preaches to the subjects a false and misleading doctrine. Adonias perceives this rebellion and preaches the accuracy of the laws of the parchment to achieve peace and true freedom. Melchizedek offers them forgiveness and the opportunity to turn to righteousness. Samael secretly meets with his followers and reveals his plan of conquest. From his mansion Samael watched Salem in his morning glow. Seeing her, which ornate bride waiting for her king, she coveted her. In his delirium he began to formulate plans of conquest. He could already feel exalted on his throne, holding the precious scepter in his hands. Everyone would praise him as the liberator of the oppression of those laws. Salem would be a kingdom of complete freedom and pleasure. Dominated by this greed, he began to conquer plans of conquest. Samael decided to act subtly among the subjects, leading them to see on the parchment some inaccuracy to real freedom. In his deception mission, he would act with apparent goodness, showing interest in the growth of everyone's happiness. Putting his plans into practice, he began to visit the subjects in their mansions, telling them about the glories of the coming kingdom, where they would enjoy complete freedom. Great was his influence on Salem. Everyone admired his beauty and wisdom, having him as a perfect apostle of justice and love. No one could imagine that in the midst of that atmosphere of joy and gratitude a subtle trap was being placed, in the grip of which many could fall carelessly. In his seductive mission, Samael did not speak against the parchment. However, he praised him for having exercised a trial mission in those 6 years ready to end. In his logic, however, he tried to show that, in the coming kingdom, when all were approved, they would be above those laws. His arguments, apparently correct, paved the way for him to openly affirm that, in the new kingdom, the existence of parchment would be an obstacle to the realization of true freedom. The seeds of rebellion thrown by Samael would soon germinate in the hearts of many in Salem. This happened 6 months after Yom Kippur, when everyone's destiny would be sealed. A third of the inhabitants, seduced by the terrible deception, now exalted him, in complete disregard of the laws and the prince, whom they judged as outdated. Adonijah, who suffered when he saw the rise of all this rebellion, summoned the subjects to an emergency meeting. On the face of all you could see the contrasting provisions. In a compassionate voice, the king began to reveal to them, as he had never done before, the great importance of the laws recorded on the parchment, showing that they were the basis of all prosperity and peace. If such laws were excluded, all happiness and glory would be extinguished, leading to chaos. After showing the need for the laws, Melchizedek, moved by a strong desire to save those he loved so much, lifted the scroll in front of everyone and, in a voice full of goodness, offered them forgiveness and the opportunity to start again on the path of peace. His words moved everyone, making even Samael himself motivated at first. However, pride prevented him from repentance again. In this way, the honest subject, when he could still look regretfully toward the scroll, hardened in his rebellion, deciding to continue until the end. This decision, however, would not manifest it promptly, for he had idealized a treacherous plan. At the end of the opportunity meeting, Samael summoned his followers to a secret meeting, which was held under the blanket of the night, next to the Cedron Creek that was outside the walls of Salem. After cursing the parchment and all those who defended it, he began telling them about his plans for revenge and betrayal. As you know, the 6 years of trial are running out, subtracting, as of today, 24 weeks for the day of the coronation. If you would like to have me as king instead of Melchizedek, I can steal your scepter, taking over the kingdom. Samael began to explain to them the betrayal launches, giving them the proper guidance on how to act from that date. We need to maintain an appearance of fidelity to the parchment and the prince until it is time to act. The blow will be given on the night before the coronation day. At midnight, we sneak away from Salem. I will steal the scepter that night and, together, we will flee to the deep valley where the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah are. There we will arm ourselves and march against Salem, subjugating our enemies. We will end then with the Pergamino and with all those who refuse to pay obedience to our government. Chapter 6. Samael and his accomplices pretend fidelity to the kingdom. Confident Melchizedek shows Samael the secret place of the golden lute. Samael betrays Melchizedek's confidence by preparing his men and stealing the precious scepter. Samael and his followers march towards the valley. Salem is in danger. Days of apparent tranquility and peace ensued. Samael, feigning fidelity, was always at the side of the prince, showing admiration for his new compositions that exalted the laws of parchment. Samael's followers, in the same way, united the voices in praises that expressed the greatness of the principles to which they disgusted. Melchizedek, full of joy to see the day of his coronation approaching, rehearsed with the subjects the songs of victory, which he had composed especially for that occasion. He happily talked to everyone about his dreams of making Salem increasingly full of honor for his beauty and harmony. Samael, in his hidden wickedness, mocked the prince. He already foresaw the pain that would be caused by the betrayal. In those days of apparent peace, the rebel subjects sought to know where the scepter would be hidden until the day of the coronation. The prince, without distrust, revealed all the secret: the room, the chest with its enigma, the rich case, and finally the treasure. Contemplating the cunning, Samael was encouraged to see the seal of the domain printed on its convex part. He understood that he who possessed it would have Salem's kingdom in his hands. Only a few days, he thought, and he would have that precious instrument under his power. The sun declined, bringing Salem the day that would mean victory or defeat. Shortly before nightfall, Samael had left the palace where he had spent the whole day next to the prince, helping him in the preparations for the coronation ceremony. Heading towards his mansion, he greeted the darkness with an evil smile. How much he had longed for that night! While the faithful, bewitched by the excitement of the happy victory, reviewed under the light of candlesticks the ornaments of their instruments, their garments and mansions, certifying that they would be approved the next morning, Samael and his followers made their final preparations to wield the blow. At midnight, following Samael's instructions, all his followers silently abandoned their mansions, heading for the deep valley of Cedron, where they would wait for their new king. Samael, in turn, went to the palace funds, where he hoped to enter without being noticed, going to meet the scepter. Avoiding making any noise, he crossed the portal, silently heading to the room that guarded the beautiful scepter. At that moment, the prince, who sleeplessly rolled in his bed, feeling some danger, went to his father's room and woke him up, saying, "My father, I heard the sound of footsteps inside the palace." Stroking the head of his son, Adonijah, sleepy, replied, "Son, don't worry, lie with me and sleep peacefully. From here the dawn will scratch and you will have the golden lute in your hands." The prince, reassured by the reliable words of his father, gave himself to a dream of beautiful dreams in which he lived next to Samael and all Salem's subjects, the festive moments of the coronation. While this was happening, the rebel with trembling hands seized the scepter. At that time, he had the idea of taking only the lute, leaving the case in its proper place. With a smile full of evil, he imagined the moment when the king would give his son that empty case. Taking the scepter with him, Samael hurried to the place where his followers were waiting for him. When he found them, he gave way to all his pride by proclaiming, "Now I am the king of Salem. Who owns a scepter like mine? With it I dominate the land and the sea. My strength is in darkness, because through them I conquered it." Celebrating the victory, the noisy mob separated to distance themselves from Salem, following the corrupted cities of the plain, where they pretended to arm themselves for the conquest of their kingdom. The sun appeared on the horizon, bringing the light of the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur. Waking up from his dream of beautiful dreams, the prince got ready for the ceremony of judgment and coronation. Special garments of fine linen, adorned with gold threads and precious stones, were prepared. After dressing, Melchizedek headed to meet his subjects at the southern end of Salem. From there he would lead them on a festive march towards the palace to the north, on Mount Zion. Adonijah, sounding a long horn, summoned everyone to the trial meeting. Leaving their mansions, all the remaining ones went towards the square of the south door, taking with them their musical instruments. When he met those faithful, Melchizedek was surprised by the absence of many. That mystery hurt in his soul, for he hid the most beloved face of his friend Samael. Leaving his followers together, the prince went in search of the absent. In his unsuccessful search, he finally went to the mansion on the mountain, where he called Samael. His voice, however, brought no reply beyond an empty echo, which translated ingratitude. Reading betrayal in the sad emptiness, he felt like crying. In a single moment the whole past came to mind of the one whom he had sought with such dedication to keep it in his glory, through wise advice. He remembered those days that followed his recovery, how he had rejoiced with the certainty that his friend would never fall again. Taking him to present the tragedy, Samael's inquiries about the lute came to mind, which he showed in a gesture of friendship. The memory of this fact, added to the steps heard inside the palace that night, gave him the certainty that Salem was in danger. Not enduring that possibility of betrayal, he prostrated himself in tears, hurt by the terrible ingratitude of the one to whom he had dedicated so much love. Curved by pain, he remained for some time trying to find some comfort. He finally dried his tears, determined to make any sacrifice in order to return his glory and power to Salem, redeeming the scepter from the hands of rebellion. Consoled by the certainty of victory, Melchizedek returned to the side of the faithful subjects. Hiding their suffering, as well as the reason for the absence of so many, the prince guided them in a triumphant march towards the palace. Chapter 7. Faithful subjects, oblivious to betrayal, raise songs of triumph in expectation of the coronation of their king. The coronation is truncated due to the absence of the scepter. Everyone grieves and Melchizedek comforts them with the promise of rescuing the precious scepter. Melchizedek goes out in his search. Samael, full of anger, scrapes the inscriptions engraved on the scepter. Melchizedek faces dangers in search of the scepter and is preserved. As they approached Mount Zion, they climbed the very white steps of the stairs, being followed by the triumphant crowd. It hurt in his soul the expectation of seeing his cheerful song die on the lips of the faithful, that morning, due to the betrayal. He was now inside the palace, before the magnificent throne that awaited the young king. At the base of the throne, the parchment of the laws lay open, in the middle of a floral arrangement. Next to him you could see the beautiful crown, made of gold and precious stones, as well as the case of that scepter that symbolized all the harmony of Salem. The subjects were happy, for they knew they would be found worthy to inherit that kingdom of peace. They were waiting for the moment of the coronation, when their new king would rule them from his throne with his precious scepter, in a triumphant chant. Amid the applause of the victorious hosts, Melchizedek turned to his father, who received him with a warm hug. The moment was truly solemn. The hosts were silenced in anticipation of the coronation. The case would be open and everyone would witness the exaltation of the beloved prince. With his heart pounding with joy, Adonijah bent down to the case, opening it carefully. When finding it empty, the joy of his countenance gave rise to an expression of inexpressible concern and sadness, for in that scepter the fate of that kingdom of peace had been sealed. Seeing his father and all the subjects afflicted by the absence of the scepter and so many friends who should be with them at that time, Melchizedek comforted them with the promise that he would seek the scepter. Unaware of the risks and dangers that awaited the prince on his way, the subjects said goodbye to him, watching him leave in haste. The dawn of that day, which would be that of the coronation, reached the distant rebels of Salem, en route to the cities of the plain. On that morning, Samael was filled with fury when he saw that the precious lute was adorned with inscriptions of the laws contained in the scroll. Taking a pointed stone, he began to damage the scepter, scraping away all the words of love and justice. His harmonious strings were now in tune over his wounded convex part, but he was still beautiful, for Salem's domain lay sealed on him. Owning it meant being the owner of all power. When he reached the height where the road branched, Samael ordered his followers to continue towards Gomorrah, while he would go to Sodom, where he would remain for 2 days, joining them later. He waited for the night to enter Sodom. When he entered there, he walked through the narrow streets without being noticed, until he found an isolated house on an elevation. Making the scepter his weapon, he invaded the house, killing his inhabitants while they slept. He thus took possession of that residence where, alone, he would machine his plans for the sale of Salem. The evening of that day, which would be the coronation, reached the son of Adonijah as he walked along the stony path to the valley. His eyes were full of sadness and anxiety, turned to the ground, looking for the traces of the rebels. The memory of the ingratitude of those whom he loved so much made him cry. His tears, reflecting the last flashes of that setting sun, resembled drops of blood flowing from a wounded heart. He cried not because of the dangers that came upon him on that cold night, but because of the unhappy fate of those who had changed Salem's peace because of the violence of those cities in the plain. His only consolation was the memory of those who, despite all the temptations, had remained faithful. They had been promised to return the scepter, and this would be achieved despite any sacrifice. After a long night of insomnia, when the prince was lying on the side of the road, he streaked the light of a day that would be decisive. As he approached Sodom on that morning, the thought of being so close to the scepter of his beloved Salem made him forget all the fatigue, shortening his steps toward the challenge. When the great gate of the city opened, a fear came upon him, upon hearing frightful noises of disharmony, which translated the pride, selfishness and greed that dominated all hearts, making them explode in the orgy of an endless evil. It would be a great risk to expose yourself to the free violence of that city. This thought made him pause at a step from the portal, where he shuddered, bowed his forehead in an inexpressible internal struggle. He was tempted to retreat, but struggled with all his soul forces against that thought of failure. Thinking of Salem's sad fate, whose dominion was being trampled inside that cruel Sodom, Melchizedek made a firm decision. As a reckless warrior, he would have to move forward, and certainly even if he had to face the accumulation of all the dangers, he would continue, until he raised in his victorious hands the beloved scepter. Resolute and hopeful, he went through Sodom's door, diving into that strange world. Everything there was the opposite of Salem, beginning with the rough and dirty stones of his constructions. Sodom was a kingdom of darkness. The contrasting presence of the prince was soon noticed by many who, in tumult, surrounded him. The purity of the character expressed in his great face and the splendor of his garments filled them with horror, and they retreated as defeated by an invisible force. Dominated by fury, they began to chase him from a distance, determined to make him flee. He was thrown stones and mud trying to stain his clothes, but they did not hit him. Meanwhile he advanced in his anxious search. They finally gave up chasing him at sunset. Melchizedek, after much affliction, finds the precious scepter that was destroyed by Samael. The prince's dignified stance before the traitor's threats. His firm willingness to redeem the scepter at any cost. Pain and blood as the price of the scepter's rescue. The atonement of Melchizedek to redeem the scepter, a likeness of the atonement of Christ to redeem mankind. The son of Adonijah traveled all the streets and alleys in search of the beautiful scepter, but it was in vain. Seeing the sun decline on the horizon, announcing the arrival of a dark and cold night, his heart was in great agony. There, in that last alley, almost defeated by exhaustion and despair, he bowed his forehead, fainting in tears. His lips pronounced in the middle of sobs the following words. Salem, Salem, you can't perish. Your scepter needs to be redeemed from the grip of rebellion. But when and where will I find it? There are no more forces left in me, and the hope of redeeming him before night leaves me. The prince, in his supreme anguish, did not perceive that another groan of pain, coming from busted strings of a humiliated lute, was heard in that evening. Suddenly, the weak groan penetrated his ears, reviving him with the certainty that the great moment of redemption had come. Drying her tears, she gathered the last forces, running in the direction of a small house on a hill, where the sound seemed to come from. As he went to the door between the open, he stopped when he contemplated a contrasting scene of humiliating slavery. Samael, wrapped in a dirty cloak, punished Salem's scepter. Both the young man and the scepter were so disfigured that there was almost no feature of the lost glory in them. That scepter, however, certainly raised as it was very valuable, for in it lay the seal of Salem's dominion. The contemplation of the one who had been his best friend and of that idealized scepter as a symbol of all harmony, in such a tragic condition, deeply moved the prince, making him cry loudly. Only until then did the rebel subject perceive his unwanted presence. Shivering, he got up, and, full of anger, asked him, "What brought you to Sodom?" Indicating towards the damaged scepter, Melchizedek exclaimed, "Salem's glory is destroyed." With a laugh, Samael mocked his sadness, saying, "Now I am the king of Salem. You who are faithful to the parchment will become my slaves." Without giving importance to Samael's words of affront, the prince, moved by infinite anguish, said, "Samael, Salem is hurt by your betrayal. Why did you change your home of justice and love for this valley of injustice, hate and death? Now, if you do not wish to return to Salem, return the scepter. It was to redeem it that, belittling all the dangers, I descended into this hostile valley. Knowing the prince's purpose, the rebel was filled with rage and clenching his fists he said, I hate you Melchizedek. Having said this, he threw the scepter to the ground, and stomping on it added, I have the desire to do the same with you. In front of that affront, the prince felt no fear, but compassion. Transporting himself to the happy past, he remembered the happy moments in which he always had Samael by his side. He was a pure and humble young man of heart. Why had he allowed himself to be enslaved by the illusion of pride and selfishness? How painful it was to see that young man who, for his beauty and sympathy, had been honored above all subjects, now ruined by greed. Had it not been the prince's dream to have, beside his glorified throne, the one he considered the most precious friend? This tragedy hurt his soul. However, the sad condition of the scepter afflicted him even more, for this had been made as the symbol of all harmony, and was being destroyed under the feet of ingratitude. Surprised not to see in Melchizedek's eyes any expression of fear, but of mercy, Samael felt frustrated in his insults that aimed to intimidate him, leading him to give up his mission. Before the dignified position of the prince, who contemplated him in silent pain, he felt ashamed. That weakness, however, was banished by the pride that dominated his heart. Then he began to plan something terrible, to humiliate and hurt the prince, making him suffer even more. With derision he said, Salem's scepter may be yours, if you manage to pay me the price of your ransom. With a gleam in his eyes, the prince asked him, What is the price? Samael, with a mischievous smile, slowly replied, The price is not gold or silver, but pain and blood. You must undress completely of your clothes, lying on the floor. You must endure in that condition, blows, until the sun sets. If you were willing to submit to me, without reacting, the scepter will be entirely yours. Shivering at such a cruel proposal, the son of Adonijah looked toward the sun that lay distant on a cloud. He then began to lock an intense fight in his heart. At first, the horror of the sacrifice almost dominated him, encouraging him to retire, but the thought of seeing Salem enslaved by rebellion finally led him to the decision to pay the ransom price, surrendering himself to humiliating suffering. Having made the firm decision to rescue the scepter, the prince threw the clothes, placing them on a stone. He lay down immediately on that cold floor, his forehead turned toward the west. Mercilessly, Samael began to scourge him, using the scepter itself as an instrument of torture. Moaning at the pain of the blows that made him bleed, the prince kept his eyes fixed on the sun that seemed to stop over the cloud. Stunned by the pain, he finally watched the sun soon set. Encouraged by the approaching victory, he muttered in a low voice, Jerusalem, Salem, from here I will have in your arms a precious scepter that, in my hands, will become an instrument of justice and peace. Hearing the promise the prince made between groans, Samael shouted at him furiously, Your suffering will not bring any dawn to Salem, for your hands will never be able to touch in the scepter. After making that affront, Samael took possession of a pointed stone, preparing to deal the last blows. While thinking of Salem's happy victory, Melchizedek felt his right arm being compressed by Samael's feet. Following this rude gesture, a blow that made him contort in agony. His hand had been cruelly dug, beginning to pour abundant blood from the open wound. That same violence was later unloaded on his left hand. Not enduring the agony caused by those heartbreaking blows, the son of Adonijah, bloodied, plunged into the darkness of a deep fainting. Samael, horrified by his guilt, leaves the prince, leaving the scepter next to him. Melchizedek regains consciousness, takes his clothes and his scepter, takes an oath and leaves for Salem. Samael does not regret the similarity of the experiences of Melchizedek with whom the Son of God would live. Melchizedek is received with acclamations for his redemptive act, is attended by his loving father, and the scepter is restored. When he stopped beating the prince, the rebel subject was possessed by a strange horror when he contemplated on the face of the one who had only done him good, the drowsiness of death. He tried not to remember the past, but, irresistibly, he felt himself being dragged into the days of his happy innocence in Salem. Clothed in rich robes, he was always next to the prince who, with dedication, taught him his songs every day about peace. In the unwanted memories by which he was dragged, he revived his first steps on the path of pride and selfishness. He remembered the incessant advice and pleas of the one who had been his best friend, to give up that path that could lead him to unhappiness. After being dragged in memories by all that past of happiness destroyed by his fault, Samael was aware of his ingratitude. Horrified by what he had done, he leaned over Melchizedek's bloody body, and despaired when he saw him lifeless. Not bearing the burden of great guilt, he left that place hurriedly, wishing to hide away, under the darkness of the cold night. After a deep fainting, the prince began to regain consciousness. In delusions that transported him to the heart of his beloved Salem, he relived lived and dreamed moments. With joy he contemplated the face of his best friend, to whom he extended his hand with a smile. But his gesture was frustrated by deep pain. Amid the applause of the victorious subjects, he received the scepter from his father, but when he touched it, he felt an irresistible pain in his hands. With these dreams frustrated by pain, Melchizedek awoke to reality. He was naked, hurt and lonely, in a dangerous place, away from Salem's coat and affection. More painful was to think that all that had been the retribution of someone who had been the main target of all the gifts of his love. The prince, unable to move, considering the great betrayal, began to cry without comfort. He regretted not for his pain, but for the downfall of those who had changed Salem's love and justice for the contempt and hatred that would finally reduce them to ashes over that damned valley. Through the tears, the prince watched the sky that, like a cloak inked with blood, stretched in the light of the setting sun. He remembered then the loot for which he had paid such a high price. Where would he be? In his desperate escape, Samael had left the scepter abandoned next to Melchizedek's wounded body. When he saw it, he forgot all the pain, and hugged him with his wounded hands. Stroking the ruined convex part, with a smile he said, "You are mine again. I bought you with my blood." Samael, who, dominated by the strange horror, had fled after committing the horrible crime, stopped a step away from Sodom's door. There, driven by pride, he repented with indignation at his weakness. Why had he fled after winning such a great victory? Wasn't his plan to destroy the kingdom of Salem, to establish his own kingdom? Remembering the scepter, he decided to return to take it. Why had he left him abandoned next to the corpse of that hated prince? Gathering his few forces, Melchizedek went dumbfounded to the place where he had left his clothes. After dressing, having the beloved scepter by the chest, the son of Adonijah, with deep emotion, made an oath before leaving that place of his suffering. Stroking the scepter he said, "My beloved scepter, you were created as an emblem of harmony that comes from justice and love. All the glory of Salem rested upon you when the rebellion in his ingratitude enslaved you, dragging you into this hostile valley. Here you were hurt and humiliated, becoming an instrument of impiety in the hands of the tyrant. I, however, redeemed you with my blood. Now our wounds will be restored, and soon we will be enthroned amid the praises of a victorious Salem. When this dream comes true, we will witness together the end of those who rose against us to hurt us. Samael and his followers will be devoured by the fire that will reduce Sodom and Gomorrah to ashes." Concluding his solemn oath, the young prince, already hidden by the darkness of the night, left that hill, and on it the marks of his suffering. Since the king's son had left, promising to return with the scepter, Salem lived moments of unspeakable anxiety. In tears, the king and the remaining subjects remembered all that happy past broken by the ingratitude of the rebels. What tortured them most was the absence of the prince and the scepter, without which all the brightness of that kingdom of peace would be obfuscated. Desiring to comfort the hearts of his subjects, Melchizedek advanced in the middle of the night towards the mountains that surrounded Salem. Still weakened and injured, he continued on his upward march, hoping to reach his homeland in the morning. That long dark night was finally overcome by the rays of dawn. In Salem, the hope of seeing Melchizedek again with his scepter was almost abandoned when, looking at the Mount of Olives, they saw him descending down the road to Gethsemane. When they found him in the deep valley of Cedron, they were frightened with his appearance. His face was pale and his mantle soaked in blood. Precisely still, he smiled, expressing great joy. When they asked him about the reason for those blood marks, Melchizedek took out his wounded hands from under his mantle, showing them in their midst the redeemed scepter. After telling them the steps that led him to the rescue of the scepter, the muted subjects bowed reverently at his feet, acclaiming him as their Redeemer and King. In the midst of the praises of the redeemed hosts, the prince was introduced into the royal palace, where under the care of his loving father, he should recover from his suffering. The disfigured scepter, now more precious, would also be restored, having to become even more beautiful than before. The coronation day was set for the next Yom Kippur. On that day, Melchizedek would seal with the restored scepter the triumph of all the faithful, as well as the condemnation of the rebels. Chapter 10. Samael, not finding the prince's body or the scepter, leaves for Gomorrah and is received as king by his men. Samael and his followers increase in iniquity and pride. Through terror it conspires the kings of the plain and incites the war against other kings. Samael and his men are defeated and hide in caves. A few moments after Melchizedek's departure, Samael arrived at the place where he had apparently left him lifeless, next to the lute. Without understanding that mysterious disappearance, he went on to Gomorrah, where his followers were waiting for him. When he saw them, he proclaimed his victory over the hated prince and over the scepter, whom he had massacred in Sodom, not subtracting any hope from the followers of the parchment. His words pleased the rebel mob, who began to commemorate the conquest by giving himself to the orgy. They were mocking justice and love now, exalting Samael as a victorious king. Now they would obtain weapons, with the purpose of advancing on Salem, settling the last blow. They joined them in their evil purposes, many criminals who were received as masters in the handling of bows and arrows. In his madness, Samael ordered the expulsion of every calendar, since in his kingdom of freedom, they would not be subject to any computation of time. The laws of morality were also excluded, resulting in complete chaos. This disorder manifested itself more clearly in the raucous and cacophonic noise, which they proclaimed as the new music. Dominated by selfishness, Samael and his followers fed on illusions, unaware that their days were numbered. The fruits of rebellion would soon attract the fire of destruction upon them. By dividing his followers into small groups, Samael began to command them in violent acts that terrified the inhabitants of the plains. At that time, they hid in the caverns located near the Salt Sea. The respect and fear of the Samael guerrillas finally led the kings of 4 cities to procure it, proposing peace alliances. They were, Bara, king of Sodom, Bursa, king of Gomorrah, Sanab, king of Adama, Semever, king of Seboim and Segar, the king of Bela. At that time, these kings paid tribute to Chordolaomer, the king of Elam who, accompanied by the armies of 4 other cities, had subjugated them in the Siddim Valley by the Salt Sea. Strengthened by alliances, Samael became more daring in his close, bringing terror and destruction to the territories of distant cities. Chordolaomer's armies and their allies who in those days returned from other conquests, enraged by Samael's provocations, marched against the 4 kings, defeating them again in the Siddim Valley. It was on that occasion that they took captives to the inhabitants of Sodom, among which was my nephew Lot. Cowed before the fury of the 5 kings, Samael and his followers hid in their caves, north of the Salt Sea. Chapter 11. Samael makes preparations to conquer Salem and exposes his spy plan. On his way to Salem, his memories torture him. Salem more beautiful and beautiful than before. Events on the day of the coronation. The 12 months from the great sacrifice were almost over. The scepter, fully restored, shone in its case, while the prince, equally restored from the wounds caused by the rebellion, was glad to see the Yom Kippur coming from his coronation. Meanwhile, he composed beautiful songs that expressed his love for Salem. In those 12 months, the city of peace became more beautiful, being adorned as a bride for the great day of the coronation. A week to Yom Kippur, Samael, totally unaware that the day of his trial was approaching, gathered his followers, announcing that the next mission would be the conquest of Salem. Before they advanced, however, he would climb only to check the vulnerable points of the city. After being applauded by the mob, Samael set out on his reconnaissance mission. While he was advancing alone, he tried not to remember those moments that brought him terror by guilt, but, dominated by a superior force, he was dragged in his memories to that mountain of cruel torture. His whole past began to come to mind, like a crumbling weight. When he woke up from his memories from which he failed to flee, it was already night. The darkness that surrounded him seemed the omen of a sad ending. That discouragement, nevertheless, tried to discard it with the memory of the army that was waiting for him, ready to fulfill his orders, in the conquest of Salem, where there would be no more memories of that parchment. Dawn reached him being close to Salem. When he saw the Mount of Olives, the memory of the last time he crossed it came, leaving behind the defeated city. How many nights had passed since then? He had lost track of time, not knowing that exactly 12 months had passed. He could not imagine that Yom Kippur was on that morning, the day of his trial. Upon reaching the summit of the Mount of Olives that morning, Samael was surprised to see that the city had become prettier than before. All of it was adorned with bouquets and flowers, like a maiden waiting for her boyfriend. And yet Salem was abandoned, having no sign of life in all its mansions. This led him to conclude that the blows that had annihilated the prince and the scepter had resulted in all that abandonment. He did not know, however, that at that time all the remnants of that kingdom were hidden in the great hall of the palace, waiting for the most glorious moment of the coronation of Melchizedek. Imaging himself exalted on the abandoned throne, having victorious armies at his feet, the rebel entered the city, hurrying to the palace. When crossing the main portal that gives entry to the main hall, he was filled with astonishment to see a crowd of faithful gathered there. On a gold table, adorned with flowers carved in precious stones, was the empty throne. At the base of the throne was the parchment of laws, a gold crown full of precious stones and the case he had left empty on that night of betrayal. Without understanding the puzzle, Samael hid behind a column, fearing to be recognized, and kept watching. The subjects, with the expression of happy expectation, looked towards the empty throne. Where did they find reasons for all that joy, if they had lost their king along with the scepter? Samael wondered about that mystery, when Adonijah, applauded by the subjects, headed for the throne. With a voice full of excitement for the victory, the founder of Salem announced that the dream of the coronation had arrived. A shout of triumph echoed through the air when, announced by his father, the beloved prince entered, heading for the throne. Seeing him covered by a mantle of glory, Samael was possessed by a terrible dread, and attempted to flee. He discovered, however, that all the portals of the great hall were closed on the outside. The coronation ceremony began. It was a truly solemn moment. Adonijah, in a reverent gesture, took the rich crown, placing it on his son's forehead. After leaning toward the case, he opened it carefully, taking out the restored lute, whose beauty and brightness were far superior to his first condition, as his waterhouse left Adonijah's hands. Sitting on the throne amid the acclamations of the subjects, Melchizedek began to play the scepter, drawing chords of great harmony and peace from him. Everyone quieted down to hear his new compositions expressing his deep love for the scepter and for all that kingdom of peace. Great emotion invaded everyone's heart at that moment, bringing them to tears. Samael, without the strength to react, felt tortured by those chords that tortured him by reliving his lost opportunities in his mind, in a terrible torture for his conscience. Melchizedek had composed for that special moment, songs that portrayed the highlights of Salem's history. When he began to sing about the friendship he had for Samael, his voice was filled with tears that he could not contain. It was sad for him to sing about the fall of the one who had been his greatest friend. He sang then about the high price he had to pay for the reconquest of the scepter, which represents the honor of Salem. When contemplating those hands marked by the scars, touching with such mastery and affection the restored scepter, the subjects, taken by a strong emotion, prostrated themselves in tears. Seeing in the hands of Melchizedek that lute that, in his hands, had been an instrument of torture, Samael understood, too late, how much he had erred, deviating from the prince's advice. How many times those hands in which he had discharged all that violence had been extended in an effort to save him, and he had neglected them negligently. Now, it was too late. Extremely late. Chapter 12. Jubilee Proclamation and Coronation of Melchizedek. Sealing citizenship to the faithful. Samael introduces himself and challenges the king. Sealing the trial against Samael and his followers. The triumphant subjects who, reverent, had been led to all that past of happiness, betrayal, pain and triumph, finally joined the voices in a joyful proclamation. True and righteous are your principles, O King of Salem. You are worthy to reign in glory and majesty among the lords of your faithful, because in your sacrifice you freed us from the threats of darkness, making the joy of dawn reborn in our hearts. That song of exaltation was followed by the ceremony of the confirmation of all the faithful in their victory. The son of Adonijah, with his redeemed scepter, began to seal with a special touch of the scepter, the victory of each one, for which a long line of exalted faithful was formed. Confirmed subjects, as they received the king's touch of approval, were placed on the right side of the throne, where they remained waiting for the confirmation of the others. The glances that, illuminated with joy, had accompanied the sealing of the last righteous, fell on the strange figure of Samael who, dominated by an irresistible force, was headed downcast in the direction of the throne. His appearance was horrible. His countenance had been deformed by evil. Their clothes were dirty and smelly. Everything about him disgusted, to the point that no one recognized him. Amidst the astonishment of the subjects, Melchizedek rose from his throne as wounded by great pain. From his lips the subjects heard a painful exclamation. Samael, Samael, dash. The deplorable figure of the one who had been so beautiful filled everyone with sadness, and they began to cry. They lamented because they knew that the fate of Samael and all those who had followed him could have been very different, if they had attended to the loving pleas of Adonijah and his son. Was it not the king's plan and Melchizedek's dream to have him as the protector of parchment, being the second in honor in that kingdom? Samael who, recognizing his misfortune, had approached his head down to the throne, witnessing all that lamentation, and again deceived by pride, judging that it was a demonstration of weakness of his enemies. When he remembered his fortified army waiting for him on the plain, he cheated on him with the certainty that he would be victorious over Salem. With this thought, he raised his forehead marked by hatred and, looking at the king, raised his clenched fist and challenged him, disregarding his authority, with the threat of taking his throne away. Even when forgiven for their downfall, Salem's subjects did not endure the bold affront of the maddening young man who, after causing so much suffering, was still able to get up with such a great challenge. The victorious king who with such pleasure had sealed the conquest of the faithful with his scepter, raised it painfully for the sealing of the sad fate of the rebels. Immobilized by a strange force, Samael, without diverting his eyes from the scepter, heard the proclamation of his judgment and all his followers from the king's lips. Prisoners of an invisible force would be held in their caverns for 6 years, after which they were visited by the fire of the trial that would destroy them together with the cities that allied with them. Chapter 13. An angel appears to Melchizedek in his dreams, instructs him and shows him in vision the celestial Salem. Melchizedek, the protector of the broadest revelations of God. Salem story, a similarity to the history of the universe. Melchizedek it moves and honors the Messiah, discovering that it became a likeness of him. Battle for the disputed scepter. Judgment Day. When going to bed after that day of so many emotions, the young king, immersed in the memories of that past of happiness and pain, rolled in his bed without sleep. When he finally fell asleep, he had a very significant dream. In the dream, a luminous angel appeared to him, who greeted him with a smile, told him that the entire universe accompanied with attention all that drama he was living, which had a prefigurative sense, portraying past and future events, which involved the whole vast universe. The words of the angel awoke in Melchizedek a great desire to know the history of that cosmic drama. Knowing his living desire, the angel snatched him in the dream, revealing a distant future. In front of his eyes the glories of a new and splendid Salem were manifested, whose walls and mansions were made of precious stones, the portals of the city were made of pearls. Its wide avenues were of pure gold. The city was quadrangular and stretched for hundreds of kilometers. It was divided into 2 distinct sectors, north and south. To the south stood countless mansions, eternal rooms of angels and redeemed human beings. To the north there was a beautiful paradise which the angel revealed to be the Garden of Eden. There, on both sides of the river of life, there were fields full of all kinds of vegetation, with flowers and fruits in abundance. They lived there in perfect harmony, all species of insects, birds and animals. In the middle of paradise you could see a bright mountain, which the angel claimed to be Mount Zion, the place of God's throne. It was from that mountain that emanated the river of life, flowing throughout the city. When they had reached the summit of the sacred mountain, the king of Salem was dazzled by the scenery seen around him. It was in the highest part of Zion, the most beautiful of all the buildings revealed by the angel as the palace of God. That magnificent construction was supported by 7 columns, all of transparent gold, embedded with beautiful pearls. Around the palace, the most exuberant vegetation flourished. There were pine, cypress, olive, dead, rosemary and fig trees, doubling the weight of their ripe figs. While admiring the beauty of that place, the angel told him that no human being had been given the privilege of seeing inside that palace of God. He would be given this honor, as he was chosen to be the bearer of the broadest revelations about the kingdom of light. When they revered with reverence one of the pearl portals, they prostrated themselves in adoration, while they heard the song of a multiplicity of seraphim, which circled the throne, in constant praise to the one who was, that is and that will always be. Looking at the one who was sitting on the throne, Melchizedek was surprised to discover the figure of a man. He was covered by a mantle of fine linen, of an unparalleled whiteness, and had on his head a crown formed by 7 overlapping crowns, full of precious stones. Looking at the hands that held the scepter, the son of Adonijah was surprised to discover in them scars of wounds, similar to those on his hands. The angel claimed to be the Messiah, the visible manifestation of Yahweh, the invisible God. Attracted by the shining scepter, with which the Messiah ruled over the entire universe, the king of Salem saw in him the seal of dominion, and in it the name was written, Israel. Struck by a deep emotion, Melchizedek prostrated himself before the king of that eternal Salem, and, reliving the history of his small town there, he had the desire to know the great drama of universal history. Knowing the desire of his heart, the angel said, Now I will tell you the story of this glorious Salem. Everything that will be shown to you in the vision, you must faithfully record in 6 scrolls that will be sewn to each other, forming a single scroll. You will have 6 years to write them. At the end of the 7 years, you will receive from the hands of an old man a vase containing a special scroll, with many important revelations, highlighting Salem's story. You will take that roll, and sew it as the first of the 7, forming a single roll. After sealing it, you and the old man will keep it in the vase, taking it to a cave that I will show you north of the salty sea, where it will remain forgotten until the last days arrive, when it will be rescued and revealed to the world through a small Bedouin. After telling the king of Salem these words, the angel led him in vision to an infinite past, when the universe did not yet exist. A story very similar to Salem's began to unfold before his eyes, but, in an infinitely larger dimension, beginning with the creation of the kingdom of light. With admiration he contemplated the formation of billions of worlds and stars, full of life and happiness that began to revolve around the celestial Salem, the paradise of God. His attention then turned to the most beautiful of all the cherubs who, honored by the Creator, began to dwell with him in his palace. An age of happiness and peace seemed to enchant that kingdom, when the same experience of selfishness and rebellion lived by Samael began to be repeated in the life of that beloved angel. Scenes from a great rebellion began to be shown to Melchizedek involving all the inhabitants of the universe. The honest cherub, similar to Samael, had seduced a third of the hosts who began to revere him as king. Amid the scenes of that great conflict, the king of Salem witnessed the creation of planet Earth, upon which man emerged as the rational scepter of that disputed kingdom. In agony he saw the moment when the head of the rebellion approached paradise subtly, seizing the human being, after seducing him with temptations. Then he heard his bellow, in a proclamation of victory. From that moment, the enemy of God began to ruin the human being, extinguishing in him all the features of divine glory, as Samael had done with the scepter. His own experience, when he declared that morning to Salem's subjects his decision to go in search of the lost scepter, began to repeat itself before his eyes. Gathering the hosts who had remained faithful to his government, the Creator began to reveal a rescue plan. He would go in search of man, and would redeem him, even if it cost him an infinite sacrifice. In front of this revelation, the son of Adonijah was moved prostrate, when discovering that in his life he had been honored to portray Messiah himself. All the drama lived by the son of Adonijah in his anguishing search, until the moment of his ordeal for the redemption of the scepter, was gaining amplitudes in that vision that covered an entire eternity. In front of his eyes paraded scenes of a great battle that, without truce, would extend until the day of the final judgment, when the victorious Messiah will wield the redeemed scepter, sealing with him the condemnation of all rebel hosts. Chapter 14. Melchizedek had knowledge of the great liberation due to the revelations that were manifested to him by the angel of the Lord. Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Lot and their 2 daughters, as well as the shepherds and faithful, are welcomed with joy in Salem. To celebrate the feast of Sukkot, Abraham delivers the scroll to Melchizedek, and he sews it by joining it to his own. After reading part of Abraham's scroll, Melchizedek blesses little Isaac and prophesies concerning the future of the scroll. Closing parenthesis. Through the revelations received from the angel, Melchizedek became aware of the great liberation reached 10 days before his coronation, in Rosh Hashanah, when in front of 300 shepherds with their vases lit, armies of 5 kings had fallen, freeing the captives. Knowing our intention to go up to Salem for the occasion of Sukkot, the king made preparations for a great party, in which we would commemorate together the victory over all the disharmony generated by pride and selfishness. It was for this reason that when we arrived in Salem, we were surprised with all that honorable reception. To deal with the story of all these events, made me go through this whole 7th year, almost without noticing his days, which passed quickly. We are today at the gates of a new Rosh Hashanah, when the 300 shepherds will play the horns, summoning all those who possess the pearls, for the solemn meeting of Yom Kippur. 5 days later we will be received in Salem for the Sukkot party. The certainty that important events should still be reported until the moment when the vase will be left in the cave, makes me reserve a space in the roll, in which I will record, day after day, the facts, until the consummation of this history. Today is Rosh Hashanah, the happiest day of my life, for my arms can finally embrace the Son of Promise. The first thing Sarah did when she received it, was to place in her right hand the second pearl that the Messiah had given her on the day of her conversion, on which was written the name Isaac, which means laughter, the name of Melchizedek and the name of Salem. 2 days before Yom Kippur, Isaac was circumcised, according to Yahweh's order. Since the shepherds began to play their horns in Rosh Hashanah, all those who possessed pearls from the vase left their tents, heading in small groups, to be next to the Mamre oak. When Yom Kippur arrived, on the day of the solemn meeting, my pastors informed me that all those who had received pearls had appeared at the meeting, not missing any person. It was wonderful to see the joy stamped on the face of all that crowd, who longed for the climb to Salem. Everyone had a story to tell, how they were misunderstood and humiliated by those who did not receive the salvation represented by pearls. The only consolation they had at that time, came from the certainty that they would go up to Salem for Sukkot's party. On the first day of Sukkot's feast, the crowd was subdivided into small groups of 12 people, to get in order to Salem. Having the vase with the scroll on my back, I placed myself in front of the crowd, being followed by Sarah and Isaac, who were riding a camel. Then behind were Lot and his daughters, and a little further back, the 300 pastors followed by all the faithful. We began our ascent when, accompanied by all his subjects, Melchizedek appeared coming to meet us, making the festive sound of many musical instruments vibrate through the air, commemorating the great victory. After greeting us, the son of Adonijah led us on a festive march until he introduced us to the gates of Salem, which was now more beautiful than before. Before the throne, all the redeemed were crowned by Melchizedek, immediately beginning the great banquet. Great was the joy of the king of Salem when I handed him the vase with my manuscript. Taking me to a special room in the palace, he showed me the 6 manuscripts in which he had recorded the history of the universe, as he had been shown in his dream. Upon receiving my manuscript, he showed it to others, becoming the first of the great scroll. On the last day of Sukkot's feast, the scroll was opened in front of the entire crowd of faithful. After reading a good part of my manuscript, the son of Adonijah, taking in his arms the little Isaac, said, "In the offspring of this child, all the things written in this manuscript must be fulfilled." Having said this, the king blessed him, returning him to Sarah. After blessing Isaac, Melchizedek began talking about the future of the scroll that would remain for almost 4 millennia hidden in a cave, being finally found by a Bedouin from the Ta'amira tribe. Upon leaving his cave, the scroll would face the opposition of many scholars who would declare him apocryphal. The time would come, however, when his revelations would be confirmed, and many would be transformed by his messages, preparing for the day of the final judgment. Story title: The History of the Universe. A story written by Melchizedek. Revelations that an angel of the Lord manifested to Melchizedek in a dream that took place the night after his coronation, a year after recovering the scepter of Salem, having paid the price of his rescue with pain and blood. Chapter 1. The Eternal lived in eternity before creating the universe. World of Light, Mount Zion, River of Life, Garden of Eden, Jerusalem, the City of Peace. Lucifer, the firstborn of angels. Laws of divine government, freedom of choose angels, ministers of the kingdom of light, universe, abyss of darkness, test of faithfulness, separation between light and darkness. Before there was a star to shine, before there were angels to sing, there was already a heaven, the home of the Eternal, the only God. Perfect in wisdom, love and glory, the Eternal lived in eternity, before realizing his beautiful dream, in the creation of the universe. The countless beings that make up the creation were all idealized with love. From the tiny atom to the gigantic galaxies, everything deserved his supreme attention. Lover of music, God idealized the universe as a great orchestra that, under his regency, should vibrate harmonious chords of justice and peace. For each creature he composed a love song. The Eternal was very happy, for his dreams were about to come true. Moving with majesty, he began his work of creation. His hands first shaped a world of light, and on him a glowing mountain on which the throne of the universe would be forever affirmed. to the sacred mountain God called Zion. From the base of the throne, the Eternal brought forth a crystalline river, to represent the life that would flow from him to all creatures. As a throne room, he created a beautiful paradise that stretched for hundreds of kilometers around Mount Zion. To paradise he called Eden. To the south of paradise, on both banks of the river of life, numerous mansions adorned with precious stones were built, destined for the angels, the ministers of the kingdom of light. Surrounding Eden and the angelic mansions, God built a wall of bright jasper, along which large pearl portals could be seen. With joy, the Eternal contemplated the dream capital. The city in its splendor was like an ornate bride, ready to receive her husband. Affectionately, the great architect called her, Jerusalem, the city of peace. God was about to bring the first rational creature into existence. He would be a glorious angel, among all the most honorable. Adorned by the shine of precious stones, that angel would live on Mount Zion, as representative of the King of Kings before the universe. With much love, the Creator began to mold the firstborn of angels. All wisdom applied when forming it, making it perfect. He tenderly granted his life. The beautiful angel, as if waking from a deep sleep, opened his eyes and looked at the face of his author. With joy, the Eternal showed him the beauties of paradise, telling him of his plans, which were beginning to materialize. When he was led to the place of his abode, next to the throne, the Prince of Angels was grateful and, in a melodious voice, sang his first song of praise. From the heights of Zion, it was discovered, in the eyes of the beautiful angel, Jerusalem in its immensity and splendor. The river of life, sliding serenely in the middle of the city, resembled a long avenue, reflecting the beauties of the Garden of Eden and the angelic mansions. Wrapping the firstborn of angels with his mantle of light, the Eternal began to speak to him of the principles that would govern the universal kingdom. Physical and moral laws should be respected to the full extent of divine government. Moral laws were summed up in two basic principles: to love God above all things and others as himself. Each rational creature should be a channel through which the Eternal could shed other life and light. That way, the universe would grow in harmony, happiness and peace. In the kingdom of God, laws would not be imposed with tyranny, the subjects would be free. Obedience should arise spontaneously, in a gesture of recognition and gratitude. In that realm of freedom, disobedience would also be possible. The result of such behavior would be the emptying of vital forces. After revealing to the beautiful angel the laws of his government, the Eternal entrusted him with a mission of great responsibility. He would be the protector of those laws, and should honor and reveal the universe ready to be created. With a heart overflowing with love for God and others, it would be up to him to be a model of perfection. He would be Lucifer, the bearer of light. The Prince of the Angels. Grateful for everything, he prostrated himself before the loving King, promising him eternal faithfulness. The Eternal continued his work of creation, bringing into existence innumerable hosts of angels, the ministers of the kingdom of light. The holy city was populated by those radiant creatures who, happy and grateful, joined the voices in beautiful songs of praise to the Creator. God now brought into existence the universe that, full of life, would revolve around his throne affirmed in Zion. Accompanied by his ministers, he set out for the great accomplishment. After contemplating the immense emptiness, the Eternal raised his mighty hands, ordering the materialization of the multiform wonders that were to compose the cosmos. His order, like thunder, reverberated everywhere, causing, as if by charm, galaxies without numbers, full of worlds and suns, paradise of life and joy, all spinning harmoniously around Mount Zion. When witnessing such a great fact of the Supreme King, the angelic hosts prostrated themselves, causing a song of triumph to pass through the illuminated space, in salutation to life. The whole universe joined in that song of gratitude, in promise of eternal fidelity to the Creator. Guided by the Eternal, the angels began to know the riches of the universe. On that sidereal excursion, they were admired at the immensity of the kingdom of light. Everywhere they found worlds inhabited by happy creatures who received them at party. The angels greeted us with songs that spoke of the good news of that kingdom of peace. As precious as life, the freedom to choose, through which creatures could show their love for the Creator, required proof of faithfulness. With the purpose of revealing it, the Eternal led the hosts through the illuminated space, until it approached an abyss of darkness that contrasted with the immense brightness of the galaxies. In the distance, that abyss had revealed itself insignificant in the eyes of the angels, like a spot without light, but as he approached, he showed himself in his enormity. The Creator, who at every step revealed to the angels the mysteries of his kingdom, was silent there, as if keeping a secret for himself. The darkness of that abyss consisted in the test of faithfulness. Turning to the hosts, the Eternal solemnly affirmed, "All the treasures of the light will be open to your knowledge, except the secrets hidden by darkness. You are free to serve me or not. Loving the light, you will be bound to the source of life." With these words, God made separation between light and darkness, good and evil. The universe was free to choose its destiny. Chapter 2. An eternity of harmony and peace. Lucifer, transmitter of the revelations of the Father to his angels. Assemblies on capital planets. Obedience to divine laws, foundation of progress and happiness. Lucifer is attracted by the darkness of the abyss. Lucifer, created for the light intervention of a loving Father. The great inner struggle of Lucifer. The gift of free will theory of the science of good and evil. Foundations of the eternal kingdom. Betrayal of Lucifer and a third of the hosts. The Eternal warns about the breaking of the source of life, the universe put to the test, the inconsolable crying of the Father, the mysterious abyss, symbolic meaning of the kingdom of rebellion, the creation of the planet Earth. The long-awaited dream of the Creator was concretized. Now, as a loving Father, he led the creatures through an eternity of harmony and peace. By virtue of the fulfillment of divine laws, the universe expanded in happiness and glory. There was a strong jealousy of love, which united all strongly. Rational beings, endowed with the capacity of infinite unfolding, found indescribable pleasure in learning the inexhaustible treasures of divine wisdom, transmitting them to the like. They were like channels through which the source of eternal life nurtured all of love and light. In Jerusalem, the ministers of the kingdom met before the sovereign king, always ready to fulfill his purposes. It was through Lucifer that the Eternal revealed his designs. After receiving a new revelation, he promptly transmitted it to the angelic hosts. These, in turn, shared it with creation. In famous flight, the angels were heading towards the capital planets, where, in large assemblies, the representatives of the other worlds met. In many of these assemblies, Lucifer was present, filling the participants with joy and admiration. Perfect in all virtues, he captivated them with his sympathy. No other angel was able to reveal like him the mysteries of the Eternal's love. The universe, feeding on the source of life, expanded into an eternity of perfect peace. Obedience to divine laws was the foundation of all progress and happiness. Although aware of free will, the desire to depart from the Creator had never risen to the heart of any creature. This was the case for a long time, until such a problem broke into the life of the one who was the most intimate of the Eternal. Lucifer, who had dedicated his life to the knowledge of the mysteries of light, was gradually attracted to darkness. The King of the universe, in the eyes of whom nothing can be covered up, sadly accompanied his steps on the downward path that leads to death. At first, a small curiosity led Lucifer to approach that deep abyss. Contemplating it, he began to investigate the reason for not being able to understand its enigma. Returning to his place of honor, next to the throne, he prostrated himself before the divine king, begging him, "Father, let me know the secrets of darkness, just as you reveal the light to me." At the request of the beautiful angel, the Eternal, with an expressive voice of sadness, said, "My son, you were created for the light, which is life." Convinced that the Creator would not reveal the treasures of darkness, Lucifer decided to understand the riddle for himself. He was judged qualified for so much. With this sad decision, the Prince of Angels allowed a spot of sin to arise in his heart that could bring a catastrophe to the universe. Only God knew what was going on in Lucifer's heart. The angel, who had been created to be the bearer of light, was divorcing in thoughts of the kind Creator who, in an effort to prevent disaster, begged to remain by his side. A tremendous struggle began to lock inside. The desire to know the meaning of darkness was immense, yet, the pleas of that loving Father, whom he did not want to lose, tortured him. Seeing the suffering that his attitude caused to the Creator, he sometimes showed repentance, but fell again. Before creating the universe, God had already foreseen the possibility of a rebellion. The risk of granting freedom to the creatures was immense, but without this gift, life would be meaningless. The Eternal did not want to reign over robots, programmed to do only his will. He wanted obedience to be the result of recognition and love, so he decided to take the big risk. Although he continued to search for the meaning of darkness, Lucifer did not intend to abandon the light. He struggled to reach a combination between those parts that, in the eternal kingdom, coexisted separately. Finally, with a feeling of exaltation, he conceived a deceptive theory, which he intended to present to the universe as a new system of government, superior to the Eternal's government. He called his theory, the science of good and evil. Structured in logic, the science of good and evil proved attractive to Lucifer's eyes, seeming to reveal a sense of life superior to that offered by the Creator, whose kingdom enabled only experimental knowledge of good. In the new system, there would be a balance between good and evil, between love and selfishness, light and darkness. Throughout the time when the science of good and evil matured in his mind, Lucifer would know how to keep it a secret in front of the universe. He continued in his position of honor, fulfilling the function of bearer of light. However, as much as he tried to pretend, his countenance no longer revealed joy in serving the Eternal. The divine king, who suffered in silence, sought, through his revelations of love, to prepare the rational creatures for the great approach that was approaching. He knew that many would listen to temptation, turning his back. The night of the test would make the true faithful stand out, however, those who served the Creator not for interest, but for love. Seeing that the time of the test was coming, and that Lucifer was ready to betray him before the universe, the Eternal, who had never ceased to reveal the treasures of his wisdom, became silent and contemplative. Silence revived the memory of that first sidereal excursion in the heart of the hosts, when, after showing them the riches of the kingdom of light, God became silent before that abyss. They remembered his words, "All the treasures of light will be open to your knowledge, except the secrets hidden by darkness. You are free to serve me or not. Loving the light you will be bound to the source of life." Lucifer, who he had begun to covet the throne of God, inquired about the motive of his silence. The Creator, contemplating it with infinite sadness, said, "The hour of darkness has come. You are free to carry out your purposes." Quote. Seeing that the propitious moment for the propagation of his theory had arrived, Lucifer summoned the angels for a special meeting. The hosts, eager to know the meaning of the Father's silence, took their places next to the magnificent angel, who had always revealed to them the treasures of the kingdom of light. Lucifer began his speech by exalting, as usual, the government of the Eternal. In a broad retrospective, he reminded them of the great revelations that had enriched them throughout that eternity. The divine silence presented him as being the indication that the universe had reached the fullness of knowledge that came from the light. Silently, the Eternal paved the way for the understanding of mysteries not yet dreamed, kept until then beyond the limits of his government. Surprised, the hosts learned of Lucifer's experience of darkness. With eloquence, he told them about the science of good and evil, indicating it as the path of greatest realizations. The effect of his words was soon felt throughout the universe. The question was decisive and explosive, generating discord for the first time. Rational beings, in their test, would have to choose to remain only with the knowledge of the light, which Lucifer claimed to have reached his limit, or venture into the knowledge of the science of good and evil. In the beginning, the angels debated at the question, then afterwards the entire universe put to the test. It seemed that the science of good and evil was to take away most of the creatures. However, little by little, many who at first got soaked with the theory, woke up from the illusion of it, reaffirming their fidelity to the kingdom of the light. At the end of that conflict, which dragged on for a long time, a third of the stars in the sky were revealed next to Lucifer, and the rest, although shocked by the test next to the Eternal. The science of good and evil was proclaimed by Lucifer as a new system of government. But how to exercise it, if the Eternal continued to reign in Zion? They needed to find a way to get him out of there. The council, formed by the rebel angels, began to deal with that. They decided, finally, to request the throne for a certain time, in which they could demonstrate the excellence of the new system of government. In case it was approved by the universe, the new system would be established forever, otherwise, the domain would return to the Creator. Thus, Lucifer, accompanied by his hosts, approached arrogantly before that suffering Father, making such a request. The Eternal was not ambitious, he only wanted good for his creatures. If the science of good and evil really consisted of a greater good, it would not oppose its implantation, yielding the throne to its defenders. More he knew that this path would lead to unhappiness and death. Moved by his protective love, the Creator disregarded the request of the rebel hosts, who turned away enraged. When the throne was denied, Lucifer and his hosts began to accuse the divine king, claiming to be his government of tyranny. They claimed to be his permanence on the throne the most obvious demonstration of his arbitrariness. Hadn't he granted them freedom to choose? Why neutralize it now, preventing them from implementing a superior government system? The accusations of the rebel hosts reverberated throughout the universe, making it appear that the Eternal's government was unfair. This brought deep distress to those who remained faithful to the kingdom of light. Not knowing how to refute such accusations, these creatures, silenced by moral pain, longed for the moment when new revelations from the Creator could clarify the mysteries of that great conflict. The accusations and blasphemies of the rebel hosts reached the climax when the Eternal, in a surprising gesture, rose from his throne, as soon as he left it. The infidels, in the expectation of a conquest, quieted down, while a feeling of fear penetrated the heart of the subjects of the light. Would he surrender the dominion of all creation, to get rid of vile accusations? According to the logic from which Lucifer based his teachings, there was no other alternative to the Creator. In this tremendous expectation, the universe accompanied the steps of God. In a gesture of humility, the Creator stripped himself of his crown and his royal robe, placing them on the white throne. In his countenance there was no expression of resentment or anger, but of infinite love and sadness. With solemnity, the Eternal proclaimed that the decisive moment had arrived, when each creature should seal its decision by the light or darkness. In a wide revelation, he warned of the consequences of a break with the source of life. With a look of tenderness the Creator looked at his children. It was a look of humility, which, full of love, begged to remain by his side. Countless creatures, moved, corresponded to his look of kindness, while a crowd remained downcast. Lucifer and his followers were aware of the seriousness of that moment. It was still possible to turn back their plans, surrendering repentance to the Divine Father who had always loved them. While crestfallen considered the final decision, Lucifer and his followers heard the song of those who, in recognition and gratitude, stood beside the Eternal. The last fight was at the heart of the infidels who, shuddering, came to think about retiring. Finally, the memory of the recent divine gesture, stripping the crown, gave them the certainty that the government would be handed over to them. Seeing that the throne remained empty, Lucifer and his hosts, dominated by greed, finally broke with the Creator. Seeing a third of the subjects go through the divisions of eternal separation, God let out the distressing pain that for so long martyred his heart, curving in inconsolable crying. Contemplating his rebellious children, he raised his voice in a painful lamentation, my children, I can no longer call you that. I would like to have you in my arms so much. I remember when I formed you with love. You came forth happy and perfect, in chords of hope in eternal harmony. I lived for you, covering you with glory and power. You were my joy. Why did your hearts change so much? Oh, what else could I have done to make you stay with me? Today my soul bleeds in pain from the eternal separation. How will I look to the empty places where so many times the voices raised in festive hosannas, without a mixture of happiness and pain coming to mind? Infinite nostalgia already invades my being, and I know it will be eternal. Today my heart broke, I will carry the scars forever. After proclaiming in sorrow so painful lamentation, the Eternal One addressed Lucifer, the cause of all evil, saying, You received a name of honor when you were created. Now they will not call you more Lucifer, but Satan, the enemy of Creator and his laws. After lamenting the downfall of the rebel hosts, the Eternal, in slow steps, was absent from the Garden of Eden, place of the universal throne. Where would his dwelling be now? The faithful hosts accompanied reverent his mysterious steps of abandonment, which seemed to reveal a difficult future, of suffering and humiliation. Would the rebels occupy the divine throne, desecrating it as the domain of sin? This inquiry tortured the hearts of the subjects of the Eternal. Leaving his beloved city, the Lord of Light led himself, in the midst of the glories of the universe, in the direction of the immense abyss, which he had silenced until then. There he stopped once more, muted, while he seemed to read in the darkness a future of great struggles. Faced with the suffering of the Eternal, expressed in the sadness of his countenance, the faithful could finally understand the meaning of that mysterious abyss. It consisted of a symbolic representation of the kingdom of rebellion. In the saddened face of God there was, finally, a glow that encouraged the faithful. Raising the powerful arms in the dark, he ordered loudly, Let there be light. Immediately, the light of his presence flooded the deep abyss and, triumphing over darkness, revealed an unfinished world, covered by crystalline waters. With that gesture, the Eternal began a great battle for the claim of his government of light, battle of love against selfishness, of justice against injustice, of humility against pride, of freedom against slavery, of life against death. Battle that, without truce, would extend until, at the desired dawn, the divine king could return victorious to the holy Mount Zion, where, enthroned in the midst of the praises of the redeemed, he would reign forever in perfect peace. The darkness, in its escape, pointed towards the final annihilation of the rebellion. The abundant waters that covered that world, hitherto hidden, symbolized the eternal life that for the faithful would be conquered by the love that everything sacrifices. The revealed world was the earth. Visited by darkness and light, she would be the stage of the great struggle. The faithful rejoiced at the triumph of the light on that first day, when darkness in their fury rolled over the planet, succumbing it in dense darkness. The light, which seemed defeated, was reborn victorious in a beautiful dawn. Upon scratching the light of a second day, the Eternal ordered, "There is an expansion in the midst of the waters, and there is separation between water and waters." Immediately, the heat of his light caused an immense amount of steam to rise from the waters, enveloping the planet in a blanket of indigo transparency. Thus the atmosphere arose, with its perfect mixture of gases that would be essential for the life that would soon crown the planet. The Creator, contemplating the expansion, called it heavens. The atmosphere, which filled the earth with brightness, darkened as the twilight of another sunset ensued. Chapter 3. Creation works continue. Water separation. Vegetation. The Garden of Eden is transferred to the new planet. The great luminaries. Sea creatures. Volatile creatures. Earth creatures. Creation of Adam, the first man. Adam prostrates in reverent adoration. Paradise state of the earth. Adam admired a creature and called it lamb. The lamb, a likeness of the eternal. The promise of a companion. Adam's deep sleep. Eve is created for Adam. Royal mantle and a crown given to man as an honor of the eternal. Adam and Eve show submission by placing their crown at the feet of the Creator man, faithful steward, rational scepter and arbiter of creation. Adam and Eve are made aware of Satan. The tree of life and the tree of science of good and evil. Satan opts for deception as a weapon to make man eat the forbidden fruit. When darkness was overcome on the third day, the Creator continued his work, bringing forth the immense continents that were still beneath the surface of the waters. With raised hands he ordered, "Join the waters under the heavens in one place and the dry portion appears." In prompt obedience, the crystalline waters gave their superior position to the dry portion that rose, overlapping them. In the lower regions of the earth, the waters would continue to reflect the heavenly glow, being a snack for thirsty creatures. In that gesture of humility, the waters foreshadowed the Creator, who in the great struggle had descended into the deepest abyss to make eternal life reborn in thirsty souls. Contemplating the face of that new world, the Eternal called the dry part earth, and the gathering of the waters he called seas. In his powerful voice he continued, ordering, "Produce the earth green grass, grass that gives seed, fruitful tree that bears fruit according to its species, whose seed is in it on the earth." In obedience to the divine command, the solid surface of the planet was covered with all kinds of vegetation, beautiful meadows to bloom, green fields crisscrossed by crystalline rivers, endless forests where leafy trees allowed to hang tasty fruits of countless species. The earth was like a cloth where the Creator, by the power of his word, colored pictures of unparalleled beauty. While with admiration the hosts contemplated the beauties of that creation, they were surprised to recognize on the new planet the Garden of Eden, place of the divine throne. The Eternal, by the power of his word, had transferred him to the bosom of that special world, where in justice the government of the universe would be confirmed. On that spring day, the breeze gently caressed the green forests and the flowering meadows, flooding the atmosphere with a soft aroma and freshness. Contemplating his work, the Creator happily exclaimed, "Behold, everything is very good." Exuberant, the planet fulfilled another day in its harmonious rotation. The faithful hosts could now better understand the importance of divine light. His absence had obfuscated, on that night, the beauties of Zion. On that new day, the Creator would express his great power, giving the earth luminaries that would fill it with light and heat. Those luminaries would remain forever as symbols of the spiritual presence of the Eternal, which is the source of all light. Contemplating the dark and empty space that extended around the earth, with a powerful voice he ordered, "Let there be luminaries in the expansion of the heavens, so that there is separation between day and night, be they by signs and for certain times, to days and years. And be for luminaries in the expansion of the heavens to light the earth." Immediately, the space became radiant due to the brightness of the sun and the reflection of planets and satellites. Before this demonstration of power, the faithful hosts knelt in reverent worship. On the fourth day, the Eternal created the worlds of our solar system not to be inhabited like the Earth, but for the balance of the system. They also filled the sky with glare, softening the darkness of earthly nights. Turning his eyes to the ground, the hosts were glad to see her radiant in colors. Very close to it you could see the moon that, with its silver reflection, would scare away the deep night shadows. Wrapped up by that enchanting scenario, the children of light, rejoicing, greeted the dawn of the fifth day, which would be of many surprises. The Eternal would turn the festive land by the presence of countless species of irrational animals that would inhabit the entire surface of the planet. That creation would have continuity on the sixth day. Raising the mighty hands, the Creator, looking first at the crystal-clear waters, ordered, produce the abundantly reptilian waters of the living soul. Immediately, the waters became undulating by the presence of countless species of reptiles that, happy and grateful, celebrated the existence in a continuous swim and jump. From microscopic beings to great whales, all appeared in complete harmony, reflecting in their nature the love of the Creator. Putting his eyes on the indigo atmosphere that rested on the green forests, the Eternal continued, birds fly over the face of the expansion of the heavens. Through his order, the heavens were filled with colorful birds that, flying in all directions, had in their hearts a song of gratitude for life. This song filled the air, mixing with the perfume of flowering bushes. Contemplating with pleasure his earthly creatures, the Eternal blessed them by saying, "Fructify and multiply and henchid the waters in the seas, and the birds multiply on the earth." Rejoicing, the faithful hosts witnessed the dawn of the sixth day. And what would God create on that new day? This question reigned in the minds of all rational beings. They were sure that something very special was about to happen. Raising the mighty arms, the Eternal ordered, produce the living soul earth according to its species, cattle, reptiles and wild beasts of the earth, according to its species. His powerful voice was quickly heard and, in the woods and fields, the result of his creative power could be seen. Animals of all species woke up to a happy existence, in the middle of a paradise of perfect peace. The land became extremely beautiful, which princess adorned to receive its king and lord? Who would that special being be? Moving with majesty, the Eternal came down to the glories of the new world, heading to the Garden of Eden, place of the divine throne. The angels of the light accompanied him reverently, stopping like clouds over the skies of paradise. The entire universe watched with deep interest the development of the acts of the Creator, in response to the accusations of his enemies. The moment was decisive. Everything indicated that the Eternal would prove not to be tyrant or selfish, crowning someone on Mount Zion. Satan and his followers did not doubt that the kingdom would be given to them and they would reign victorious in the bosom of that ancient abyss, where darkness and light were now intertwined. The subjects of the light shuddered at that perspective. Next to the source of the river of life, the Eternal knelt solemnly and, with the natural elements of the earth, began to mold, with much love, a special creature. After a few moments, the body, still lifeless, of the first man was extended before the Creator. The Eternal looked at him and, after stroking his cold, discolored face, he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life and the man began to live. As if waking up from a dream, the man opened his eyes and contemplated the sweet face of his Creator who, smiling, kissed his face now colorful and full of life. He was moved to hear the Eternal say in a soft and affectionate voice, "My son, my dear son." Because he was born on earth, the first man received the name of Adam. Taking him by the hand, the Eternal lifted him. Without perceiving the scene of glare that surrounded him, Adam, in a gesture of gratitude for existence, enveloped the Creator in a tender embrace, prostrating himself in reverent worship. The faithful hosts who admired witnessed the great divine fulfillment, excited at the human gesture, also prostrated themselves in reverent worship. Then they united the voices in a song of joy in salutation to that special creature, who woke up to life at such a decisive moment for the universe. With a heart full of happiness, Adam joined the angels in his song of praise. His voice, as it passed through the flowery surroundings, was mixed with the song of the birds and the death of the animals that approached festively. In a walk of unforgettable surprises, Adam was made aware of the beauties of his home. With admiration, he saw Mount Zion, where the river of life flowed, in a cascade of light. The glorious mountain lay crowned by a beautiful rainbow. In his steps, he followed the course of the crystalline river, which glided serenely amidst the wonders of Eden. One admired the tall trees that, soaked by the breeze, left abundant flowers and fruits hanging from the branches. He leaned here and there, attracted by the glow of precious stones that adorned the lawn everywhere. With intense joy, Adam was aware of the infinite species of animals that populated the garden. All were meek and submissive and lived in perfect harmony and happiness. Stopping in his footsteps, Adam admired the whiteness and tenderness of an animal that was jumping on the grass. Approaching, he took it in his arms, dedicating a special affection. Well, it was nice to stroke her white wool. His sweet eyes reflected a glow of love and humility. There was something special about that little animal. Affectionately, Adam called him, Lamb. With the little animal in his arms, Adam looked grateful toward the Eternal and worshipped him. Contemplating his white robes, his expressive eyes of an unparalleled love, Adam discovered that he had in his arms a symbol of his author. Happy, he exclaimed, "Oh, Lord, this little lamb clad in such white wool, with an expressive look of so much love, looks like you. I want to have him always with me." Watching the animals, Adam perceived that they enjoyed a special fellowship. I saw happy couples everywhere living for each other. His thoughts turned to his companion. He looked around and was surprised not to see him. The Eternal had concealed himself on purpose, becoming invisible. Adam felt lonely in the midst of that paradise. With whom would you share your happiness and love? There were animals there, but they were irrational, unable to share their ideals. He was born in his heart, walking alone in that sunset, a burning desire to find someone who could always be by his side. While Adam looked toward the distant hills in the hope of seeing someone, the Eternal appeared at his side and said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make him a companion." Quote. Adam was happy to hear from the Creator that promise, just at the moment when he so longed to have someone so that he would always be visible at his side. Taken by a deep sleep, Adam leaned back in the chest of his loving Creator who, with caresses, made him numb. In his subconscious the first colorful dreams arose. Contemplate the Eternal's tender gaze. He hears the harmonious sound of angelic music. Discover the wonders around. Mount Zion with its rainbow, the river of life, the meadows in bloom. The animals that greeted him at the party. The scenes that surrounded him in his longing are repeated in his dream. He looks around in the hope of finding his partner, but he doesn't see it. He feels lonely in his dream, and that makes him look for someone with whom to share his existence. His gaze stretches through greening countryside, seeing in the distance flowery hills. While walking hopefully, feel the gentle breeze gently stroke her hair. Talk to the breeze. Breeze, you seem to be who I am looking for so much. You caress my hair, you kiss my face, you have the perfume of green bushes. If I could see your face, I would kiss it. If I could touch your hair, make long braids and decorate them with the flowers of our garden. After walking in the dream through the meadows of paradise, Adam stopped while contemplating the surrounding landscape. He admired not seeing the effect of the breeze on the flowering branches. But how, if he felt it warmly in his face? Then he began to wake up from his dream. Still with his eyes closed, he remembered the moment when, sleepy, he lay on the Eternal's chest. Would the breeze be the touch of his hands? With this question he opened his eyes and was excited to see a pretty woman who, with scented hands, caressed her face with love. It was the breeze of his dream, the promise of a Creator who just wanted to make him happy. Now Adam was complete, for he had Eve, who was flesh of his flesh and bones of his bones. Taking her by the hand, Adam invited her for a walk of unforgettable surprises. He would show his companion the beauties of his home. Sensitized Eva stopped at every step, attracted by the flowers that exhaled soft perfumes, for the birds that sang happy songs, for the animals that followed them submissive, by the vegetation of rich nuances, through the crystalline waters of the river of life that flowed cascade from Mount Zion. Everything in paradise was perfect and beautiful, but nothing equaled the human being, created in the image of God. They turned to each other in admiration and caresses. Soaked by that love, they remained until sunset. With delight, the young couple began to contemplate the setting sun that, through pink rays, colored the sky in a beautiful tree. It was the sixth day that came to an end, giving rise to the hours of a special day, Saturday. That day, in its meaning, would be solemn for all subjects of the Eternal, for its dawn would bring victory to the kingdom of light. The sun, which on the sixth day had brightened nature with its brightness and heat, was hidden, leaving it in cold shadows. The cheerful birds, silencing their trills, looked for their nests while the other animals were collected. Only the couple remained motionless, trying to see, in the last flash that went out on the horizon, the hope of a new dawn. They investigated the sense of darkness when, among the bushes, they saw a beautiful place, whose silver rays bathed the nature in soft luminosity. The whole sky was illuminated by the glow of the stars. Admired, they discovered that the night was only darkness when they looked down. Adam and Eve in their innocence did not know that that night symbolized the bleak future of humanity. When they understood it, they would be comforted to contemplate the brightness of the heavens, the place would speak of hope and the twinkling stars would attest to the interest of the hosts of light in clearing their moral darkness, giving encouragement to sinners. But only those who, diverting their eyes from the earth, contemplated the high heavens would be enlightened. After contemplating the sky for some time in its luminosity, the couple remembered the beauties of paradise, turned their eyes, seeking to see them. They were, however, hidden in the middle of the shadows. How much they wished for dawn, for only he would bring paradise. Before the longing of the human heart, the Eternal appeared in the midst of darkness, returning to the couple the joy of meeting again in a colorful garden. Bathed in soft light, they were now walking through green and flowery meadows. The brightness of the Creator woke up the nature where they passed, coloring and brightening everything around. The couple, admired, learned that next to the Eternal they could have a paradise in the middle of the night. Feeling sleepy, Adam and Eve lay on the lap of the loving Father, who made them fall asleep sweetly, hopeful in a happy awakening. Leaving them on the soft grass, the Eternal rose to the side of the contemplative hosts. He would manifest again at dawn, waking the couple for the most solemn event, which would reduce to dust the most vile accusations of the enemies. The dark and cold night, through its long hours, seemed to mock the light. Would you forever obfuscate the beauties of creation? Oh, never. The sun would not recede in the face of darkness, he would appear shortly as a liberator, snatching with his warm rays the nature of the cold claws, giving him life and color. In a final challenge, darkness became dense in the hours before dawn. The night lashed out his forces to fight for usurped rule. Finally, a flash appeared in the east that seemed to speak of hope in a new day. The sky gradually became colorful of a reddish alive. The helpless darkness withdrew from the rising force of light and was consumed in its escape. Nature began to wake up from the long night, reflecting in its bosom the nostalgic rays. Flowers would open, exhaling perfumes of joy. Animals and birds, silenced at night, joined the voices in a triumphant chant in salutation at the dawn of that great day. The black night had come to an end, giving rise to the daylight dreamed. It was a special meaning for God, because it foreshadowed the final victory of his kingdom over the dominion of rebellion. The Eternal would now wake up his human children who, bathed in the light of his presence, had slept in the hope of a happy dawn. In a festive march, all the holy hosts, with songs of victory, accompanied him to the paradise bathed in light. When they were close, the Creator stopped staring at the sleeping couple, and exclaimed softly, "Wake up, my children." His voice entered Adam and Eve's ears, waking them up for the happiest communion. How quickly he scratched the long-awaited morning, bringing in his light the sweet paradise, lost in that night. With joy the couple greeted their divine Creator, joining the angels in triumphant antiphons. The universe lived a truly solemn moment. On that festive morning, the Eternal was to reveal the greatness of his character, which is justice and love. The accusations that his government was selfish and tyranny would be refuted. In the eyes of all the rational creatures of the vast universe, God led the young couple to Mount Zion, place of the divine throne. There, before the shudder of the muted hosts, the Creator, in a surprising gesture, covered the man with the royal robe, placing on his head the crown that had been coveted by Lucifer. Moved by deep gratitude for the supreme honor conferred, deep childbirth Adam and Eve bowed reverently, placing their precious crown at the feet of the Creator, in sign of submission. A cry of victory followed that human gesture that shook the entire creation. The children of the light, who for so long had suffered insults and humiliations in the face of the constant accusations of the rebel hosts, praised in praise the blessed God, who in his work of justice denied the enemies, revealing his character of humility, detachment and love. Having constituted man as the Lord of all creation, the Eternal, with a solemn voice, began to make him aware of the greatness of his mission. As a faithful steward, you should take care of paradise, keeping the source of the river of life clean. The laws of justice and love, foundations of the kingdom of light, should be honored. As a rational scepter, it would be up to man, in a gesture of recognition and gratitude, to freely accept the government of the one who created it. The hosts, who marveled witnessed the revelation of divine detachment, understood that the Lord of Light would no longer rule the universe, except with human consent. Man, by the will of the Eternal, was made the arbiter of creation. In his glorious being, made in the image of the Creator, the seal of eternal dominion shone. After revealing to the couple the infinite honor and responsibility of their mission, the Creator made them aware of the spiritual conflict that was working for the conquest of universal dominion. Lucifer, who for countless ages had served the divine king in Zion, had been corrupted by pride and selfishness, being followed by a third of the rational hosts. They sought now to dethrone the Eternal, dishonoring him with vile accusations. Having revealed to the human being the painful situation in which the universe was, the Eternal, in a solemn gesture, showed them 2 tall trees that, loaded with great fruits, rose on both banks of the river that was born from the throne. To the one who rose to the right the Lord revealed to be the tree of life, monument of the kingdom of light. To the one who stood on the other shore he revealed himself to be the tree of the science of good and evil, a symbol of rebellion. By eating the fruit of the tree of life, man would manifest his submission to the Creator, which is the source of life and light. To eat from the other tree would be to give the enemy the dominion of Zion. The inevitable result of that step would be eternal death, not only for the human being, but for all creation, which would be reduced to chaos under the fury of rebellion. After contemplating the 2 tall trees, which externalized in their fruits such infinite responsibility, Adam prostrated himself before the Creator, saying, "You are worthy, Lord, to reign over the universe, because by your wisdom, love and power all things were created and they subsist." On Saturday, emblem of divine triumph, swelled with praise, all the children of the light joined the human being in the most harmonious song of exaltation to him whose greatness is unparalleled. It was with horror that Satan and his followers witnessed the great realization of the Eternal. They witnessed with bitterness the joy of the faithful before the coronation of man, an event that threw down the strong accusations they had raised against the divine government. Full of anger and frustration, they now considered his sad condition. How terrible and humiliating was the thought of seeing their plans of rebellion vanish before the Creator, similar to the shadows of that night. If they could, they thought, they would fill the Sabbath with darkness, erasing any hope of victory from the minds of the subjects of the Eternal. Finally, in their considerations, Satan and his leaders understood that they had an opportunity. In the middle of the Garden of Eden, on the heights of Zion, the tree of the science of good and evil was rising, next to the river of life. A human gesture would be enough, nothing more, and they would have under their power, forever, the coveted domain. But how to seduce him? Encouraged by the prospect of a conquest, Satan sought ingeniously to formulate a boarding plan. He knew that if he failed in his attempt, all hopes of triumph would have dissolved, all his dreams of adventure crumbling. He concluded that deception was to be his powerful weapon. Was it not through him that he managed to dominate a third of the heavenly hosts? He would wait, therefore, for an auspicious moment to arm his ambush. Chapter 4. Eden, a kingdom of eternal joy. Visit and daily instruction of the Eternal. Work, source of development of faculties. Through visits of celestial beings, Adam and Eve acquired knowledge about the rebellion of Lucifer. God reveals to his hosts Satan's evil intentions and sends 2 angels to warn man. Satan takes possession of a snake to deceive Eve. Arguments of Satan to make Eve fall. Adam's intense internal struggle in the face of his wife's fallen condition. Adam eats of the fruit, he remains at his wife's side paying the high price of his rebellion. Wonderful revelation of the rescue plan, the nature of the creations and of Adam and Eve changes, the Father promises them lasting garments. Closing parenthesis. In Eden the sweet calm of perfect peace reigned. Everywhere the kind little birds made their cheerful trills heard in constant praise of the Creator. All nature at flowering seemed to proclaim a kingdom of eternal joy. Animals in union jumped everywhere, always submissive to man, the Lord of that lovely paradise. Everything was happiness for the couple, but this became more intense in the rotation of those spring days. The tree, which with its beauty colored the sky forewarning the dark nights, also announced the time of the Eternal's daily visit. Together, in the light of his presence, they spent a long time in happy conversation. With courage, the couple told the Lord the amazing wonders that they discovered every day in nature. God, with love, discovered the meaning of each being. How grateful they were for the beautiful lessons learned at his feet. As each day passed, there was greater love, respect and admiration for the great Creator. How good he had been, bringing them into existence and granting them a home so full of delicacies. When they woke up to the joys of each day, the caresses and sweet song of the Eternal came to mind, which made them fall asleep every night. The life of Adam and Eve in Eden was not idle. Garden care was recommended to them. Its occupation was not annoying, on the contrary, it was pleasant and invigorating. The Creator had indicated work as a source of benefits for man, in order to occupy the mind and strengthen the body, developing all the faculties. In mental and physical activity, man found a high pleasure. It was common for the young couple to receive visits from celestial beings. Visitors always had news to report and questions to ask. They spent a long time hearing about them, talking about the wonders of the kingdom of light. Through those visitors, Adam and Eve began to have extensive knowledge of Lucifer's rebellion and its eternal consequences. Visitors, Adam and Eve, always asked to be taught the harmonious heavenly songs. How they delighted to join the voices to the angelic choir. In his omniscience, God had knowledge of the enemy's terrible intention. Summoning his main hosts, he revealed to them with regret the imminent danger that loomed over the universe. Satan was to ambush in order to take man to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Before that revelation, the children of the light were fearful, for they knew the tremendous ease of Satan in linking innocent creatures and binding them in their meshes of death. In the solemn council, they decided to send, urgently, messengers to warn the man of great danger. 2 powerful angels were charged with that decisive mission. Immediately, commissioned messengers stormed through the gates of Jerusalem, reaching the bosom of infinite space. In moments, they passed immensities, crossing galaxies in the course. They entered the tunnel of the constellation Orion, approaching the new system. They could now see a short distance from the blue planet, where the destiny of the universe was to be determined. In Eden, there was relaxation. The young couple continued in their innocent activities, enjoying the pleasure of a happy life. They were far from thinking that at that moment all the children of the light were tense, thinking about their threatened future. Then they saw in the clear sky the sign of the approach of the heavenly visitors, and they raised their arms in joyful salutation. However, Adam and Eve admired each other, for not seeing the same joy in their countenance. Visitors brought an expression of anxiety on their faces that they could not understand. They tried to change the sad faction, telling them the new discoveries made in paradise. The messengers, still, not having time available as on other occasions, interrupted them with words of warning. Satan would ambush them in order to take them to eat the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. If they heard temptation, they would succumb the entire creation into the abyss of eternal chaos. The angels reminded them that the kingdom had been entrusted to them as a sacred deposit, owing, in a life of faithfulness, to honor him who for love was stripped, placing himself in a position of host of the human being. Adam and Eve should be firm before the insinuations of the enemy, for thus they would seal the eternal victory of the kingdom of light. Speaking to them of the happy reward that would follow their triumph, the angels revealed that it was God's plan to transfer the heavenly Jerusalem to earth. There, again coupled to paradise, it would remain forever. And man, submissive to the Creator, would reign forever and ever on Mount Zion, in the midst of the praises of the universal hosts. More all that depended entirely on human positioning in the face of the temptations of the enemy, who would do everything to snatch the kingdom. Adam and Eve were afraid to know Satan's plans, but they were comforted to learn that he could not do him any harm, forcing them to eat the forbidden fruit. If, however, he tried to intimidate them with his power, all the Eternal's hosts would come to his aid. The messengers of the light concluded their mission by recommending the couple to remain vigilant, always keeping in mind the responsibility that rested upon them. They should not be separated from each other, not even for a moment, because they alone could be seduced. Adam and Eve, grateful for the angel's warnings, joined the voices in a song of promise in an eternal victory. They were sure that they would never abandon the blessed Creator, hearing the tempter's voice. Encouraged by the human promise, the 2 messengers returned to the bosom of the celestial Jerusalem where, together with the holy hosts, they would anxiously await the desired triumph. Satan saw the messengers approaching paradise and heard the song of man promising an eternal victory. That song made his envy and hatred increase so that he could not contain them. He then told his followers that he would soon silence that irritating voice. He would do everything to transform human praise into blasphemies of the Creator. The rebel hosts were curious to know their boss's plans, but were warned by him that they should wait until everything was forever determined. If man heard his voice, eating from the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, he would be victorious, forever possessing the domain of the universe. If man resisted, remaining faithful to the Creator, there would be no hope for them. Paradise seemed to be surrounded by eternal security, but in the countenance of man one could see an expression of fear. Since the angels departed, Adam and Eve remained silent, meditating reverently on the enormous responsibility of their mission. They thought of the seriousness of that impending test that would seal their future and that of the entire creation. Encouraged, however, before the thought of victory, they once again united the voices in a song that expressed the certainty of the coveted victory. That melody removed from their minds all the fear of defeat and, happily, they ran through the green meadows, accompanied by the fiery animals that seemed to commemorate the great conquest. They felt safe in their paradise, totally forgotten about the danger of a possible assault. Satan, who was watching the couple closely, perceived that his opportunity was coming. He approached the paradise invisibly, and was waiting for the best time to arm his ambush. Unaware of the presence of the enemy, the couple continued in their detached joy, playing carelessly with the animals. In the deranged countenance of Satan a malicious smile was stamped, witnessing a carelessness of the couple. In their exaltation, they had stopped attending the last recommendation of the messengers, turning away from each other. The cunning enemy, wasting no time, took possession of a snake, the most beautiful in paradise, making it gracefully approach Eva. Eva, who sat on the grass playing with animals, perceived the presence of the attractive snake, whose body reflected the colors of the rainbow. She was admired to see her pick flowers and fruits from the garden, placing them at her feet. Grateful, he took her in his arms, dedicating affection. Having conquered the affection of the woman, Satan, in his cunning, began to attract her to be next to the tree of the science of good and evil. Without realizing the danger, Eva accompanied the snake to the test tree. There, holding the hidden enemy in his arms, he caressed him and said words of love. With the brightness of seduction in his eyes, the snake began to speak. His words were full of wisdom and tenderness and his voice like that of an angel. Eve could hardly believe her eyes. His joy became immense for having such a fantastic creature in his arms. They began to talk about many things: love, the beauties of the garden, the power of the Creator. Eva was admired at the extensive knowledge of the snake, which ran with mastery on any subject. Wrapped by that experience, Eva completely forgot about her partner. Not even the angel's warnings passed through his mind. Adam, entirely forgotten about the advice of the heavenly messengers, had appeared in the company of some animals. After a while, the memory of the warnings received came with momentum in his mind. The last words spoken by the angels sounded clearly in his ears. Do not depart from each other. Do not separate for a moment, it is dangerous. His heart pounded when he didn't see Eva at his side. Then he raised his voice in an anxious shout. His voice, when impacting through the vaults of paradise, however, did not bring an answer. The silence almost stifled him. In his affliction he ran from side to side, looking for her, in vain. In that anxious search, she felt the breeze caress her hair and remembered her first dream. That memory, however, was undone at the thought of the danger that threatened them. With the mind taken by a great sense of guilt, Adam hastened the pace in the anguished search. Where would your beloved be? Would he wrap her in time in his arms, freeing her from falling? More than once he raised his voice in an anxious shout that reverberated throughout the garden. Eva, where are you? He waited for an answer, but heard only an empty echo that despaired. He remembered the tree of science of good and evil. There was the only place where his partner could be deceived. Hoping to obstruct the enemy's only opportunity, he advanced in the direction of the test site. His heart pounded when he contemplated the cup of the forbidden tree in the distance. With the snake in her arms, Eva questioned her about many things. He marveled at the perception that the snake was overwhelming her greatly in knowledge. Full of curiosity, she asked the snake, "Where is the source of your great knowledge? Answer me, because I want to own it too." Without wasting time, Satan, pointing to the tree of science of good and evil, replied, "There is the source of all my knowledge." He then told him a liar story. He said he was a snake like the others, eating the fruits of paradise. Tasting a certain day of that forbidden fruit, he received, as if by charm, all the virtues. Looking towards the tree of science of good and evil, Eva was surprised and confused. Would the Creator deprive in his love something so good to his creatures? Seeing her surprised, Satan asked, "Is it so that God said, 'You shall not eat of all the trees in the garden'?" Eva, restless, replied, "From the fruits of the garden trees we eat, more of the fruit of that tree that you claim to be a source of wisdom. God said, 'You shall not eat of it, so that you do not die.'" The snake in disdainful tone said, "That is false. If so, I would have died. Certainly the Eternal forbade them to eat from that tree to prevent man from receiving like him, knowing all things." The seductive words of the snake caused confusion in Eva's mind. Who would you trust? He had in mind the memory of the Creator's order in his sentence, but at the same time he had before him a palpable proof that contradicted him. Dazed, she began to doubt the character of the Eternal. In a challenge, the snake picked fruits from the forbidden tree and began to savor them. Placing a fruit in the woman's hands, he encouraged her to eat, saying, "Didn't the Eternal say that if someone touched that fruit he would die?" A complete silence reigned over the universe. On every inhabited planet, the children of light watched helplessly that distressing scene. Their future was at stake. In Jerusalem there was great commotion. Powerful angels appeared before the Creator, requesting permission to unmask the cowardly enemy, hidden in that snake. The Eternal, however, prevented them from doing so. If the use of force were the solution, I would have already applied it. They should respect the free will granted to man, and he may manifest his choice under the temptation of the enemy. The children of the light suffered immensely when they saw the woman doubting the one who had kindly given them life and the opportunity to reign in that paradise. How could I doubt who gave them so much love? Adam, who, in a strong hope of securing the cherished victory, hurried in his run, stared into the distance at his beloved, sitting by the tree of evidence. What was Eva doing in that dangerous place? A horrible feeling came upon him, once again remembering the warnings received, but he tried to banish him with the thought that he would reach his wife before any evil occurred to her. Eva hesitated in her conviction as she contemplated the fruit in her hands. For a few moments the future seemed bleak and frightening, but he overcame that feeling, thinking of the glories that he would conquer by eating that fruit. Still somewhat hesitant, he slowly raised his hands until he touched the fruit with his lips. The subjects of the kingdom of the light, shuddering, bowed in great terror. It seemed almost impossible, at that moment, for the woman to go back. While Pale the Faithful inquired about a possible hope, they witnessed with horror the terrible decision of Eve. She had resolved to break forever with the Creator, becoming captive of death. The Eternal, who in silent pain contemplated that scene of rebellion, bowed his forehead with his face bathed in tears. I couldn't bear the pain of that separation. The faithful, who in panic believed themselves defeated, were aware that not everything was lost. If Adam resisted temptation, remaining faithful to the Eternal, he would seal the great victory. Eve, who had been the victim of a hoax, could be aware of her mistake, being favored with divine forgiveness. When Adam in his anguished run reached the test site, it was too late. Sitting by the river, Eva casually savored the forbidden fruit.
Adam shivered. Would it be the same fruit of the test? In a gesture of hope he looked at the tree of science of good and evil, but in tears he recognized the sad condemnation. Full of sadness, he looked at his wife, but found no words to wake her from the bitter reality. In complete despair, he raised his voice in a painful exclamation, "Eva, Eva, what are you doing?" By eating the forbidden fruit, the woman was taken by emotions that made her imagine having reached a higher sphere of life. Hearing the voice of her husband, still taken by illusory emotions, she raised her forehead stamping a smile, but was surprised to see him crying.
With deep bitterness, Adam sought to know the reason that had led him to rebel against the Eternal. Eva, promptly, began to tell her the fantastic story of the wise snake. Satan knew that snake story would never convince man to eat the fruit of the forbidden tree. He needed to find a subtle way to take him to seal his lot by following in his wife's footsteps. Having Eva under his power, he resolved to make her the tempting object. I would wait for the right moment to link it. On the day you eat of him, you will certainly die.
The memory of this sentence left Adam very distressed.
The expectation of seeing his beloved dying in his arms was too much to bear. This affliction, however, was diminishing, seeing that she remained happy and affectionate at her side, as if no evil had happened to her. Relieved, Adam smiled again, corresponding to the affections of his companion. He surrendered to the sweetest emotions, far from knowing that it was the enemy who wrapped him in those hugs. At that moment of enchantment, Eva began talking about her experience with the science of good and evil. He told him about the treasures of wisdom that had been opened to him. In his new kingdom, he would live very happy. However, that happiness would be incomplete without the participation of her husband. He told her about the impossibility of going back in his steps, and insisted that he follow her. After telling her about his decision, Eva, with a sweet smile, extended her hands containing a fruit, asking him to eat it in a demonstration of his love for her. With the tempting voice in his ears, Adam sat on the grass in deep thought. His face turned pale again and his hands trembling.
He was afraid to rebel against the Creator, but at the same time he understood that he would not be able to live apart from his companion, whom he loved with infinite love. Eve was the flesh of her flesh, the extension of her being. He felt distressed having to make such a serious decision. The paleness of Adam's face was reflected in the countenance of all the faithful to the Eternal. They heard the insinuation of the enemy and perceived with horror the hesitation of man.
Adam's indecision left them desperate.
If he obeyed Satan's proposal, all happiness would be eternally banished. In the decisions of the human being was the destiny of the entire universe. Would he attend to Satan's request? After intense internal struggle, Adam looked at his companion. She had joined in promises of eternal surrender. I wouldn't leave her alone now. He would share with her the results of the rebellion. He then took a fruit from Eve's hand and, in a rash gesture, brought it to his mouth. Seeking to extinguish the voice of his conscience, which spoke of an eternal destruction, Adam threw himself into his wife's arms, enjoying the high price of his rebellion. Satan, with cries of triumph, left paradise, flying quickly with his innumerable hosts, who anxiously awaited the result of such a risky attempt. Upon learning of human misfortune, they joined in a thunderous party. They felt safe. Zion now belonged to them by right, being able there to establish an eternal kingdom, never being bothered by the laws of the eternal. Throughout the universe the children of light suffered and cried defeat. There has never been so much sadness and horror about the future. The voices that lived to sing praises to the Creator would now utter lamentations. The Eternal, who, overcome by infinite pain, had prostrated himself in tears at the fall of man, was not, however, surprised. Even before creating the universe he had already foreseen that triumph of rebellion and, in his wisdom and love, had idealized a rescue plan that would involve him in an immense sacrifice. Drying the tears of his crying, he set out to act mightily in favor of his afflicted faithful, preventing them from falling into the hands of the enemies. In that mysterious intervention that apparently deposed against justice, the Eternal ordered his most powerful angels to immediately circumvent the Garden of Eden, preventing Satan from taking possession of Mount Zion. Consoled before the divine manifestation, the powerful creatures, in prompt obedience, broke the infinite space, instantly surrounding paradise, in which the human being, already upset by sin, lived the blackness of a night that would be long and cruel. Being the authority of the Eternal based in justice, how could he justify his actions before the enemies? Had he not delivered the kingdom to man by his will, and he had not submitted it to Satan by free choice? While surprised the rational creatures considered the decisive actions of God, they heard his powerful voice that, reverberating throughout the creation, brought the revelation of the great mystery, revelation so wonderful that from that moment, for all eternity, it would occupy the mind of the faithful, being the subject for the sweetest meditations. The Eternal spoke first about the terrible condemnation that hung over man and all creation. He said that by detaching himself from the source of life, man had plunged into such a deep abyss that he could not be reached by his arm of justice and power. Humiliated and tortured by the claws of the enemy, there was no other man left beyond death, painful fruit of his spontaneous rebellion. Considering the human situation, the hosts of light saw no chance of triumph. They knew that only man could resume the enemy's dominance, returning it to the Creator. But the human being, eternally enslaved in his nature, would be incapable of such victory. In a melodious voice and full of tenderness, God revealed the plan of redemption, saying, "Truly, man will reap the fruit of his rebellion in a terrible death. I cannot, with my power, change his luck. If he acted like this, it would be unfair before my decree, but I will bring down all the condemnation on a substitute that will arise in human descent, that man will not bring into his hands the rings of death, being innocent and uncontaminated in his nature. As a representative of the human race, he will face Satan and overcome him. After triumphing in that battle, proving that love is stronger than selfishness, that truth is stronger than lies, that humility is more powerful than pride, the faithful substitute will raise victorious hands not to greet the great conquerors, but to take the cup of their condemnation from the hands of enslaved humanity. He will soak, submissively, the chalice of eternal death. That immense sacrifice will open to humans an opportunity to be redeemed, returning to the arms of the Creator, together with the lost dominion. The hosts, surprised at the revelation of the Eternal, inquired into the identity of that substitute. The Creator, with a loving smile, he told them, "I will be that man. My spirit will rest on a virgin, and in her a holy son will be begotten. That young man will be divine and human. In his humanity, he will be submissive to the divinity that will dwell in him. The redeemed will see in him the Father of eternity, the Creator and Redeemer, the King of Kings. His name will be Yoshua, Hebrew name that translated means the eternal Savior. Assuming human nature, God could pay the high price of ransom, dying instead of sinners. The hosts of light fell silent upon knowing the plan of the Creator. The thought of seeing him submit to such a painful sacrifice, in order to redeem the lost dominion, was too much to bear. There was, however, no other hope of victory, except through that loving surrender. After enjoying the high price of sin, the young couple felt bad. Initially they felt a great emptiness in the heart, which was then filled by remorse and sadness. They perceived that, inspired by greed, they had sealed their sad luck and that of all creation.
They seemed to hear in the distance the groan of a defeated universe. The sun, which had filled them with life and heat on that day, was hiding on the horizon, announcing a black night. The tree, which had previously announced the happy encounter with the Creator, seemed to involve them in a sentence that they would never wake up to a new day. They dared not even look towards the top, afraid to see the ray of judgment fall on them that would reduce them to dust. With his eyes directed to the cold ground, the sentence came to mind. On the day you eat of him, you will surely die. Desperate tears rolled down their faces as they awaited the tragic end. When considering the reason for his rebellion, Adam began to recriminate his wife for having given ears to the snake.
Eve, in turn, seeking to excuse herself, threw guilt on the Creator, saying, "Why did the Eternal allow the snake to deceive me?" The love that reigned in the human heart disappeared, giving rise to pride and selfishness, which melted into resentment and hatred. His nature was no longer pure and holy, but corrupted and full of rebellion. Everything was changed. Even the gentle breeze that had previously bathed them in refreshing caresses, now froze the guilty couple. The trees and flowery quarries, which were his delight, now consisted of obstacles when walking aimlessly on that night. Satan's purpose in filling the Sabbath of darkness seemed to have been fulfilled. On that night, there was not even the silver reflection of the moonlight to tell them of hope. The twinkling stars, suspended in the dark sky, were obfuscated by pain. The darkness of a long night of sin descended upon the world, shadows under which so many would crawl without the hope of a dawn. It was high night already and the darkness seemed to wrap the sad couple in eternal shadows. They didn't even meditate on their few words, suffocated by the agony of a dawn. Cabas Bajos groped from here to there, in the expectation of impending judgment, which would reduce them to the cold dust, forgotten under those endless darkness. Suddenly a glow appeared in the sky, which was increasing as it approached the earth. The couple shuddered, because they knew it was the Creator who came to give them the punishment. Overcome by panic, they ran, distancing themselves from Mount Zion, the place of shameful fall. Just there they saw the Creator go. They, who always ran to meet the loving Father, attracted by his light, now fled desperately in search of dark places and dense forest. The Eternal, moved by infinite love, began to follow in the footsteps of the fugitive couple. As he walked, he cried when he remembered the happy moments he had spent with them in that paradise. How everything had transformed. His children could no longer see in him a father of love, but someone who, angry, sought to punish them. Moved by a strong yearning to embrace his human children, God made the voice reverberate in an inquiry, "Adam, where are you?" His voice, sounding in the darkness, brought only an empty echo that spoke of ingratitude and rebellion. As he wished to wrap the couple in an ardent embrace, and with words of affection confess that his love was the same. Seeing his children fleeing his presence, the Eternal was overwhelmed with great pain. Before his troubled look of tears, the future of the human race stretched. How many, deceived by Satan, would flee his presence during the long night of sin, judging in him a tyrant Lord, who lives looking for faults and weaknesses in sinners, in order to punish them. The Creator, however, would not give up looking for them through the shady valleys of the kingdom of death, until they conquered a repentant people.
Adam and Eve, exhausted by the hurried escape, hid through the foliage at the foot of a fig tree.
Recognizing their nakedness, they tried to make aprons by sewing those sheets. Dressed like this, they thought they could get rid of the feeling of shame before the Creator. The Eternal, approaching the place where the couple was hiding, asked, "Adam, where are you?" Unable to hide more from God, Adam rose together with his companion and, crestfallen, appeared before the Creator, prostrating at his feet. They failed to face him anymore, due to the feeling of guilt. The Creator, affectionately, took them by the hands, lifting them from the ground, and, with an expression of sadness on the countenance, asked them, "Why did they flee from me?" Did they eat the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil? Adam, all trembling, in a voice broken by sobs of fear, replied, The woman you gave me as a companion, she gave me the fruit and I ate. With this answer, Adam sought to excuse himself, throwing the blame on his wife. Turning to Eva, the Eternal asked him, Why did you do that? Eva promptly replied, That snake deceived me and I ate. Both did not want to acknowledge the blame, throwing it on others. Simply put, they attributed responsibility to the Creator for all the wrongdoing. Why had he granted them free will? Why had he created the woman? Why had he created the snake? Silent, God watched his children who, shy and bewildered, stood before him. With deep sadness, he foresaw that this would be the experience of countless human beings in the course of history. How many would be lost for not recognizing one's own fault? How many would try to justify themselves, throwing their mistakes on others and even on the Creator himself? With soft words, the Eternal tried to make them acknowledge their guilt. Only by recognizing their need, could they be helped. Looking at the fragile garments woven by sinful hands, he said to the couple, Children, those garments are insufficient. Immediately drying up they will fall apart.
You need lasting garments that can cover your nakedness, freeing you from condemnation. If you would like, I can give you that garment.
In the face of the Creator's kind words, which brought hope, the couple prostrated themselves repentantly, detaching themselves from their illusory garments, symbols of their failure. They now longed for the garments of salvation, promised by the Divine Father.
Chapter 5. God reveals the effects of the fall and the plan of redemption. The painful sacrifice of the Lamb, a symbol of the Savior. The promised garments are provided. The Creator will be the man who will save them. In the couple intensifies the love and gratitude towards the Savior. The shudder of the evil hosts before the intervention of the Eternal and the revelation of the rescue plan. The Eternal accompanies the couple outside the garden. Satan tries again to seize the human being facing them with fury, but is repelled by God, and their silenced threats. Bad consequences of the science of good and evil. The faith of man in the revealed truths of redemption. The Eternal, companion of the human being in his journey on the earth. Nature of the Creator with respect to war. Uplifting work counterattacks many attacks from Satan. Revelations received when building the altar. Two worlds reflected in fallen nature. An immaculate lamb guided and prepared by D. In the sacrifice a representation of the conflict between good and evil is shown. The burning flame, symbol of divine forgiveness. Nature, even in its fallen state, reveals the plan of redemption. After contemplating his children who, repentant, lay at his feet, the Eternal took them affectionately by the hands and lifted them. He was glad to reveal to the fallen man the plan of redemption. With tenderness, God began to discover to them first the bitter results of his fall, saying, Children, you sealed the destiny of all creation in the grip of death. Disharmony already penetrates nature, trying to destroy in it all the virtues. The abyss in which you immersed yourself in disobedience is also deep so that you can be reached by my powerful arm. Thus, detached from the source of life, there is no other human being left beyond death. After uttering these words that revealed a sad fate, the Eternal invited the couple to follow him. Cabas Bajos, Adam and Eve, in tears, they followed the Creator in his steps of justice, which led them to the place of the shameful fall, where they supposed to find the painful end. On that painful walk, they sobbed when they remembered their past of glory undone by ingratitude. How the terrible expectation of being reduced, along with the creation, to cold ashes under the darkness of that night of sin hurt in their soul. As they walked, they contemplated through the tears the numb beauty bathed in the light of God. They saw the innocent animals, who were not aware of the great pain. Suddenly, the couple stopped, overcome by intense crying. His faltering steps had led them to a lamb, the dearest animal. Would your eyes of sweetness also go out? Drying their tears, the Eternal ordered them to take the innocent lamb in their arms. Wrapping it next to his chest, they silently accompanied the steps of the Creator, until they reached the top of Mount Zion, place of the shameful fall. Contemplating the remains of the fruit there, with impetus the memory of the divine judgment came to mind. On the day you eat of it, you will surely die. The terrible moment had arrived. The guilty man should drink the bitter chalice of death, succumbing hopelessly. Aware of their downfall, the couple perceived, in horror, that the hands they had brought to life now held a pointed stone knife. Trembling, they prostrated themselves and waited for compliance with the just sentence. While silenced by fear, Adam and Eve waited for the blow that would reduce them to dust. They felt the soft touch of the divine hands that lifted them into a new life. The condemnation, however, would fall on a substitute. Placing the knife in Adam's hands, the Creator said to him, "The lamb will die instead of you. Adam should sacrifice it." Frightened at the command of God, the couple, crying, began to cry, "Lord, the little lamb is not innocent." With an expression of justice, the Eternal added, "If he does not die, you cannot have the clothes of which I spoke." At the insistence of the Creator, Adam, all trembling, in a painful effort, stuck that sharp stone in the little lamb's chest. The blow was fatal, and the little animal, shedding its precious blood, plunged into the darkness of an endless night. Contemplating the inert lamb on the bloody grass, the couple raised their voices and wept. They were beginning to understand the enormity of their tragedy. How terrible was death! She, in his possession, had turned off all the light in the eyes of the innocent animal. Leaning silently on the inert body of the lamb, the Eternal removed the skin covered with white wool and with it made robes to cover the nakedness of the couple. After dressing them, he asked them with affection, "Did you understand the meaning of all this?" In deep reflection, through sobs of recognition and gratitude, the couple exclaimed, "He died in our place, to give us his clothes." Adam and Eve, although they had understood that physical reality, were far from understanding the meaning of that event. To them the Creator would reveal the mystery of divine love. With an expression of infinite mercy, God began to reveal to the human being the meaning of that painful sacrifice, saying, "The innocent little lamb, which today suffered, symbolizes a man to be born. In his eyes there will be the same tenderness, the same love. Coded for a just life, like the white wool that covered the lamb, that man will grow like a renewal on earth, not holding the bonds of sin in his hands. In his appearance, that man will not bring the pomp of a king, so he will be despised by many. He will be a man of pain, for the weight of all provocations will fall upon him. In his faithfulness to the kingdom of light, that man will fight the usurper enemy, finally defeating him. After triumphing in his struggles, he will take upon himself the burden of your condemnation that will cause him a terrible death. He will be pierced because of your rebellion and crushed by your iniquities. He will be oppressed and humiliated, but he will not open his mouth, like the little lamb that today gave himself peacefully. Succumbing in death, he will grant you the merits of his victory. Wrapped in their garments of justice, you will be free from condemnation. Eternal life you will achieve in this way, by the sacrifice of that righteous man who will be born." Adam and Eve, who in a mixture of gratitude and pain heard the revelation of such a great salvation, inquired reverently about that special man who in his offspring would have to arise, in order to fulfill such an immense sacrifice. The Creator, looking at them tenderly, moved by a love that overcomes the same death, enveloped them in an affectionate embrace and revealed, "I will be that man." Surprised at the declaration of the Eternal, Adam and Eve were motionless, while contemplating his tender countenance. Understanding the meaning of the tremendous sacrifice, they prostrated themselves at his feet and with tears cried out, "We are deserving of death, Lord, but you are innocent and must not suffer in our place." Wiping away the tears, the Eternal with tenderness he spoke, "My children, I love you with an eternal love. I will die instead of you." Given this confirmation, the couple raised their voice in a painful lamentation. They said, "We kill the Creator. We kill the Creator." But God began to comfort the couple with words of hope, saying, "After drinking the chalice of eternal death, I will resume life and go up to heaven. I will intercede there for the lost man, granting to all those who, repentant, accept my sacrifice, the garments of my victory. Together, we will finally triumph over the kingdom of sin that will fall into ashes under our feet. I will then create a new heaven and a new earth, where only justice and love will reign. We will live like this forever, in a kingdom of perfect harmony and peace." The Creator, who accompanied by the couple was still on Mount Zion, concluded his revelations by saying, "The Garden of Eden will now be empty. The human being, during the long night of sin, will wander in his exile. He will not walk, however, alone. The Eternal, also a pilgrim, will tread with man all the thorny path, until being able to climb up the lost mountain together, triumphantly triumphing over the kingdom of death. The tree of the science of good and evil monument of rebellion will then be undone, giving rise to a glorious tree that, joining its crown to the tree of life, it will become the memorial arch of the great victory. On the holy mountain redeemed, then the universal throne will rest forever, which by the triumphant faithful will be called, the throne of God and the Lamb." Adam and his companion, after hearing such comforting and hopeful words, raised their voices in a song of gratitude and praise. They now knew the infinite love of their Creator and were willing to serve it. After comforting the couple, God led them out of Eden. It was not easy for them to say goodbye to that beautiful home. There they had awakened to life in the arms of the Eternal. There they enjoyed moments of pure happiness, in the company of the Creator, the angels and the docile animals. An infinite nostalgia seemed to involve the couple in their abandonment steps. It was with horror that Satan and his subjects witnessed the intervention of the Eternal. They were shaken at the surprising revelation of the rescue plan. With rabid frustration, they understood that, if indeed the divine promise was fulfilled, there would be no hope. After considering everything that had happened, great anger took hold of his heart. He was not willing to recognize the redemption of the human being. He would make every effort to retain him, together with the kingdom that had been delivered to him. When the couple, accompanied by the Creator, reached the valley wounded by death, it dawned. There Satan confronted them with fury, in an attempt to seize the human being again. The couple was trembling on the face of the enemy, but God's protective hands calmed them. Expressing in the countenance the firmness of a justice that is eternal, the Eternal silenced the threats of the enemy with the following words: "The human being belongs to me, because I bought it with my blood." As they walked silently beside the Creator, Adam and Eve watched with sadness the signs of death stamped on that nature before so full of life. The beautiful flowers, which had unbuttoned to exhale eternal aromas, now hung withered. The little birds, who happily greeted them at each dawn with their trills, now flew distant, sounding such sad songs. Everything was changed in nature. The science of good and evil had brought no good to the universe, but an intense spiritual and physical conflict. Faced with the devastating consequences of his fall, the couple, defeated by an inexpressible sadness, prostrated themselves and cried bitterly. God, who was also saddened by pain, contemplated the bleak stage, sought, with words of hope, to comfort them. He told them about the new heaven and the new earth that one day would create, where peace and love would reign in each heart. There they would always live together, not bringing on the forehead the marks of sadness, but crowns of eternal victory. There he would dry the tears on their faces and they would never wet his eyes again. Protecting Adam and Eve in their steps, the Creator led them through a wounded valley, until they reached the foot of a hill. They climbed it in slow steps, while exchanging words of encouragement and hope. His feet finally reached the soft grass that covered the spacious top of that hill. It was on that place that the couple saw each day the sun decline, bathing the sky and valleys a bright red, like the blood that had dripped from the lamb's chest. Turning to the eastern side, the couple, in a mixture of pain and nostalgia, contemplated in the distance the landscapes that enveloped them in that happy past. When they saw Mount Zion, which stood majestically in the middle of Eden, they cried when they remembered the fall. How weak they had been! The sun was declining in his day, announcing the arrival of one more sad night, the first out of paradise. In a calm gesture, the Eternal, showing them the outstanding valley of the hill, spoke to them with affection. Here will be your temporary abode. From here you can contemplate the paradise that for some time will remain on earth, until it is collected to its place of origin, within the celestial Jerusalem. There, protected by justice, await the dawn of victory. When that great day arrives, we will return together to Zion, where we will be crowned in glory, in a kingdom of eternal happiness and peace. After saying these words, God commanded the couple to build an altar of stones there, on the which every week, on the night before Saturday, they should immolate a lamb, in memory of his sacrifice. As a sign of his presence, and for the certainty that his sins would be forgiven, he would light a fire on the altar, which would last all night, until he completely consumed the sacrifice offering. For the human being to be able to affirm his faith about the revealed truths, and not in the visible manifestation of the person of the Creator, he would remain invisible from that moment onwards. Only on special occasions, when his appearance or that of angels became necessary for new revelations and warnings, would this occur. Contemplating his children saddened at that moment when they would be left apparently alone. The Eternal said to them with love, "Children, even if you have to remain in this hostile environment, you do not need to fear, for I will remain by your side. I will be a fellow friend on this journey. I will carry your pains on your shoulders, your desires, your struggles. When, tempted by the enemy, they were about to give in, they will be able to find shelter in my arms, which will always be extended to save them, and, if one day you will not resist, and by the fury of the enemy you will be dragged into the depths from the abyss, do not despair, believing you have no hope, for I will be there to meet you with my forgiveness and strength. Always keep in mind the meaning of the garments received from my hands, for they speak of the redemption that man belongs to. Rest, my children, in my arms of love. After comforting the couple with these promises, the Creator, seeing that they were sleepy by fatigue, made them rest in his lap and, as usual, gently caressed them to numb them. Seeing them forgotten in their sleep, God wept as they foresaw the suffering they would experience upon awakening. With their hearts broken by the pain caused by that physical separation, the Creator left the couple asleep on the grass, after kissing the faces already marked by the suffering. His light dissipated by becoming invisible, giving rise to the darkness of that first night out of paradise. In the subconscious of the couple began to parade colorful dreams of a happy past. The beauties of Eden were once again in the middle, filled with eternal joy. Grateful for life, they ran through the flowery fields, playing with animals. Happily joined the voices to the angels in the harmonious songs in praise of the Creator. So many beautiful scenes paraded in his subconscious, but those dreams became nightmares, making them relive their tragedy. Agonizers woke up in the darkness of that first night in exile. Failing to fall asleep, the couple remained in tears until they were comforted by the dawn that revealed to them in the distance the nostalgic paradise. God, although invisible, remained next to Adam and Eve there on the hill. Their suffering was his suffering, as well as the hope that one day they would return victorious to Zion. Before the contemplative gaze of the Creator, the bleak future of humanity was revealed. With regret, I saw countless creatures perishing without salvation, for rejecting his love. Tears wet his face, foreseeing the enemy using all cunning in order to retain human beings under his domain. Long would be the night of sin, and the battle for the reconquest of the lost kingdom was at odds. The triumph of the light would require from God an immense sacrifice. In the person of the Messiah, in his time, he would be born among men, with the mission of paying the ransom price. Through him many would be freed from the claws of the enemy, all those who accepted him as Savior and King. Against those chosen, the enemy would attack all the forces trying to make them fall. In his vision of the future, the Creator contemplated with joy the final triumph of the redeemed. They had been extremely tested, but in everything they were more than conquerors through him who redeemed them from darkness into the kingdom of light. After anticipating the sufferings that would result from the great struggle, the Eternal extended his gaze across the captive plains, contemplating there the rebel hosts willing to fight. The aim of these armies was to seize the human being again, in which the right of dominion over the universe was sealed. Contrary to the nature of the Creator as war, but for the defense of his children, he was willing to use his power. His strength, however, would only be used fairly. If the human being rejected that protection offered by the sacrifice of the Messiah, God could do nothing to prevent himself from perishing in the grip of the enemy. Adam and Eve, however, had repented of their great sin, receiving by the mercy of God garments of salvation, symbolized by the skins of the sacrificed lamb. Justified by the delivery of the couple, the Eternal summoned his powerful armies for the fight. In prompt obedience the hosts of light stormed the outer space in the direction of the earth, surrounding which strong wall the hill, bearer of that treasure redeemed by the blood of the divine King. The human being was given a duty in Eden to take care of nature. They prepared quarries for flowers. They reaped fruits for support. They directed the animals in their innocent life, training them to be useful. These occupations had been for them sources of development and pleasure. Now, despite the adversities, they should continue to perform that duty. The work itself, carried out according to the Creator's orders, would already cancel out many enemy attacks. The couple's first occupations on that morning brought revelations of God's great love, hitherto unknown. As they gathered the stones for the construction of the altar, they experienced the pain of wounds that dripped blood, as well as the fatigue that caused sweat to emanate. Feeling and contemplating everything in their own flesh, they loved the Savior more, for whom the built altar foreshadowed greater wounds, which would shed all his blood, as well as fatigue that would undermine all the sage of his life. The look of nostalgia and hope of the couple from now on would never perch on distant Eden, without first discerning the altar of sacrifice. That altar, with its stains of sweat and blood, would remain as a remembrance of pain and suffering that, after moistening the lips of human beings, would transship into the Creator's cup. After contemplating for a long time the paradise of eternal life that extended far beyond that dark altar of death, the couple experienced the sweet relief of rest. Eager to know the landscapes of their new home, Adam and Eve, encouraged by hope, went for a walk. Their steps led them along the paths of smiles and tears, of charms and disappointments, of delicate flowers unbuttoned, bathed in perfume, and of flowers, lying withered and odorless, of still docile and submissive animals and of enemy, fierce and menacing animals. The couple discerned in their walk the currencies of two worlds. That of light and that of darkness. Of love and selfishness. Of hope and despair. Of harmony and disharmony. Of life and death. That vision filled them with sadness and they cried long. That sadness would increase even more in the future, when they discovered the depth of those currencies within their offspring. 6 trees had already colored the skies, announcing to the couple the dark and cold nights that with their cloak of darkness undid all the living images, except the hope of seeing them colorful again in the dawn of light. The hour of sacrifice was approaching, when the rude altar, scorched in his justice, would cry for blood. If they did not offer the offering, it would explode with certainty, wrapping the whole world with its flames. There would be no dawn then, no hope of Eden to flourish. How precious is the blood! Blood is life. Life is light. For a being that night would become eternal, without dawn. That being should take the blame of everyone, giving his blood to the rude altar. Who would offer? Who would pour the sage of life, until he saw the last flash go out in his sky? Adam and Eve, after reflecting for a long time, contemplating the cradle of death built by their hands, looked at each other restlessly with that decisive question. Who will offer? That inquiry, born of his guilt, made the voice of the blessed Creator vibrate deep within his remembrances in his revelation of infinite goodness. I love you with an eternal love. I will die in your place. Grateful. The couple bowed reverently before the thirsty altar, seeing it by faith, satiated by the gift of eternal love. On that afternoon of the 6th day, God subjected the human being to a tremendous test of faith. They had before them the altar of stones, built according to the divine order, but there was no sheep for the sacrifice. In their yearning, they remembered Eden, where there were many flocks. When they saw the sun fall on the horizon, Adam and Eve began to cry out to God for help, because they knew that only a miracle could provide them, at that last moment, a lamb for sacrifice. In the eyes of the inhabitants of the universe, the great miracle for which the human being cried out, was already processed for almost a week. Guided by the Creator, an immaculate lamb had left Eden and followed the couple's traces in their walk to exile. In his long day, that little animal had to face many challenges and dangers. More protected and guided by the Eternal, he continued in his mission. When the shadows of the dusk began to wrap the hill, the couple who lived such a hard test of faith, discerned a little white dot that jumped on the grass coming towards them. As he approached, that lump seemed to speak of hope, of life and heat. Seeing that the great miracle had happened, they ran to meet the lamb, wrapping it in his arms. He was tired, but he would not rest. He would rest. He was thirsty, but he would not drink. He would drink the altar that cried out for blood. That lamb had the will to live in the arms of man, but he would die, so that he could live in the arms of God. It was a perfect symbolism of the Redeemer who would leave his glory, coming in search of the sinner. The darkness of one more prefigurative night slowly descended, enveloping all nature in his prison. His strength, however, would be struck down before the human being, by the brightness of a special fire, ignited by the hands of divine forgiveness upon the lifeless body of the innocent lamb. Everything was prepared for the painful blow, an act that would extinguish from those sweet eyes the last flash of life, immersing them in the cold darkness of an eternal night. Darkness that would generate light. Cold that would generate heat. Death that would generate life, undeserved gifts. Fruits of divine love offered to sinful hands, ready to hurt. In the middle of the silent night the altar cries out. The sad man exclaims, while the mute lamb does not claim to be extended for death. The hands that built the altar rise now, not to caress as before, but to hurt, bleeding the price of forgiveness. Just a gesture, nothing more, and the flash will go out forever from innocent eyes, making the light of salvation shine on the guilty face. Adam, trembling doubt in compassion. In the meek and submissive lamb, ready to die instead, go to the promised Savior. With a regretful heart, in a painful effort, he digs the stone knife into the chest of the animal that perishes in his hands without even giving a groan. The power of the night is immediately struck down by the brightness of the fire of acceptance. Its light reveals to the human being its tragic condition. Seeing the hands stained by innocent blood, the couple feels guilty for that death. In tears they kneel before the altar that no longer demands blood from them, but offers light, accepting the unmerited forgiveness. Rising, the couple contemplates the poorly wounded body of the poor little lamb, unable to thank him for the wealth granted in exchange for his so rough blow. Bathed in the soft light of sacrifice, Adam and his companion remain silent to meditate, until they are overcome by a deep sleep. Reclining on the ground covered with soft grass, they gently fall asleep under the warm rays of forgiveness, certain that their brightness and heat would last until they were the darkness of that Saturday completely vanished by the shining sun. The light of the Lamb, since it was lit on the altar that night, remained in constant war with darkness. On several occasions it grew in brightness, chasing away the cold darkness in the distance, bathing nature with its rays of life. Sometimes, the darkness bringing its cold wind almost completely tore the flame. This, however, in a great effort fed on the blood of the Lamb, throwing its burning flame high, flooding everything around it with light and heat. The conflict between the light born of sacrifice and darkness on that night, discovered to the faithful of the universe many important lessons, truths that would occupy their minds for all eternity. In that flame, whether it was burning in its brightness, whether it was whipped by the winds of the night, the faithful saw a representation of the millennial conflict between good and evil, conflict that truce would extend until the eternal dawn. The Eternal, in pledge of his future sacrifice, had lit in the midst of darkness, the light of truth, and that would be kept burning in the heart of the human being, by virtue of his blood that would be shed for remission of guilt. Against that light, the enemy would lash out all the cold winds of evil, banishing its sweet glow from the hearts of many. How many would be lost by rejecting the light of divine forgiveness, being enveloped by the darkness of the dark night? After long hours of combat, the signs of dawn arise in the sky. The darkness that with anger had thrown its winds over the flame that does not die trying to banish it, becomes confused at the signs of dawn. The sky dyed a bright red, reminds us of the blood that had sprouted from the breast of the Lamb so that the flame of forgiveness could illuminate human night. In the midst of the colorful of blood, the shining sun rises on the horizon, bringing in its warm rays the taste of victory, enveloping everything with its life. The dawn in his nostalgic affection, caresses the distant paradise, taking from his beloved bosom in his morning breeze the scent of nostalgia, in a message of comfort and hope for the suffering creatures of the valley of death. Bathed in the warm rays and the breeze of hope, the couple awakens on another Saturday, whose symbolism points to rest in the kingdom of God, at the end of the great conflict between light and darkness. Beyond that altar covered with ashes, Adam and Eve contemplate the nostalgic paradise. Although distant in their exile, they rejoice with the certainty that the sacrifice of the Messiah will scratch for them on Saturday of Saturdays. That of tears forever banished. From sun always to shine in a clear sky. From lambs always alive to play on the grass. Day without dusk, when there will be no more altar covered with blood and ashes. They sigh for that day of glory, when God will become eternally visible, holding in their hands the marks of his infinite love for his children. Before the fall, the human being, as well as all the heavenly hosts, learned at the feet of the Creator who patiently taught them the treasures of wisdom contained in the vast compendium of nature. Everything in the universe, from the tiny atom to the largest of the worlds, testified in its perfect existence of the character of the divine King. Many teachings, however, remained hidden in the pages of that great book in the period that preceded the fall. They were like the stars that, hidden during the day, revealed their brightness as the shadows of the night come down. Having captive nature, the enemy, in an attempt to block the revelation of eternal wisdom, introduced in it spots of selfishness, destruction, unhappiness and death. I did not know that these spots would show in the face of creation the depth of God's justice and love, leading the faithful to love and revere him even more. For the couple, as well as for all the children of light, the wounded nature broke their veil, revealing new aspects of the Creator's goodness hidden until then. Adam and Eve, who were accustomed to the eternal flowers in paradise, those who did not see them unbuttoned, now saw them emerge in tender buttons, amid the threats of thorns ready to hurt them. These tender flowers, regardless of being with the thorns, exhaled soft perfumes of praise and gratitude, never getting tired of pleasing the environment. When whipped by the cold winds of the night, those flowers did not resent, but offered their scent, which transformed the fury of the winds into scented breezes of a dawn. Moved by deep gratitude, the couple closely accompanied the ministry of love of those flowers that they never tired of blessing, offering their beauty and perfume as relief for those who were hurt by the harsh thorns. Those singular and pure flowers, after showing in their short life that forgiveness and love are stronger than all winds and thorns, in a last effort to communicate joy, exhaled their perfume, falling withered and lifeless on the cold ground. There, forgotten, they became insignificant dust that was dispersed by the wind. The death of the flowers, although it seemed to be a failure, revealed to the couple the mystery of the rebirth of life. By dying, the flowers gave life to the fruits that, in turn, after serving as food, donated their seeds full of life. In the death of these seeds, the miracle of life was reborn, multiplying the trees with their flowers ready to repeat the teaching of love and sacrifice. Nature, therefore, even stained by sin, revealed the hidden mystery of the plan of redemption. Each flower to unbutton in the middle of the thorns, in its short life of love, was a symbol of the Savior that would be born among the thorns of evil, to comfort the perfume of the heart of the afflicted. Similar to the flower, the Messiah, after proving that love and forgiveness are stronger than all winds of hate, that the truth and justice of the kingdom of God are greater than all the deceptions and injustices of the kingdom of the enemy, would shed the sage of his life, dying to redeem the guilty. Chapter 6. Adam and Eve dedicated to edifying work. The hill became a miniature of Eden. Protection and divine care. Experiences in obeying the commandment on sacrifice. The cunning trap of the enemy. Looking at the symbols of sacrifice as bearers of forgiveness and life, Adam and Eve offer sacrifices to the Lord. The Eternal manifests them by consoling them and preventing them from danger. Promise of the birth of their firstborn. Responsibilities towards their son. Birth of Cain reminds them of the promise of the future birth of the Messiah. The rebellious childhood of Cain. The enemy mocks the suffering of God and his faithful and tries to make God give up his plan of redemption. The Eternal affirms his solemn promise. Adam and Eve make sacrifices and pray for their son. The Eternal reveals himself to Cain and tells him the story of Lucifer and the sun. Promise of the birth of Abel. Cain, like Lucifer, is dragged by his pride to a false illusion. God would seek all forms in order to save Cain. Consoled by the revelations of nature, Adam and his companion, students in the school of suffering, learned each day to love the Savior more. They grew in wisdom, humility and holiness. All the virtues destroyed by sin were reborn in the heart. With enthusiasm, the couple dedicated themselves to edifying work. They planted gardens that, by the power of God, were filled with scented flowers and delicious fruits. His home in exile became a refuge for the persecuted animals of the valleys. The hill, under the protection of the angels of light, became a miniature of distant Eden. Among the animals gathered and tamed with love, there were many sheep. Adam and Eve could not put their eyes on those docile animals destined for sacrifice, without tasting a mixture of pain and gratitude deep within the soul. On the night before each Sabbath, Adam had, by order of the Creator, repeating the painful act. How much bitterness and regret came over the couple as the darkness of the night of sacrifice descended. How much comfort the flame of forgiveness brought to them that had never ceased to shine on the altar, on those prefigurative nights. The decisive value of the sacrifice, so that life could flourish under divine protection, led the couple to immensely value their little flock. Every sixth day, however, he began to bring with him, beyond pain, a restlessness. Who will donate his blood to the altar when the last sheep perishes? In the eyes of the marveled couple, the miracle of the love, renewing the hope of living other weeks under the brightness of the flame of forgiveness. A sheep, the fattest of them, began to bleed as if in sacrifice. From their pain, they were born 4 little lambs. Filled with joy and gratitude, Adam and Eve prostrated themselves before the invisible Savior, holding in their hands those new creatures that brought in their eyes the same tenderness and willingness to sacrifice. Sure that new miracles would multiply their days, the couple united their voice as before, in a song of gratitude and adoration to the Creator who, like the lambs, would also be born of pain to fulfill in his life the greatest of all sacrifices, for the salvation of humanity. The Eternal, although invisible in the eyes of his human children, remained very close, accompanied by an army of angels, in a tireless ministry of care and protection. The couple was unaware that the sweet calm and peace reigning on that hill, as well as all their prosperity, were the fruits of such an intense struggle. If their eyes were open to the scenes that were invisible, they would be snatched away from horror. How terrible was the enemy and his hosts in their constant vested with the purpose of ruining the human being, snatching it from the hands of the Creator. Seeing that the use of force would not result in victory, the enemy in his cunning idealized a trap with which he could link the couple. Gathering his armies, he revealed his plans by saying, the human being was ordered to sacrifice lambs, as symbols of the coming Savior. We will tempt you to look at those symbols as bearers of forgiveness and life, gradually making you forget the reality of the sacrifice promised by God. It will be a slow process, but of a sure victory. The Creator, knowing the danger of that trap, was sad, because when he looked to the future, he could see so many of his children being diverted from the path of salvation. How many would become attached to the symbols, judging to find virtue in them? God, in their love and care, would not leave them unaware of the danger that threatened them. He knew how much Adam and his companion loved those lambs who, by dying on the altar, offered them light and heat. They could easily be induced to see them as sources of life and light, beginning to revere them. Many weeks had passed, bringing with them the nights of pain and sacrifice, followed by the days of hope and nostalgia of the loving Father, who after making promises and drying his tears, had become invisible before his eyes. Each day that passed, he brought the couple a new burden of nostalgia, making them inquire at each sunset, "When will we kiss his face again? When will we be wrapped in his arms, walking in the light of his love?" How nostalgic they felt of those Edenic nights, when they fell asleep in the soft lap of their divine Father. One more week of work and lessons learned was ending. The sun in its decline announced another night of regret and innocent blood to bathe the altar. The silent couple was far from imagining that on that night, the painful blow that was always followed by fire would reveal to them the blessed face of the Father. With trembling hands, Adam lifted the lamb that, mute, made no resistance when placed on the altar. Tears rolled down his face at the thought that one more innocent animal would dive into the hated darkness of death, to generate the light with his blood. It is painful to sacrifice, but there is no other way of salvation. Only through the spilled blood of the lamb can they live to contemplate in the future the face of the Father. In a painful effort, Adam drops that pointed stone on the little lamb that spills his blood in a groan of pain. A glorious light soon dissipates the darkness, flooding the entire hill with its rays of life. Through the tears, the couple then contemplates the Creator in the fire of the altar. In a gesture of love, God opens his arms as before, and with a smile he walks towards the long-awaited embrace. Without finding words that express their immense nostalgia, the couple throws themselves into his chest and cries bitterly. The Divine Father, moved, also cries, but tries to comfort his children with his sweet smile. With excitement, the couple contemplates the face of the Father, wrapping her with kisses and affection. Their love for him had been intensified by suffering. Grateful and happy, they walk beside the Creator, showing the gardens full of flowers and fruits. They tell you about the lessons learned with nature. They show him the flock tamed by affection. Illuminated by the soft light of the Eternal Father, the couple sits at his feet as before, to hear his teachings. The Creator, looking at them with tenderness, goes on to warn them of danger. Orienting them about the sacrifices of lambs, which were important in the sense of always keeping in mind the certainty of a coming Savior who, like the lambs, would be sacrificed for the redemption of sinners. The lambs, however, did not possess in themselves the power to forgive the faults, for they consisted only of symbols of the King Messiah. After being aware of the danger of sticking to the symbols seeking to find salvation in them, the couple received the task of transmitting these orientations to their descendants. After warning the human being, the Creator looked at the sheep that lay asleep next to his baby, and exclaimed, "How beautiful are the little lambs!" The couple, in a mixture of happiness and pain, added, "When they are awake, they jump with pleasure, forgetting that at birth and death they cause so much pain." After contemplating the little lambs, God looked at the couple tenderly, revealing something that surprised them and rejoiced. "When these lambs 36 have come up to the altar, your arms will wrap the first child who, as they will also arise from pain. That child in your childhood will bring you joy by jumping like little lambs in your home. You must instruct him with dedication in the laws of harmony, showing him the path of redemption. Like you, he will be free to choose the direction to follow. Accepting the teaching, your life will be victorious. Rejecting it, will walk towards defeat." Adam and Eve heard the divine promise with joy, but at the same time they experienced in the depths of being a fear of becoming aware of the responsibility they would have. They knew that Satan would make every effort to bring the promised child to perdition. It was high night when the Creator, after caressing his children, left them asleep on the soft grass. After the promise, each little lamb taken to the altar made the hope of joy that they would soon reach beating stronger in the womb. 36 finally descended into darkness, fulfilling the time determined by the Creator in which the first child would receive the light. With his hands still stained by the blood of the sacrifice, Adam protected his wife who, at the foot of the altar, fell prostrated by the pain brought by the first son. The little boy did not bring in the face the joy of freedom, but the crying of his prison. That crying would last the entire night, if it weren't for the glow of that burning flame of hope that soon attracted the attention of his attentive eyes. Wrapping it with joy, Eve, comforted by her suffering, said, "I reached the promise of the Lord." He then gave him the name of Cain. After wrapping the baby with the soft skins of a lamb, the couple remained awake to meditate. Many were the thoughts that occupied their minds. Thoughts of joy, gratitude, hope and longing for the sense of responsibility that now weighed on their shoulders. Tenderly caressing the little boy, the couple matured in their experience, understanding better the mysterious love of God that, in order to save his children, he set out to die instead of them. Adam and Eve were not alone in their reflections. All the intelligent beings of the universe considered with interest the future of that helpless baby who in the interior possessed a kingdom of infinite dimensions, when disputed by the two powers in struggle. Who would be the lord of his life? Would they walk their feet along the ascending path that leads to life, or the descending path that ends in the abyss of eternal death? Seeing the boy outline his first smile, the couple suddenly remembered the promise of the Creator that was confirmed in each sacrifice. He would be born of the woman as a child, with the mission of redeeming humanity. Wouldn't Cain already fulfill the promise? The infant with his bright eyes of joy resembled the little lambs that were born and raised with the mission of being sacrificed. Considering thus, the couple squeezing the son next to the chest began to cry without comfort. How terrible it would be to offer your innocent son to the rude altar. For the couple in pain, the bright sun finally appeared, reviving with its warm rays the promises that pointed to a Savior who, even in the future, would also be born of pain to fulfill the eternal plan of redemption. Blessed by the Creator and surrounded by the love and care of the parents, the child developed in his physical and mental nature, becoming every day the main objective of a tireless battle between the spiritual hosts. Adam and Eve, eager to make him understand the truths of salvation, took him in the arms at each dawn and, at the edge of the altar, pointed him to the distant Eden, telling those stories of emotion that little Cain still could not understand. What was the joy of those parents, seeing him on a sunny morning, pointing his little hand towards the home of nostalgia, pronouncing the sacred name of the Creator. Excited they took him in his arms, asking him to repeat that sublime name that, like a key to happiness, always discovered a paradise of eternal love. All the hosts of the light bowed with joy upon hearing the little boy pronounce the name of the divine King. The weeks were spent bringing new victims to the altar, and little Cain, the target of God's attention and care, of the hosts of light and of those tireless loving parents in the mission to instruct him, grouping his few words, always curious with everything, began to question. The day was declining when the boy, who was lying on his mother's lap, asked him, "Mother, why does the sun always go like this, leaving people in the cold of darkness?" Eva, surprised, looked at his son, without finding words to answer the question that brought him the memory of the past of happiness destroyed by his fault. After a moment of silence, kissing the face of little Cain, he said, "Son, one day the sun will come to stay, bringing in its rays a world of harmony only. There will no longer be animals to fight, nor little lambs to die on the altar." Little Cain, wishing to see that day scratch soon, said to his mother, "Mother, tomorrow the sun will rise in paradise. Ask for him to stay so I can play, and never sleep again." Eager to see the day that would never end, little Cain only fell asleep until after making his mother promise that he would ask the sun to remain. A new day of radiant sun to walk in the sky emerged for Cain, bringing in his rays joy and heat. While playing in the garden, his curious eyes turned many times to the sun that seemed to caress him with a smile of hope. Seeing him, however, walking in the direction of the west, the little boy ran to his mother, asking him, "Mother, did he promise to stay?" Eva, taking him in her arms, smiled at him, trying to make her understand with simple words, while pointing the distant paradise, the story of redemption. The sun would come one day to stay. Cain, dissatisfied with the mother's words, showed no patience to wait for that day that lay in the distant future. He repeated in tears, "I want the sun now, not tomorrow." Eva patiently tried to calm her son, talking about the light of God, which can turn night into day. He loved him and could fill his little heart with brightness, joy and patience. "I could thus wait happily the day of your dreams." Balancing the head in rejection of the mother's comfort, Cain pronounced between sobs, "I want the sun because I can see it, not the eternal." Like a painful arrow, Cain's words of rebellion penetrated Eva's heart, making her cry bitterly. The faithful throughout the universe joined that cry. An infinite sadness loomed over the heart of the rejected Creator. The first steps along the descending path of rebellion were outlined in Cain's gestures. How many would follow him to death? Unaware of the sadness that had fallen over the realm of light, Adam, seeing the sun decline on the horizon, left his work in the field heading towards the house. He had a song in his heart as he walked toward another encounter with his people. As he approached the altar, he saw with him his companion prostrated in tears. Little Cain lay there crying too. Taking him in his arms, Adam asked anxiously, "What happened, my son?" Cain sadly replied, "Mom let the sun go still," sheltering the son with his left arm. Adam put his right hand on the Eve's shoulder, but found no words to comfort her. The phrase said by his son seemed to tear his heart, making him relive the fall. After reflexing, Adam, feeling guilty, replied to Cain, "It was Dad who let the sun go still, my son." With sobs of great sadness, Adam joined them in tears. The memory of the Savior, however, comforted him. Drying his tears and those of his little son, he said tenderly, "We can rejoice, little son, for God promised to make the sun shine forever in the sky. He will be like the fire that appears on the altar, expelling the darkness of the night." With his eyes turned towards the last clearing of the tree, Cain remained without comfort. In that evening, there was not as usual a cheerful dinner. The small family, saddened, remained silent to meditate for long hours, until sleepy they slept under the starlight. The enemy and his hosts, in sarcasm of evil, mocked on that night the suffering of God and his faithful. Repeating the words of rebellion of little Cain, he boasted as victor. In a challenge to the Creator he pronounced, "Look how this my little slave rejects you. The same will happen with all those who are to be born. I am sure that the right of domain will never get out of my hands." All rebel hosts echoed the insults of the deceiver, humiliating the subjects of light who suffered from the side of the Eternal. With his insults, the enemy sought to make God desist from his plan of redemption. If that happened, his kingdom of darkness would extend for all eternity, supplanting the dominion of light. In response to the enemy's challenge, the Eternal solemnly affirmed, "Even if everyone rejects me, I will keep the promise." The Creator could not bear the thought of seeing little Cain walking towards perdition. Through him he interceded every day, offering to justice his blood that he would pour. Powerful angels kept him at all times, frightening the spiritual darkness that stalked him, trying to make him insensitive to the benefits of salvation, which were illustrated by the symbols. Adam and Eve, in their tireless ministry of love, every day they taught Cain the spiritual lessons illustrated in nature. On every Saturday they tried to affirm in their youthful minds the hope of an eternal life, which would be the fruit of the Savior's sacrifice. After living a life without sin, he would die like a lamb, in order to cast out darkness forever. Cain was sometimes moved by the teachings, but he almost always questioned hesitantly. He rebelledly asked, "Why did Samael go to rebel?" One night, refusing to hear his parents' advice, he accused them of all evil, saying, "If now we don't have a sun to shine, it is your fault." The contemplation of distant Eden bathed in the sun gave birth to thoughts of adventure in the youthful heart of Cain. He began to think, "This paradise is not as far away as Dad and Mom affirm. Why wait and suffer so long? He is so beautiful. It is from him that the sun rises every day. If we conquer it, it will be easy to stop the light at its source, so we will live in a paradise of eternal sun." Cain's adventure ideas filled Adam and Eve's heart with sadness. They saw that their interest was only for the present time. He dreamed of a paradise of happiness and light conquered by its strength. In his plans, he did not feel the need for a savior. Why, if he was so young, intelligent, full of life and ideals? So he said. The days of struggles, intercessions and sacrifices for the destiny of Cain were past. Precious opportunities to become attached to the Savior arose every day before him, but he rejected them all, one by one. In his disbelief he came to doubt the existence of that God, which he had never seen. To the parents who, afflicted but always with patience, tried to free him from the perdition towards which he was walking, he promised one day, after smiling with disbelief, to believe in the Creator and his plan of salvation, if the case were to occur. That he became visible at the time of sacrifice. With burning faith, those parents began to cry out to the Eternal. His visible presence could, who knows, save that beloved son who became more rebellious every day. The Creator heard the cry of the afflicted parents. Although he knew that his appearance would hardly break his rebellious spirit in the heart of young Cain, he was willing to satisfy the request. He would extend the friendly arms to Cain, trying with love to conquer his heart. As he knew his longings and dreams of adventure, he could easily identify with him, captivating him, for he was also someone who had always carried dreams of adventure in his chest. Hadn't the creation of the universe been a great adventure? Hadn't it been his dream to see him encrusted with glowing suns, illuminating billions of worlds with his brightness? Wasn't he also the greatest of his going through the valley of death, in search of the conquest of distant Eden, forever uniting the sun in his sky? Exclamation mark. They had many things in common. Cain was curious on that sixth day. On the face of the parents, I saw the encouragement and joy, fruits of a great faith. Stimulated by that expression of confidence, the young man began to help them in the preparations for Holy Saturday. The sun finally slipped away, rolling towards the west, leaving as usual its trace of nostalgia announcing fear. In the darkness, Cain discerned the white figure of the Lamb being lifted to the altar by the hands of the Father, that tireless priest who was always imploring the Creator for the salvation of his beloved Son. With his hand raised, Adam was preparing for the blow that could, who knows, break his disbelief in Cain's heart, giving rise to the belief in salvation in a single moment. The prayer of faith escapes from his lips: "Eternal Father, hear my request. My son needs you. Only one look from you can conquer it. Come, Lord." This sincere prayer fell into the ears of that son, touching him. Only the prayer would be enough to convince him of the real existence of a Savior. While drying the tears of emotion, Cain shudders at the sound of the blow of death. Everything was solemn at that time. Would the Creator of the world come in response to the prayer of love? How would you face it in disbelief? A strong glow soon enveloped the entire hill, also bathing the eastern valley. The wide-open eyes of Cain then settled on the kind eyes of the Creator, which brought a shine above the sun, but not obfuscating. Contemplating him with admiration, Cain exclaimed, "He is young like me, and he looks like the sun." Adam and Eve, moved by the great nostalgia, had the desire to jump into the Savior's chest and kiss him, but let him meet first with Cain with joy. They saw the precious son wrapped in the arms of the great friend, who looked like his star. After the long hug, God hugged and kissed also the dear couple, partners in suffering. With joy, they went for a walk in the hill gardens. The Creator and Cain went to the center, and Adam and his companion to the sides. How much happiness they experienced in those steps! They were complete. Cain, conquered by the affection of the Eternal Father, showed him his animals of esteem and his small garden laden with beautiful flowers. As I was delighted to see them colorful on that night, undone by the brightness of the Creator, as in the daylight. It seemed as if the sun itself had come down to them. When thinking about the sun, Cain, as he loved him very much, began to talk about him, saying, "As he is beautiful and good." When he leaves, however, he leaves in his tears of blood a feeling of sadness and fear. Everything disappears in his absence. The animals, the garden, even the birds silence their songs. But it is enough for him to say that he will appear, and everything is full of charm. Nature wakes up from her meekness, still appearing to fear darkness, but when she sees them flee, she remains alert and sings. The animals, the birds, the garden, everything returns to a happy life. But this happiness always ends. After speaking these words, Cain, looking at the Creator, inquired curiously, "Dad always says that it was you who created the sun. Is it true?" With a sincerity smile, God answered yes. In the beginning, Cain continued, "Was he already fleeing to the west?" "He never flees," replied the Eternal, "it is the world that flees from him. He is sad with that ingratitude." "But how?" Cain asked, looking curiously at his face of light. With affectionate words, God began to tell him the story of Lucifer, who, in his ingratitude, banished from his eyes and from the eyes of a multitude of creatures, the brightness of his face, the true sun. After acting like this, he deceived many by saying that the sun was the one who fled from them. With his cunning, the Creator continued, the rebel angel tried to drag the human being into darkness, and he succeeded. The sun on that day wept so many tears of blood that bathed the whole sky. In his last sigh of light, however, he promised the world already taken away by darkness, to return one day to shine forever, filling his entire bosom of life. After saying these words, the Eternal, looking at that young man, with an expression of sadness in his eyes, concluded by saying, "Today, the rebel angel promises to his followers that he will go with his strength to stop the sun, but he will never be able to realize that plan, because it does not have the bond that could stop it: love." Crestfallen, Cain heard from the Creator's lips that story of promises, which he had already tired of hearing from his parents. That story did not give him pleasure, as it showed a long night of sacrifices on the altar, and of a Savior to perish in pain. Actually, Cain saw no reason for all that. Why not banish the suffering away by coloring the darkness of light? In an effort to conquer him, the Eternal with much love looked at that dissatisfied young man, and told him that only the blood of his sacrifice could make the sun shine forever, in a realm of eternal happiness and peace. There was no other way for that conquest. Therefore, you should be patient, resting under his care. After conversing for a long time with Cain, in an attempt to make him recognize his need for salvation, Yahweh, turning to the couple, began to comfort them with the promise of the birth of another son. 36 more sacrifices would be counted, and his arms would wrap the second son. It would also be born of pain, but it would bring in the eyes the brightness and comfort of salvation. His testimony of faithfulness would be perpetuated by all generations, in the symbol of an altar covered in blood. The weeks went by, bringing the couple new joys and sorrows, from a heart full of life to beat in Eva's womb, and from a void with the smell of death to grow in the heart of young Cain. Although he had been dazzled by the manifestation of God, that appearance in nothing changed his arrogant way of thinking about the meaning of life. He saw no sense in the sacrifices offered on the altar. In the days that followed his encounter with the Creator, he argued with his parents saying, "If I were powerful like the Eternal, I would never submit to the sacrifice to reconquer the lost kingdom. He is strong, and shines like the sun. He could with one word expel all darkness, returning paradise to us. Why so much suffering?" With that argument, Cain was supposed to be wiser than the Creator. Who knows if, in an upcoming meeting, I would have the opportunity to advise him. In this way, the young Cain immersed himself more and more in the abyss of pride and selfishness, instead of illusions where he was going, thinking of walking towards victory. Hadn't Lucifer been together with a third of the heavenly hosts attracted by that same illusion? The gracious God, still, would not seal Cain's fate without first attempting to save him from eternal ruin. That undeserved grace, the fruit of divine love, would be granted to all human beings who were born in this world.